And here comes the Lancers the other way, and Bama a little slow to get up. That's Miller. He seems fine now. In transition, Clowney the flush, counted, and he is fouled. Back for Longwood. Here's Sears on the drive, got it into the lane, lost it, got it back, put it up, got fouled, and player coming out of Ohio University, played at Muscle Shoals before he went the college route initially. But now back in Sweet Home, Alabama, hits the first free throw. And his second one will drop in as well.
Careful around the basket with Alabama defenders flying in.
An offensive player went flying in there in Sears, had his layup attempt blocked, but he got fouled.
Same time, right now, much better offensively, especially when the threes start to fall. That's going to, ball don't lie.
Early in the season for all three teams on the court. On the drive, Sears lays it up and in for two off the glass. He'll push it the other way, between the legs with the dribble, down the lane, the kick to Clowney, near side three, bottom.
Alabama getting stops out in transition, and even though the three balls have not been falling for the Crimson Tide, you got to keep shooting. Noah Clowney, the freshman, showing you his range.
There among the tall timber, he comes the other way for the Tide. He gets fouled by 1 and 1, and we'll talk a little more about the three-point shooting as that free throw is good. He'll got in practice, and there's a whole lot larger body of throws missed, and here's Sears the other way. He'll have it to the top of the arc and brings it out to the timeline near side. 20 on the shot clock. He'll drive against Granlund, got mugged, and he'll go to the line to shoot a pair. 17. One of Sears, another rebound for the Tide. 62-44 Bama, trying to get the lead to 20 for the first time. Sears got hacked, no whistle, threw it to Bradley, off the glass and in. Bradley, as he caught it and really just flipped it towards the bucket, he got leveled. A chance for an and one.
Leading the way with 14 points, played a half a defensive possession with one shoe. Very impressive.
Inside, great look. Bediako the flush on it above that as the Tide claims a miss. They'll throw a lob and the lay-in for two by Miller. To Griffin. Griffin swings it in the corner. Catch and shoot three. Sears, bottom. Only the third made three of the night.
Crimson Tide 3 of 28 from three last game. Sears attacking in. There's more of the hard work by Mark Sears.
Big by Robinson.
Robinson up to 5 points. Here's Ryland Griffin with the three-pointer.
Big time.
Gurley with the three. Hot from Cleveland. Miller. Long range, nothing but net.
Great backside hit by Connor.
Sears, right to Burnett.
Great pass.
Mark Sears, right to the rim, and one.
Nice.
11-second difference in between the game clock and the shot clock for Alabama. Sears rattles it home. Left open, left it short.
Great defensive possession by Alabama.
Mark Sears fighting his way in, and he picks up the foul.
Wrong comes.
Sears left open. Got it.
Very difficult.
Sears downhill draw. 2 shots for Mark Sears coming up. 14.
Good
Sears swings it to Griffin. Off the iron, Bediako with the board. Sears, long distance.
Bang.
Sears driving. Went to the left. The basketball has had 19 for the Crimson Tide. Sears, the spin. The score, Mark Sears.
Great move, great spin move into the paint for the end.
Knocking the baby.
Sandy's too small.
Mark Sears penetrates. Watch when he gets up in the air. He draws not one but two defenders. That's an easy dump off and an easy finish inside for Clowney, but all set up.
Second in the nation last year at three-point shooting 48%.
Oh, Sears is now just punch for punch.
It's a shootout.
There's neck and neck between these two up until about the midway mark of the second half. Here's Sears. Oh, that would look good from this angle.
Yeah, stepped right into a good pass by Miller. Knows how to play.
There's that hammer pass. Burnett got it. Burley, or make it Clowney, pardon, with the offensive board. Sears.
Talked about his three-point percentage last year, second in the nation. He made 84 threes, so he's got a great release no matter where he is. And there's
5 of their top 6. And that's including their entire starting lineup. But Ray Harper restocks, reloads, coaches him up. Oh, Sears is beginning to really heat up.
You remember when Ray Harper, he went to the zone a couple times and then got out of it, right? They're better man-to-man defensively. Trying to clog things up, trying to help. Got to get to shooters, though, especially this one.
Extra pass. Sears. Full stop. 8 seconds. Sears beginning to initiate. Surveys into the paint. Stops. Got it. Matt Bars as year plays out. Look at this. Alabama up by 25.
Sears was here so early before the game, and I was just hanging out watching him continually put moves on that knee and do some things that
clearly he's going to be on the minutes restriction. Sears at the line.
Plus, yeah.
That's pretty much at Duke. And oh my gosh, what a game that was. Beautiful passing.
And Clowney to the rim for Alabama.
But this front line for Nate Oates' team.
Another lob, another finish. Charles Bediako. Tom Izzo will put him on the bench with those 2 fouls.
Kohler's come in and done a good job.
Beautiful. On the baseline, Mark Sears lays it in. Ends the 7-0 Spartans run.
And I love the calm demeanor that we're seeing from Tom Izzo, the Hall of Famer, Nate Oates, future Hall of Famer. Throw it down, big man, one time.
Noah Clowney dropped.
Well, you got another one of those wipes, or you got a key to the locker room?
On the drive to the basket to finish, Mark Sears for Alabama as we send it over to Myron.
Yeah, I thought they're anticipating the next move before it even happens, which is the way you have to play at a game of this level.
And they'd be even deeper as Nate Oates doesn't have Dom Welch just yet.
Beautiful.
As a stroke from Clowney.
Perfect. More they've ever spent the night alone in bed with a mosquito.
What does that have to do with it?
Think about it. Beautiful.
Rattles in.
It's just fantastic. This is the dream coming true for Phil Knight. The crazy idea back at Stanford Business School in the early 60s.
Mark Sears spinning in the K, and one for Sears.
Well, Dan Hurley telling us before the game, if they can control Brandon Miller and Mark Sears. I was surprised when he said Mark Sears. And Sears just bowling his way to the basket. Probably the smallest guy on the court. Although they say that Quinterly is 6'1" as well. Quinterly looks bigger.
They all look small to you.
Everybody under 6'10" looks exactly the same to me. Muscle Shoals. Yeah, I was there. Have you seen the movie Muscle Shoals?
I have picked up by Darius Miles. Here comes Alabama.
Jordan Hunter just put that over the top on the board.
And that ends the drought. Brandon Miller's first points of the night.
Langdon's going to have to come in. He's in there right
in the
now.
ball game right now.
Beautiful.
Drive and finish by Mark Sears for to lead Alabama, but since it's been all UConn. And that ends a 17-1 run for the Huskies.
And Alabama has. Alabama wants to play a super fast game, attack constantly.
And a quick 3, Mark Sears gets the scoring going in this one. From 6 Tar Heels, but as the 8th seed, they beat Marquette. Then they knocked off Baylor.
Then they beat UCLA.
They did.
Yeah,
St. Peter's.
Right.
And then Duke to get to the championship.
It was one they went down and out early to Houston.
And a turnover by North Carolina. Brandon Miller. Over to Mark Sears.
Beautiful. Brandon Miller up the court, handling the ball. Yeah.
Mark Sears. seesaws in front. And knocked away from Baycott. Here comes Sears out of the pack. Jaden Bradley, the leader, and Alabama takes the lead.
Deliver the chocolate peanut butter guys.
5 to shoot.
Great defense.
Mark Sears, the leader.
Offense is just too good.
11 for Sears to lead all scorers.
Last foul call. First foul was definitely a foul. Beautiful passing.
Charles Bediako lays it in.
McGuire Railroad from New York. Career averages, Billy Cunningham, 25 and 16 at North Carolina.
Ryland Griffin, 6 first-half threes for Alabama.
Home control. The other team comes right back, 2 for 1 time.
Sears.
Beautiful.
Another 3. That's 4 for Sears here in the first half.
Defensively. The offensive guys have got to finish. Whether it's Michael Jordan, James Worthy.
Shot desperately needed for Bama for Mark Sears. Before finally coming back to the Dean Dome against Georgia Tech on December 10th as a 3. Mark Sears, another one. Iowa State and UConn in the PK Invitational Men's Championship with another 3. Mark Sears. Season high 23.
Oh my gosh.
Off balance.
Great defense, Bediako.
And a foul going for the rebound.
He'll save his life, but he'll give up a slam dunk.
It's tough 2 going in for William Kyle in the paint.
Nice move by William Kyle, taking his time. A lot of patience in the post.
Burnett, fastest man on the floor. Sears with a 3.
Wow.
Sears, long range 3-pointer back for Alabama. Sears again.
Game is moving forward.
Here's Bediako, the 2-handed jam.
The big body force him to a counter.
How about Sears?
There's a counter right there. What will do to respond?
Crimson Tide ball to begin the second period. Brandon Miller begins it with a 3-pointer. Sears with an answer for Alabama. Bradley to Sears. He does not miss. Crimson, Houston, the home white. It's Sears working off the screen, driving, dishing, far side, Clowney, 3, bottom. Great start for the Crimson Tide. Sears trying to work away from the bigger defender, throws it in the corner, Clowney, catch and shoot, 3, bottom. In 7 on the shot clock. Mark working against Sears. Tough shot, left hand, brick. Rebounded by JQ, and he'll come the other way. Flips it ahead to Bama. Sears cut off, and that is going to be a foul on the Cougars.
Great job by Mark Sears defensively against Trayvon Mark. It's 6'5", 6'6", giving up about 6 inches, but forced a difficult mid-range jumper
Through the backboard that he's looking into. Trying to knock this one. Here comes the Tide the other way, down 8. Sears working top of the arc. Sears playing off the screen from Gurley. Gives it off left side, Griffin. Griffin driving baseline, trying to dribble away from traffic. Gets into the lane. Nice feed, Clowney. Nice kick, Sears. Spot up 3, bottom. Back to back. Bank first 3s for the Tide. And
Noah Clowney, the hesitation move, got him free.
nice move, Sears. Lays it up and in for 2. A beautiful. Shed hits both, and the crowd back loud again as Bradley will drive and give it off to Sears. Mark into the lane, tried to step through, got fouled.
In the second half of getting in the lane, it's been Jaden Bradley. Mark Sears a couple of times.
Front on the floor. Here's Bradley with the basketball. Dribbling to the near wing to Sears. Top of the arc. 3 for the lead. Bottom! Alabama takes the lead for the first time in the second half on the bank first 3 from Mark Sears. And
right in Davis's mug the entire possession.
Sears has it moved the other way, gets it back, and will go to the line.
Now.
Memphis, 4 on 2. Sears with the dish. And it's kept alive by Miller. Sears with the left. Williams toying with it. And another miss from Memphis. Maybe had a foot in the paint.
Well, and I think he's got to get to the basket. We're always in my region, and they...
8.5.
You didn't know I knew Aaron Johnson, did you?
And Alabama keeping up the defensive effort that helped them to the win at #1 Houston on Saturday.
I want to play for him if I was thinking about the NBA.
5. Kendrick Davis trying to get aggressive, and Sears sends it back. The rim 2.
That's what happens when you're a former high school math teacher. You love the numbers. And he's got a great staff. Oh, that's a foul. That was as a kid, even if he wasn't a fan of Al. Maybe he's an Auburn fan. I don't know.
Well, it's funny.
They're in this game.
Off the screen, Sears used every bit of it.
Yep.
Quinterly skips it. Here's Sears. Foul number 3. Sears gets it. As number 14. Number 8, Kansas by Tennessee taking on 9th ranked. Sears off the window. First game of the season for him.
How good is he going to be in the American Conference?
A little bit short, and the Zags are cold at the start. But here we go with the race. They want to get into this type of game. Good no call right there. Both teams still trying to find their stroke. This is Miller. Wide open splash. No second away from Clowney, who can block a shot from time to time, but Strother just really strong enough to make it happen. Half dozen for Strother, his 3rd field goal. This is Bediako, and he's fouled. Good things happen, and then that allows you to open up a driving lane. Beautifully done by Gonzaga in their half-court sets. So there's the left again, and it's country that have beaten 3 ranked teams, 10 straight regular season titles in the West Coast. But free throw line and in, he's in the high 60s there with those types of shots. Sears on a step back check. Yeah, that's good.
There need to be separation by teams when you get into SEC play as well. The road to the NCAA tournament is going to be a challenge for some teams. Oh!
That'll work. Pringle throwing it down.
Underdog, a competitive advantage when they start to believe, especially when you got Coach Mo Williams here with all this emotion. They gain confidence as the game continues.
DeMarcus Jones, nowhere to go with it. His pocket picked by Sears, back the other way. Tide hoping to stretch it out on this possession. We approach 15 minutes to play. Here's Sears.
Nice.
And they do stretch it out. Too long. Here's Miller. Right to the basket goes Mark Sears. ESPN app. Conference play begins on the 27th and 28th of December. There's
to know when the guy wants it with the game on the line. And we just saw 2 of them. Mark Sears, as well as Ken Evans, joined Jackson State to get over that hump here down the stretch.
Sears with 11 points, all in the second half. Here is Sears on the run out. Thought about the 3, was tripped on the way to the basket, and that
freeze.
Razorback attack when number 10 Arkansas hosts UNC Asheville at Bud Walsh here.
Well, I can certainly relate. I remember going into Rupp Arena, and I think we were 16-0, and Kentucky had a sign that said 17-0, and it had scratched out, and it had 16-1.
High ball screen, that's coming up way short. Deshaun Davis was flopping, hoping for the foul, and here comes Sears quickly at the other end. Step through, and we'll get to the free throw line. Mississippi State has so far played this year. And
he breathes it, and if you're going to play, if you want.
Alabama now over 4 minutes without a field goal. Good high screen. Tolu Smith has been very quiet, certainly one of the keys. But still, you look at the scoreboard, and we're tied at 10 without Tolu Smith, number 1 in white, doing much. Step back jump shot, and that ends a long drought. Couple of free throws, and
that's how you draw up a transition three-point shot. Move the ball side to side. Do it.
Wow. Well, that's the difference in the score right now. No question about it. The number of points that Mississippi State has left on the board, and Quinterly coming right back and burying the long three-pointer. Good response as we come towards halftime on the previous play. Both free throws perfect for.
Remember, a big part of Mississippi State's offense is actually their offensive rebounding.
Got to be careful here now if you're Mississippi State. Boy, Alabama, 5th fastest pace. Davis absolutely.
And hold on now, 20 of the rebound is just as important.
Yeah, I was digging into the number.
Alabama to creep back in.
Well, that was a good possession. That was a good shot by Davis. Pulled up, as you say, a little pull and pop. Just came up a little bit short. Look at the answer at the other end. Yeah, that's a killer. That's a killer right there.
And you do got to recognize, if you are Mississippi State, you got Brandon Miller that wants to catch and shoot. He's got a lot in his toolbox, Brandon.
Alabama fans who've made the short 90-minute drive over from Tuscaloosa as Sears knocks that one down.
Sears measures up a deep.
Livingston had it ripped away by Sears. He'll push wide open and a flush. What a start for the Tide. It's 6-0 on Clowney's flush. Alabama.
Yeah, the guards are scraping down and getting involved in the fight on the glass, which you have to do against Kentucky.
Bediako had it deep in the paint. That's another dunk.
Shibwe cannot come off of 14 in white. Because if he does, that length becomes a jumping contest and 14 wins.
Sears kick all the way to the top and the three for no other.
That's okay. I like the play call by Cal. Trying to get Toppin going in this game offensively. He was tough. He was determined. Just didn't get the drop.
Mark Sears,
which is outstanding. And then a guy like Sears, a little bit of a forward jumper, but he's scoring and he gets space.
And forced him into a turnover.
You got a pro on you today, Brandon.
Fierro lost the basketball, and big-time numbers now for Alabama. Sears will pick.
They love seeing what's going on with Toppin and Brandon Miller.
Yeah.
What does this guy do when it doesn't go his way early in the game?
Between Shibwe and Toppin, Oscar's got 1 rebound, and you're down 2.
Yeah, on the road against the 7th-ranked team in the country.
Livingston, good hands. That's done by Sears, and here's Clowney. And he will get hit.
A big possession, doesn't it, for Kentucky?
And Reeves looking around, gets it in the hands of the point guard Wheeler to his left. The kick, Collins. No good. Shibwe offensive rebound, and he had it picked. Here's Quinterly. Pretty play, and a chance for a three-point play.
Screen for Wheeler. Either Collins or Shibwe, either one. Let him turn the corner.
Wheeler, another turnover. And that will not count as they...
Team, think about this. Alabama won at Houston. And Brandon Miller didn't make a shot in the ball game other than free throw.
That's a 3 off a missed free throw. That's the way it's going for Alabama right now. Nate Oates telling the crowd to get on their feet. Sears into the body of Oscar Shibwe. What a play by Mark Sears. Got the last 5, and he's got 8 overall.
I'm not so sure. My first call wouldn't be to Nate Oates.
Now Jay Wright's another name that gets
I don't see him doing
tossed
it.
around. What a play there. How about Sears taking over the game offensively? Jacob Toppin. There is no Shibwe on the floor, and Sears is feeling everything, and that one does not.
They had a feel-right game and a get-right game against Louisville, who's awful defensively. His teammates, he loves college. He's a very likable guy. He has that it factor that's going to make him a great pro.
Wow, so does that guy. Sears buries a 3. Well, that's no good. Kentucky, not only have they been defended well, but the open shots haven't fallen, and especially from 3. They're 1 for 9 in the second play to Kentucky. So is his opponent Bediako today?
Noah Clowney has 6. Mark Sears has 6.
Look at the hands around Shibwe in the paint. Look at the hands around Shibwe. The pull-up, Sears. No good. That is Noah Gurley.
About that free throw discrepancy. Who for Kentucky can put pressure on you defensively that is a fallible guy?
Long 3, bottom. Rylan Griffin, the freshman, steps into it out of Dallas, Texas.
Alabama against Kentucky on Saturday. They turned that thing into a foot race as many times as they could. Both teams love to live in the paint.
By Sears to just go into his body to pick up that foul. He is an out. Stay down until he goes up.
As a no-fear defender. And just a tough cover, is he not? I mean, late Alabama not afraid to switch and late recover, because Arkansas, again, they don't make threes.
See, that's the kind of turnover you just can't. The ball goes inside, and there was no split. You know, there's got to be split action when the ball. Graham, they were one of their last 11, and still just 2 possessions down.
Eric Musselman going isolation ball, empty corner for Devo Davis. Play for Arkansas. Just forced himself into the game. Did counsel on that drive.
Did a great job of using that screen by the elbow, and when he gets downhill, he's such a dynamic athlete, but even in transition after a made back.
You're Eric Musselman. You've told Devo Davis, do not let Brandon Miller get going in this first or second possession.
Really good rebound by Mitchell. You know, whenever Bediako goes after a block shot, that's going to open up the weak side offensive glass.
Yeah, that lack of a 3 ball by Arkansas may be the difference in this game. The ones they've had. No step up off that second defender, and Counsel's just going to rise and fire for a clean 15-foot shot. That's what he did before he transferred to Alabama. He stuck that 3 ball at a high 30% rate, talking about Gurley. Musselman's concerned about the size of Alabama. Balance on the glass, you got to.
This is an important sequence, I think, for Arkansas. They give up a wide open 3, just helping on the drive. That's just a simple little.
You can go with drop coverage if Bediako's on the floor. You can't go with drop coverage now. They're going to throw it back to the shooter every time.
That's exactly the point. But with this,
that is a shot, bad pass, turnover, however you want to call it, not valuing the possession. And every single time you take a bad shot or an errant pass, man, that just triggers the run game for Alabama. It's a shot by Arkansas.
Now Anthony Black going to come back into the game. I think
because right now they are not.
And this is one of the out of the rotation. He's gone for the season. Just had surgery on the 29th of January, so he's gone. But to have his ability to shoot, make sense on Brandon Miller has put Arkansas in the position of a 1-possession game down the stretch.
What a play! What a play to run Clowney to that corner.
And you help,
but his ability, Jay, at 6'9", to violently cut into a jump shot like that, dudes will make a lot of money.
So good off the screens, and a little drop off by Black, just taken away. Close quarters, you got to complete that play.
Wow, that is something spectacular. Back-to-back threes on the move by Brandon Miller. Jay, he has a little bit of a low release. But man, can this dude shoot it. This is going to come down, I think, to Alabama and Tennessee. They're just better than everybody else in the league right now. That may be proven wrong.
Workouts are still available if you're interested. And I think, Head, the fact that not only the fact that you've been wearing the same win. Yeah, this is a great win for Alabama to come into a hostile environment and come out with a win. They've had a number of toughness wins. The bar must be quite low.
Bediako fights for another rebound. Here's Sears left open. Got it! Mark Sears with the 3, coming off of a season-high 26. Alabama has attempted as many threes as LSU has attempted shots. Sears with the steal and the finish.
Tom, he is such a huge pickup out of the transfer portal.
6 steals and drew 7 fouls in that game. Finished with 16. Push ahead. Big fella running the floor. And he goes! Charles Bediako will try to make it a 3-point play. It is a little used. KJ Williams couldn't finish.
As good as Williams is as a shooter for 6'10", he's not hyper-athletic around the rim finishing. And Sears, I'm telling you, his stroke on the floor right now together.
Alabama's made 10 threes in this first half. There's a strip and a chance to run. 5-on-3 for Bama. Gurley right down Main Street. And he'll draw the foul. Here's Sears. Whoop.
Doesn't take bad shots, which tells me he's a high IQ guy. No, he knows how to play.
Win for FAU.
They're really
Dusty
good,
May.
aren't they? Having a terrific season.
Second longest winning streak next to Charleston. Sears. Ward is off the mark. LSU team which did not shoot the ball well against Florida. And they found offense.
As a kid, to me, he's a freshman, but he is having so much fun, and he likes to really mess with the upperclassmen.
2 slams in a row. Charles Bediako. True freshman, missed most of his high school year with a foot injury and then had to rehab from another injury this summer with Alabama. Quick up ahead to Sears.
Sears has got to find a way to get to the rim.
Stuck in the double team on the baseline. Kick to the corner. Guess who is waiting? Brandon Miller. Their ranks first in total rebounds per game, 10th in rebounding margin.
67. That middle ball screen action, there's a mismatch. Trey Thomas is down low with Bediako, but it doesn't matter.
Turnover. Stolen away by Diarra. Diarra leading the break. Probably not a good idea. Now Bama numbers the other way. Alley-oop. There's Miller on the flush.
It does not take the Tide long to kill them. And I think that's what you mean when you say rock fight. You see how aggressive they are in that trap? They don't want anything easy.
Sears. Beautiful take that time by Mark Sears, a transfer from Ohio.
Muscle shows Alabama in the building. He brings a lot of poise to this team from the point guard position.
Hodge tried to angle it in down low, but Sears read it. Clowney. And then an even better effort by Sears as he gets the steal and then gets bumped and fouled by Noah Carter.
North Carolina 4 overtimes, they're ready. And so is Mizzou, right? But Kentucky's a different team.
3 from the wing. Tide remaining chilly from behind the arc, 1 for 12, and then look at that shot! Hoop in the heart for Mark Sears. Smallest guy on the floor, doesn't matter. He gets the N1.
That's that scrappiness that I talked about, and Alabama brings that to the table just like Mizzou does. Noah Carter got a little comfortable, and Mark Sears with the focus and the poise to lay it up and in.
Boy, have they gotten all they bargained for with the transfer from the MAC, Ohio. Remember, Nate Oates knows a thing or two about the MAC conference.
Much like them in a combination of size, length, skill, and athleticism.
Yeah, they can take your breath away, particularly in the opening minutes of the ball game. Handed, but still has made this a very entertaining first half.
Like the trap.
Sears bottled up, somehow got out of it, finds Clowney on the runner, and that will bring us to intermission. And Alabama.
So many good quality backcourt players. Bradley, Sears right here. Brandon Miller. And Nate Oates has been the same since he got to Alabama. I remember the first time going over there to one of his practices. He's been humble but hungry, as his team has been here this evening.
Mark Sears back in the game, going to run some point for Bama. Corner, open 3, Griffin. Diarra to Hodge. Hodge can't get it to go. Tough break for him as
fan bases.
You know what I'd love to see, and maybe it's out or what have you, and then some schedules are front. Talented team in college basketball than Alabama. Who the best team is always suggested, always subjective.
Sure.
But 1 through 10, 1 through 12 for that matter. Who's more talented than Alabama?
And I've been there as a player before when you mentally try to prepare jump shots that they were knocking down a little bit more challenging. But man, they came in with their Nate Oates hard hat and played extremely good basketball.
Team, not this Alabama team at all.
Elite success. And now that Alabama's
first start of the season, 29 starts a year ago for Mississippi State. Another turn. They got underway. It just harkens back to all those classic matchups from the 1990s where it all got started. Held ball. This time it goes back to Alabama. Smith
to start 14, 15 feet from the basket.
8 points, 3 boards for Tolu. Smith also the block at the rim. Sears A dump ball. Pringle and a chance for three. Now the junior from Seabrook, South Carolina.
I love the helper inside. After the penetration, attract the big man, find a teammate. Take another look. Here's the drive. Sears feet in the paint, attract the big, dump off pass. Pringle for the and one opportunity.
Started his career at Wofford, then went to Dodge City Community College. He's waited for his minutes to come this season, and from what Nate Oates told us today, his attitude's been great, what you love to see, and kind of finding his role.
How about Pringle on the year now? On the year, 18 for 19 field goals. And here's the zone again.
Boy, Clowney wide open. Sears couldn't spot him. And this time it'll be Pringle. The easy dunk, the lead down to 6.
Right.
Sears led the MAC in scoring last year at Ohio, was pushed. Sears blistering 81% at the line. Will get one
game going on right now against A&M.
That game on ESPN2.
Not enough movement, though. Too many people in one spot.
Sears outside to Griffin, off the fake. There's the floater and the bounce. Can Sears do it? Griffin. Yes, he can. Ryland Griffin from deep, and Alabama has a lead for the first time. Under control. Sears wells it in.
Big shot missed. They're missing shots in the paint. Godwin couldn't convert it with the left hand. Easy one. Sears,
that's
man.
Such a good play. That dribble. And Alabama has pounded the basketball. They've tested the air pressure in the ball for sure.
Sears penetrates in an easy teardrop. 5 of 7, 13 points.
He is a tough shot maker at the end of the day.
Sears will launch right on, and he buries it. And maybe Alabama. 32 pounds, Porter Mosier. He's getting the crowd into it. And again, defense extended out high. Sears into the paint, uses his body to lead into Uzon, and he knocks it down.
But do work.
Wow.
Yes, the Rabbi, his ability to handle that ball and stay low, and
they were kind of letting him sit on
now, and when he's able to put it on the floor and knock down mid-range to go along with this three-point shot, he's a challenge to deal with.
Starting 5 for Alabama, and that scary length in the front court. 3 from the corner is buried by Mark Sears, a transfer from Ohio.
We talk about the freshman scoring, but Mark Sears is far from a freshman. Muscle Shoals, Alabama, Ohio University transfer. Needs to play better for them because he's the quarterback on the floor.
Studi loose on the handle, scooped up by Sears. Great pass inside and a bucket for Bediako.
I believe that much in him. But as a freshman, right, the biggest challenge a lot of times is consistency.
There's some consistency from behind the arc. Bama already.
By Trey Thomas.
Well, that stops the bleeding. The Commodores missed their last 12 shots. Miller pulls the trigger on a 3. Hey, not one guy, but 2 guys.
Yeah. He's 2 Taylors, huh?
Bediako. Another drought. This time it's 0 for 8. Shooting 12% in this first half. Drive and kick, sets up Quinterly. Got it.
Man! When they are on...
A cut man. Right now, Liam Robbins needs a good cut man.
Well, listen, he just got more cuts in that headshot than Mayweather's had his entire career.
Field goals.
So if you're the Commodores right now, the Tide's shooting 50% from behind the three-point line. You have got to try to run them off of the three-point line.
A classic get to the locker room. I almost have a little bit of maybe amnesia if you're Vanderbilt, and just put together an entirely different second half because I
had a lot to say at the half to try to inspire his team. But the big thing is Liam Robbins is back in the game. But that's not the way to.
He'll give you a couple blocks here and there and some highlight slams. Gurley measures up another three. That's a dozen. Sears gliding, dicing, and draws a foul. You of anybody you played with or against. Stack was now with the Utah Jazz, but he said he reminds him a little bit of one Rudy Gay.
Points off of turnovers.
They were 14-0. They won 16 of their last SEC network. It's Auburn, Georgia, and it's Hay. Sears, dipsy-do.
Was a little upset, not saying anything to him, just allowing Pat to relax and cool off. Not looking at him, not talking to him.
There's Burnett for three. Look, time heals, right? Yeah, just time always heals.
Nice job of using the side or corner pocket ball screen where there was no
12
game,
and 1,
right,
yeah.
to Kansas State in overtime.
A couple of fun seasons with John Morant. A lot of his points from close range.
We still don't see Charles Bediako in this basketball game. Bediako in ball screens defensively, he's doing it.
Oh, man, you just can't.
He's got a size advantage.
Now it's Hayes, has to improvise, puts it up, blocked. Shot clock expired before that bounce down to Sears. It's a two-possession game now. You're in that, difficult decision time where you let...
Try to pressure their secondary handlers. But with Alabama,
that's why you hear a lot of Final Four.
Tom, his team early defensively on their heels. Alabama moving that ball, getting anything they want. They go under a shoulder jump hook.
So if you're going to make him go left, you make him go left and then left again. Sears with the three. Brandon Miller, top scorer in the SEC. No. This is Sears with a drive. Miller hit a three.
That first-class section, but whoa, Nelly, you got at Auburn and Tennessee next week, and I think Vescovy made a mistake if I'm not.
Wow, there's Miller for three. Clock at 3. Sears with the left, and he kisses it off the glass. A 52-point first half. 6 from the free throw line in the last minute.
Yeah.
In what was the biggest game of the weekend in college basketball.
He did not make a field goal in that game.
That's right.
Brandon Miller.
There's a 3 by...
Surprising, Texas A&M was not great in the non-conference, but man, they've been good in this league in SEC play. And Tennessee now to really solid, trusted defender. Still can improve, but older guards like Sears and Quinterly, man, that's such a great value. Alabama in any of the big games that they've been in. Alabama.
On quite a roll, but Alabama's hung around, started to make some shots. And Cardwell had to take it away, and it's out of bounds to the Tide. Green. But Jalen Williams coming in and knocking down shots. Auburn needed to hit some shots to win this game. From Georgia, and Bruce Pearl used to call him, he's our psychopath. This tells me all the time. The pride of Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Well, Reese, Williams feeling it. Might have been a bit of a heat check 3 right there, and he's still down. He was late getting back to his feet, and it leaves Sears open, and Alabama cap. The transfer from Ohio. A real stable veteran presence in the backcourt for the Tide. Out of bounds, still up so far today. Not surprisingly. Oh, and a bad break there. Cardwell was up there, but it was still on the rim. Oh, and in transition, Miller with a finish.
And give credit to Mark Sears. He shot out of there like a bullet. And all of a sudden, it's an advantage situation, basically 3-on-1 for Alabama. And watch him when he gets the ball. He is gone. And Allen Flanagan backpedaling and paid the price. There are no posters anymore. What is that, an NFT?
Not there. Flanagan looking for the foul. Here comes the Tide. Sears with a burst of speed, and it's a 2-point game.
What a crossover and change of direction by Mark Sears. He's another transfer portal guy that under-recruited out of Hargrave Military and went to Ohio and led the MAC in scoring. But he's proven he can play for anybody. How do you guard that?
Clowney all alone, the assist to K.D. Johnson. And a great pass by Dylan Cardwell as well. Cardwell the rebound, but has it taken away by Sears. Bradley with a jump stop, and Bradley defended well by the freshman Donaldson. Getting louder and louder by the possession as Sears
played quarterback and defensive back. You know who his coach was in high school?
Charlie Ward.
Charlie Ward.
Sears is heating up. He started off quiet. Alabama ball, and they're running. Sears around Johnson, and now Alabama leads.
Alabama's starting to get its pace now. Job by K.D. Johnson negotiating that flare screen.
Now Sears gets free and draws the foul
from the free throw line, heading into these two for Mark Sears.
Green cross court. Johnson wide open. Rebound Flanagan. Up. Not in, and down with it is Clowney. Boy, more opportunities on the offensive glass for the Tigers, but they come up empty, and Griffin with a flush at the other end.
And Bruce Pearl unhappy. He thought with all that contact there was a foul on the rebound. But Alabama took advantage of it and got the easy one the other way. Take a look. Janai Broom there to grab the rebound off this second shot opportunity. And there really wasn't a ton of contact there. But a great shot fake by Ryland Griffin to be able to get to the basket, and Bruce Pearl not happy with it. But I'm not.
Leah Boston's the best player.
Alabama has numbers now, and Burnett lays it up and in. Tough shot. Coach at Alabama want to push, and Bradley does. There's Sears again with a ball fake, and a rare 2-point mid-range jump shot. In and out. Clowney in traffic. Rips down the rebound.
Those are not easy shots, that little short corner jumper.
Miller wide open, splash.
He just doesn't miss those. Mark Sears has not been able to get an open shot all game long.
Under a minute to go. Quinterly will fire the three and hit nothing.
He has just been incredible in his first run as an Alabama Crimson Tide member. So the Crimson Tide to start things off with the three, and it's money from Mark Sears, who's shooting. Working on Moncrief. Kick it out to Bradley. To the corner it goes. Clowney can't get it to go, but Bediako keeps it alive for Sears. Perfect.
Just one of the best reads. It looks like they can keep him in front a little bit better, but again, the ball movement and these kind of shots are killing.
Oh, my goodness. 5. It's short. Bediako with the rebound. They give it to Miller, off to Sears. Kick it to Clowney. Baseline. Good screen up top by Anselm. Rolls to the basket. Rob Juice Holt on him right now. They'll switch it. Abdul-Rahim out there defending Miller. Sears left wide open. Good ball fake. Another three on the way. Clock horn sounds. Here's a run out by the Tide. Bradley kicks it. Sears rips the net.
Again, best team by far.
Just 1 of 8 on their three-point tries. Here's Sears. Kick it to Clowney. They start the second half much like the...
A lot of minutes in the SEC aren't truly freshmen anymore, but you just with the Georgias, somebody like Quendo who struggled from the three, maybe he can get some.
You play so many games, but do you remember the worst beatdown you took as a college player, whether it was a freshman year at Notre Dame or when you got to Arkansas?
I think the first time that
they stuck it to you.
Put it on Misha, Michael Young.
Yeah.
Been trying to find an open look. Really nice job defensively, keeping the ball in front.
Sears dumps it down low, and there's Bediako on the finish. It hard. Good defense walling up by Alabama. Miller left alone. Miller knocks down the three.
Catches.
5 ties, 5 lead changes. No team has led by more than 7 as Brown turns it over. Quinterly full throttle, leading the break and finding Sears on the layup. Bama back on top.
Terrific job of Sears running the floor, and Quinterly putting his eyes on the rim. You put your eyes on the rim, you see the floor. That's really good execution and transition off the turnover. They want to get to the paint. They want to shoot threes by getting to the paint. That's how they get those open threes. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Transition.
And Mark Sears has been quiet. The transfer from Ohio has been a terrific addition for this Alabama team this year. 7 on a shot clock for Sears. Sears attacking and gliding right to the rim.
How about
iron? There's Miller to grab the carom. Into front court quickly. Burnett on a triple. Missed it. Alabama's gone cold from the arc. 1-point game.
Yeah. And that's not easy to do. And when you work as hard as Nick Smith does, he has the respect of every one of his teammates. He was the first guy to walk into this gym today about 10:45 for a one. Anthony Black in the background with a 2-ball handling.
Win to Mackay, who's on the bench at this moment.
Tom, appreciate just the fight level of Walsh to get the ball up on the glass and allow an offensive rebound. Bam!
Sears is able to find Pringle. He's got hops for days.
Alabama is so good off that empty corner, naked roll run to the rim that you have to account for.
And a Miller 24 in white waiting for the screen. Here's Sears. And they say it came off the window. They'll count it. Counsel a hair late.
Tom, that is really, really good action, though, by Alabama. And an NBA scouts question in November and December.
Coley, what Nate Oates have to say at the half?
At the half, guys, Alabama head coach Nate Oates basically said, hey, we're making the wrong decisions at the rim in the first half. We've seen to this point that they are making those decisions better here in the second half. Brandon Miller attacking the rim, clearly trying to clean up that offensive end. And to Arkansas's point, well, here you go. Another good decision at the rim.
Supposed to.
Here's Mitchell. Nearly walked. Walsh into Welch. Lost it. Alabama looking for the lead. Massive run. Arkansas is putting together an answer. Into the corner for Black.
I think he's okay.
Sears. Yep.
I think he's okay. Game pressure, it's still on him.
Miller waiting in the corner. And Black got... It's usually a stat that Arkansas has success with. 2 hours and 7 minutes into the game. Alabama breaks the press. Sears did it, and then he tried to jump through the double. And they'll charge that to Jordan Walsh, which is his 4th.
Opinion does now for Arkansas. If you're Alabama, you cannot come off this kid. I know he hadn't played all game.
Sears handled by Smith. They switch.
Well, if you're Arkansas, you don't foul now. You've gone this long.
Today. Six-point lead. Wow, that was it. Arkansas out of timeouts.
Point game with 22 seconds to go. Nick Saban all going to face guard, switch everything, fight as hard.
Smith with a... Here's 7 of 8 from the line.
And for 7 from the three-point line. Flanagan, the primary defender on him, as Auburn falls asleep on baseline out of bounds under. Just rips the ball from Miller.
And he lost it. Shot clock, the game clock's at 5 here at the end of the half. Sears on Moore. Sneaks it in.
What a take by an older guard. Didn't miss the pass, kept the ball in the middle, Tom, take away the help, and just fought for a tough 2. Second 20 minutes.
There have only been 8 #1 teams in the country of the last 2 years. Both of these programs have reached that ranking. Auburn last year, Bama this year for just the 2nd time ever. Miller waits in the corner. Sears for 3. Got it! Green with the burst. Bradley's got it. To take the lead to single digits, it's Sears. Sears probing past Flanagan. Got it. Once again, Bama makes it a 1-point game. Green in traffic, too strong. Quinterly's got the rebound and a spin move. 4-on-2 Bama. To Sears for 3. Got it! The lead is 5.
That is Alabama confidence right there.
Alabama 1 for 6 from the floor and trailing by 6. Sears on the inside tries a crazy underneath shot, but he did draw the foul. Of that tragedy is unfortunately going to follow them along. Sears at the free throw line. Get that good look from 15. It might help you along.
Keep the ball in the middle of the floor, yes, and make plays.
And the lob by Quinterly. Beautiful pass. And the finish by Pringle.
I think what Nate Oates is looking at now is
he and Taylor both knocked down 3s here in the last minute or so. Griffin to the free throw line. And Griffin, a freshman out of Dallas, is 2nd of 2. Got it.
Quinterly in a horn set.
Clowney almost walked. Sears a triple. Got it.
Great pass by Clowney.
Rabbi Nados told me yesterday he was going to put Javon Quinterly in the starting lineup. He was tired of his Alabama team getting off the slow starts. He loves the offense from 5 in white. Bam, there it is.
Sears with the left, great dish. Bediako. Great start for Alabama.
Coach believes his team has responded well. He said it's been heartbreaking on all accounts. He said there are bigger things in life than basketball, but my job is to lead these young men, and they've needed a lot of leading this year. And guys, there's some breaking news nationally that Brandon Miller just got added to the Naismith National Player of the Year list.
Miller, as the shot clock heads to 9. Quinterly one more time. That's short. And how about Sears ripping it away? Walked the length of the court. He was a baseball player. That was his first sport.
Brandon was.
Yeah, and acknowledged that he probably was better at it, but the equipment, the uniforms, they stopped fitting so well.
Even the long pants were short pants.
Was too strong with the 3. Bediako has it. Sears, there you go.
Yeah, now you definitely need Taylor Smith out. Wins in junior college throughout his career, 132 wins over 5 years at New Mexico State. 3-time WAC Coach of the Year. Going to come up a little bit short.
Sears, the Ohio transfer, takes a bang from Brown. And now Kobe wrapped him up.
And I like Missouri aggressively right now on their switch.
Sears had a huge game in the first meeting. The game won by Alabama over Missouri 85-64. He scored 20 in that game. The junior out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama.
But Sears transferred in.
Really, no Division I offers came his way. And now he hands off to Clowney. He knocks down a 3. Push.
Griffin is going to get both ears filled with Nate Oates' voice at the next time out. I can promise you. It's hard, Missouri does.
They're making it hard.
They're making it hard, and they are embracing it.
Pretty play there by Sears. He goes with his right hand.
He can play with other talented players. When he needs to dominate the ball, he can. When he doesn't have to, he can move it and share it.
So Quinterly and Gurley share it, and they get it to Sears, who pulls up and knocks down his first 3 of the game. He had been 0 for 7.
A little bit like Santi Vescovi with a left-handed sidestep 3. The shot fake sold it. That's what they got in this possession. They got Missouri in the defensive rotation. Now you're playing catch up to the ball, and just the ball movement's too hot. And look at Sears with that sidestep, quick shot. Ooh, right there, a little bit of a nudge. Holds that follow through, freezes it. Really well done by one in white.
Noah Clowney has been an absolute star for them today. He's got 19 on the day when no one else was shooting very well. And a today and made them all. His last 11 games, he's shooting over 8. Missed a thing.
In Dexter Dennis. He goes to his right, gives it to Bediako. Steps through, kicks it out to Sears. Open three, bottom, and what a way to start. A bank first three for Mark Sears, picking up where he left off, dropping his final three of the day yesterday. It's the Aggie man-to-man. He'll dribble to his right. Now he'll dribble back to his left. He'll direct traffic. He'll go down the lane. He'll circle away from trouble. He'll find Griffin right side three, and this one stayed down. The fifth bank first three of the half for Alabama, and the Tide leads 21-12 with 10:38 to go before the break. Almost long, controlled by Clowney. Outlet pass to Sears. On the drive, Mark to the trailer. JQ three. His world just limiting it right now. Jelly time.
And great job by Mark Sears getting in the lane. The defense had to converge. JQ wide open, steps into it, knocks it down, and listen to this Alabama crowd.
43-30 here in Nashville.
Pulled down by Miller, who snaps it over to the side to Sears.
That's one thing you can do, rebound and get down the floor, too.
Clowney with a three. He strikes quickly.
So good at making threes, too. Sears as well as
Quickly to the corner, and it's 8-0. Only here.
Nice cover. Well, they really are well coached, this team.
It's Sears. Look at him slide to his right. Caught your eye, though, Raft, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here he is. One more time. That'll get your attention. Here's the start of the game. Now with 9.
He's only about 15 for the year. Most of his damage is inside. Well, don't leave him. Look at his number.
Straight times down the floor.
Well, assist a game, and anytime you get in here, leave that opposite corner open.
And in Corpus Christi.
And they got the roll guy, and they recovered. Much better.
This pass. Quick fire, yes.
Shot. Numbers up for great. That numbers here could be a lot. Nope. He's got great footwork.
Nice read, nice read.
Batted around, a scramble, and taken away by Bediako. Gives it up to Sears. Mark weaving into the front court. Left side will work it to Griffin. Ryland back to Sears on the wing. Goes baseline, bounce pass. Bediako the flush, and we're tied at 12.
What a beautiful play by Mark Sears.
As on the baseline, whips a pass. Great catch, Clowney in the right corner. Clowney spinning into the lane, into a double team. Needs help. Hands it off, Sears. Sears spinning. 2 on the shot clock, 1 on the shot clock. He used every, oh, wait a minute.
They're going to look at it. It was close.
And has it thrown away and stolen. Taken away by Hart, a bounce pass ahead. The drive, the block by Miller. And Bama will run the other direction. It's Sears in the front court. Sears stopping, looking. Brandon, you deserve it. Bottom.
What a defensive play by Brandon Miller to start the Alabama fast break. The recognition from Jaden Bradley. He was wide open. Brandon Miller gets his feet set and knocks down another 3.
Biggest lead of the night. Number 1 up by 10 with 15:15 to play. To the near wing, gives it off to Clowney. He hands it off to Sears. Sears getting into the paint, steps through, jumps off 2 feet, missed it, but got fast.
Small, but he's strong, able to get past the defender, use his strength to take the contact and get to the line.
Lefty free throw up and good.
He opened because the defense knows where Brandon Miller is. He got it to Mark Sears, who
to get a stop. Driving, leaner, missed. Rebound controlled by the Terps, but taken away by Sears. Mark comes out with it.
Season, and going to try to do it the last 4:12 of this game.
Inbounds pass goes to Sears. Maryland will try to trap where they can. They'll have to gamble a little bit with 4:05 to go. Quinterly, near side 3. Red, smoking, hot. Javon Quinterly knocks down another one in the Tide with 3:55 to go. Its biggest lead at 62-45.
A convincing win over Maryland in Birmingham. First round victory over Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Nearly a turnover. Instead, it's Sears to the rim, and he finishes.
And use the word.
Natalie is in. Mark Sears as well. Ladine negated on the inside. Gurley got the extension. Pringle is in as well. Whoa. And there's a foul. Advancing to the Elite Eight, 5th time in the last NCAA tournaments. And FAU crosses. Kick. Getting a piece. Trammell. Shot clock winding down. Miller can't bail him out. And the rebound tipped to the outside by Sears. And
about it yesterday. Said, guys, he didn't trust his knee early in the year.
Dangerous with those runners and floaters. Went for the thunderous dunk, but he couldn't finish it.
He just missed it. That's all he did. That wasn't deflected.
Sears, kick for Clowney.
Look the way they're coming to the perimeter again.
Miller, swing. Clowney thought about it from long range. Now it's Sears. Miller, catch. Jumper is good. That's a 3-ball. Using the screen. Clowney lets it fly. Off the rim. Upstairs, Sears for the board. He skied for it. Sears forcing his way in, and he couldn't get it. It was a big-time score at Ohio, 19.7 points per game.
I'm wondering, based on the first half of play by his bench, whether Nate Oates is really going to...
Players joining him, including Seiko.
Both of these teams know how to pressure the perimeter.
Sears knocks it free, scooped up by Miller, drives to the rim, couldn't finish with the finger roll. Sears is there, no. And once again, Bediako working the... Kick it out, Clowney is back in playing with the 4 fouls. Flick it over to Sears. Inside, the banker goes for Pringle as he cans it. No angle there for Sears. He's trying to force it. He does on a discard of Trammell.
Beautiful drive to the play on from there.
And they will. Sears short on a 3, right back to him. Alabama needs points in a hurry. Down to 1:22 left. Sears defended by Bradley. And a blocking foul with 1:18, the Elite Eight. The ball.
And shoot free throw.
Correct.
So
Sears, let's see, of 23 from downtown tonight. Floated in for Sears.
Yeah, they're going to get it to Miller. Nice drive for the basket.
Sears, good, and a foul. A rope has fouled out.
Likes to take their time, San Diego State. So now Nate Oates has a...
The one-on-one is short. Rebounded by Alabama.
Not a bad idea to try to get to the glass.
Griffin gets a clean look. Missed it long. Sears is there for the follow. We've got a 2-point game with 46.9 on the clock.
Morehead State Eagles. First possession, Mark Sears going to work, swinging it out to Estrada. Welcome to Tuscaloosa. Lathan working in, loose on the floor. Pringle's got it. Alabama's got it. Sears around the screen. 7-0 run to begin this game.
Screen roll, stepping behind the screen and knocking it down.
Pringle to Sears. From Morehead State. Minix floating it high. Denied Grant Nelson. Here comes Alabama. Estrada.
And that was outstanding. You talk about
the back. Some more newcomers on the floor like Sam Walters and Muhammad Wagi. How about Mark Sears returning? State. 2 shots coming up for the Muscle Shoals native Mark Sears. Picks up the and 1.
This time.
Riley Minix with a lot of active hands this possession for the Tide. Shot clock winding down. Reitzel gets it off from nowhere. Nelson already with 2 3-pointers tonight. Works it back to Sears. Sears lost control of it and a foul.
Get it up to get to the free throw line for 2.
Mark Sears. 12.5 points per game last year for. Sears around the screen by Wagi. Sam Walters has that three-point attempt deflected, then Sears falls down, and a foul.
It isn't about where people pick you. It's about coaching your team, getting better and better.
Mark Sears. Certainly play 1 through 5 for Alabama. Jaron Stevenson with the tray.
Yeah, as he wants.
Lathan knocked down the three-pointer for Morehead State. Stevenson, another three.
That's the year that you want to see right there. Nice patience, nice wheeling and dealing, getting to the left hand.
Stevenson off the mark at that time. Sears the offensive rebound. Nice finish inside, Jaron. Thomas driving in, and the turnover. Sears draw in Lexington for Alabama and Kentucky at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 Central, followed by at 2.
Running their action, getting the switch they want. A little on a big, makes you pay.
Griffin gets Alabama. Estrada knocks it down.
Defensively on Grant Nelson.
Sears takes it himself. And we should note as well the stat that just flashed on the screen. That's 11 turnovers after that last mistake for Indiana State. Alabama trying to take advantage. Stevenson left side. Perfect. This already is the largest lead of the night for Alabama. Sears open. The lead gets.
Beautiful reverse layup.
Sears, Pringle, and he's fouled. Nick Pringle with 3, with 2. Mark Sears is fouled with 1 point.
Sure with your passing.
Sears fouled on
to make sure that he's going to be active on the defensive end. But both of these teams you talk about do a tremendous job, these coaches, of putting the players in position to succeed.
Foul was on Bledson, who will check out. Here comes Sears. And he's fouled.
Positions to make strong and successful play. Go take a break on the bench. Hopefully he can get back in this ball game. He's a real difference maker.
Sears, that was Akra.
Oh.
Out of the inbounds, Nelson fighting down low. Nelson, he doesn't need.
Understanding their bailout spots. When you drive, you got a cutter coming and a person shaping up in the corner. Outstanding.
Nelson uses Pringle, now feeds Pringle. Can't get the roll, but it's tipped out to Sears. Sears will pull up. 3 for Mark.
Late, got a little bit off the bounce. That's his game. Take it a little bit closer and get to your sweet spot.
First points for Isaiah Swope since the under 8 timeout in the first half. Sears for 3. That's blocked by Waggy.
Outstanding, and he's sitting down on D.
Again, taking on Conwell. Good defense.
They got away with a foul on that one. Lost his verticality.
There goes Sears all the way.
And Mark Sears.
Sears thought about it. And a foul.
Defense in limbo, drawing the foul.
For 7 free throw game against Morehead State. And now 7 for 8. Sears dancing. Sears off balance, and he's fouled.
Lincoln Memorial on the Division II level has been in a Division II now for his coaching career. Players are different than they were years for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Has not only Alabama playing winning basketball in an exciting style that the fans love to watch.
They love Mark
taking his time in the low post, getting over his left shoulder with the baby hook.
Griffin attacking. Finding Pringle, just couldn't.
The Jaguars land, shooting it effortlessly and confidently.
Nelson thought about a 3. Sears will take it and connect. Mark Sears. The floater.
Really good contact.
Freshman against a veteran. Excellent work by Marcus Millender. Sears, Nelson, he'll go the line.
Good cut. Excellent job in transition, getting back and loading up in the paint to keep Alabama from getting easy baskets and then showing bodies.
There's an Sears, Woggy. This time, Mark Sears, Nelson, yes! Sears to Nelson. Pringle with the finish. Jaguars trying to find some offense. Samuel Tabe against Nelson. The ball stripped away by Reitzel. Here comes Alabama. To Sears. He stays perfect. Mark Sears. Out to Reitzel. 3 again. Sears against Millender draws the foul. Sears only 2 misses at the line so far, including Chattanooga versus number 8, Alabama. And it's a full slate of it. Sears finding a wide open Walter. Sears using the window and a whistle blown. ESPN app. The schools will meet in football next week, but this week it's back.
Here's Pringle. Sears had room and gets the layup.
The cup.
Carmody, a feed down low. What a block by Pringle.
Wow.
Sears. Whistle. And
5. Started off with a little bit of a slow start, but the potential is unlimited for him at 6'10", 230 pounds, and a tremendous athlete.
The all-time series 7-3 against the Bears. Here comes Sears. Another nice. Sears, nice feed, but Woggy is blocked. And then Sears cleans it up.
Wow. Their progress and grabbing them and holding them to allow a little bit more free flow to the game.
Here comes Sears, man, he is feeling it tonight. I'm sure you've got McCreary, Michael Zanoni has been impressive. And so too is Jaron Stevenson. There's a Griffin from the corner. That's a nice answer.
And that's excellent offense.
Sears looking for Pringle, and he's fouled.
Any player can get it off the boards, take it up and push the team in transition. When you have that type of ability, you're a threat from all over.
Mark Sears thought about the 3. He's been a threat from all over tonight. Now he'll drive. Another great take for Mark Sears.
He's just in transition, stepped up and knocked it down.
Now Sears is fouled. And now Sears stands at the line. His first attempt of the night. And Sears, the senior from Muscle Shoals, Alabama.
And knocking it out. You know, this is a game that feels like Alabama is definitely dominating, in which in a lot of ways they are.
And there's Stevenson.
That's what he does.
Here comes Sears. Sears will pull up. Man, he can't be stopped. For Mark Sears here in the first half. He's looking for more. Now he'll kick. Cosby for 3. Of this first half. Here comes Sears. Mark Sears blazing on through. What a finish and what a half for Mark Sears.
Tremendous. You talk about a back-breaking effort. Dialed one up. Sears getting end to end. Grant Nelson found the right guy in Nick Pringle.
Sears doing what he did so much of the first. Sears 2 for 2 tonight from the line. And now 3 for 3.
Surveying the court with a nice mid-range J.
And a whistle and a foul on the bench. 5th in the SEC preseason poll. Kentucky, a team that a lot of people think could challenge.
Jay Wagner has the bloodlines. His father ready to shoot.
Sears looking for Pringle. Whoa! Wow! After the other 3 took head coaching jobs. Sears fighting, and he's...
And with a graduate assistant in work that's been paying off.
And
Sears taking it down the left sideline. Sears whips a pass inside. Wagee lays it in for two.
The defense came to Mark Sears, and understandably so. He's been one of the...
Way. Estrada crossing over, getting down the lane, getting to the rim, high off the glass. It won't drop. Rebounded by Pringle. He gets it back out to Sears. Sears splitting defenders, driving in and scoring for two. Battle with it, throws it over onto the left wing to Thornton. Thornton had it stripped, stolen away by Sears. Mark trying to go on a run out, got fouled from behind. Estrada on the drive, hesitates into the paint, kicks it over to Sears near side. Spot up three, bottom.
Aaron Estrada making things happen, got in the lane. Mark Sears has struggled, especially from the three-point line, caught it in rhythm and knocks it down.
2-point ball game, Buckeyes with the lead, but the crowd heavily wearing crimson rather than scarlet on its feet here in Niceville, Florida. For the arc, goes left side, whips a pass around to Walters, open three, bottom. Drive and flip it to Sears trailing. He'll drive down the lane. He'll circle under the basket. He'll kick it to Stevenson. Near side three, bottom. Reverses back up top to Key. He will hand it off to Bonner. Poked away and stolen. Bama with the basketball. Ahead. Estrada down the lane. Step through. Layup is good.
Oregon. Mark Sears starts up top here for the Ducks. Sears takes to the rack. Dakota product, a big part of this Alabama team.
Effective.
Mark Sears kicks out, three straight away. Chance. Sears, goalie. What about the fadeaway there to Evans? Instead, his entry pass comes to Sears. Mark, nice move. He hits the spin.
Work, and whoever has to guard him, I do not envy.
Front end of the...
Well, you know, he's a Bobcat. OU, oh yeah.
And universally for the Alabama players, why did you come to Alabama? Nate Oates style.
If UO could take him out of that.
Really is a dynamic new look for Oregon, both in the good news and bad news part. The injuries, yes, but Jackson Shellstad did make his debut last night, 8 points, 15 minutes. So a super talented freshman. Adding.
Wow, Cousinard is shooting the lights out right now for Oregon as they take the lead.
Another guy, what feels like everybody on this Oregon roster, is over. All the while, Mark Sears not to be outdone. After the shuffling of the feet, Bama gets it right back.
Three, whether that was an over and back or a backcourt violation for Alabama, so they've continued about their business as usual.
Guard-driven team, but this could certainly help the cause.
Not going to look quite the same next year.
A lot of folks will be sad to see it go.
Great job by Quendo attacking that ball screen and heading downhill with a good finish.
ability to get to the free throw line.
English on the finish. Nice play. Step up over these next couple weeks with some production missing due to injury. Prisoners answering the call today to get downhill and
goes 24-17, 24-17.
It's an Alabama team that has really been scoring, and one scoop to the hoop. And one. Estrada got it. The SEC averaging 20 a game. He has not scored. And Bama the other way. That one saved nicely as they swing it. Sears got it. Now Sears, Alabama looking to break at 25 all time. Sears, and he's fouled.
The other guard is chasing over the top this way, trying to run. It does inevitably open up drive and kick situations, but still, like, you want them to.
Loose ball, saved by Estrada. And they get it up ahead, and Sears.
You know, a lot of times, the difference between winning and losing teams are the players who are willing to sacrifice their body and get on the floor for loose balls. And there you had on that last possession, 2 out.
That's guys just very comfortable. He played at Glens Falls High School. That's the same.
And you talk about physical. Purdue is physical with Zach Edey and the way their guards play. Lawyer and company, they're really good.
Sears.
Chase Hunter and you talk about P.J. Hall combined for 8 points in the first half, with Hunter being 1 of 6 from the field, and they had a 1-point lead.
Sears. ACC SEC Challenge. John Shelby, Jay Williams, Angel Gray here in Tuscaloosa. Sears, good feed inside, and he found Boggy.
Hold his arm, his shoulder. Godfrey is so strong.
And that shot blocked. Nelson gathers it back in, throws.
That's how you actually post.
You saw that quick shot of P.J. Hall on the bench for the Tigers with 3 fouls. Sears, step back 3, got it. Alabama by a point. Corner 3, and closing in on 13 to go here in the second half. Hunter lost the ball. It's a turnover. Now Walters. Sears.
Oh! Game is going to come down. We all know Alabama can score. They're going to have to win this game on the defensive end.
And that was the thing that both coaches emphasized at shoot-around. Calling for it.
What a dagger.
And the lob is Pringle. And 1, the lone loss to Ohio State. Sears, full head of steam, lays it in and 1. Got to get something up here. And Sears puts it in. He's got
the rim. That was on Dominguez. That's his second. Not even 90 seconds in.
Things that he wasn't happy with, especially in the second half of Clemson and Ohio State.
Here's a steal. Sears has it. Coast to coast and rejected at the rack. Crimson Tide get it back. Rebound. Tide on the move again.
When you think of these two teams, you think they're just going to jack up threes. But they...
Off another steal. Wagee. And now Sears penetrating and foul.
I often allude, Roy, I was like, when I played on style going to work, this analytics stuff, well, they've shown that it works, and it works big time.
Hodson admitted to us today when he first got to Buffalo, he didn't buy into all of the analytics. Remember the ESPN 100, a 4-star prospect, number 54, according to our guy, Paul Biancardi.
State get this thing into the paint, off the dribble, off the pass, cause Alabama to get into rotations.
Aaron Todd turns it over. He was trying to do exactly that. After the steal by Nelson, Sears thinking about it. Somehow gets it outside to right.
So guys can move to the open spot and get good rhythm, open threes.
Dominguez, the runner, swatted by Nelson. And now Sears, too easy. Hicks had his pocket pick by Sears. Guess what? Another three. Doubling up Arkansas State. Hicks will back down Griffin. Sears gets it back. High ball screen for Sears. Off the hesitation.
Love his patience in the lane.
Stevenson lost the handle. Back on the deck. Get past Griffin. And the flush.
Alabama done.
Arkansas State at least going toe-to-toe with the Tide here in the second half. Season high. They also recorded against Indiana State earlier this year. And the block. Wagee skied for that one. And a steal by Estrada. Sears. Tess.
Big fella there in the coat was turning his
3 of 8 coming into today on the season. Kind of a get-right game for him against Iowa. You know that Alabama's defense going to really focus on Edey. They're giving up that shot, and Trey Kaufman-Renn making them pay for it.
A little two-man game and a foul at that midline. There's Mark Sears, the transfer from Ohio, playing with Wagee, and now back to Sears. And then, well, talking to Nate Oates before the game, you can tell he used to be a high school math teacher from Romulus, Michigan. As there's another three.
Analytics darlings. They are. Offensive rebounding, the free throw, the shooting.
Estrada, great defense there, creating that.
Well, you can just see Purdue with Edey off the floor. That second unit comes in, and they're just not the same juggernaut that you are, and that's not it's an obvious statement. But you got to find Mark Sears. Purdue not matching up. So you're going to have to find a way to score with Zach Edey out in the game.
Sears driving on Gillis. He took him the whole way.
Free throw.
On Colvin, right sole. Wraparound pass. Estrada wants it up top. Instead, Sears whips it into the corner. Right sole, another. This has been an adventure. Sears, another. Come on, Mark Sears.
Unbelievable. You got. They pushed him off. He's almost at the elbow.
He's leaning on Pringle. He throws him off the window hard, and here comes Nelson. Edey wanted the foul. Sears swooping in down the wing. He scores again, and Mark Sears has been lethal so far. No, it dangled short. And out ahead, Sears against Edey. How about this matchup?
He had it. He made it fall, and boy, that is just an unbelievable move by Mark Sears.
On first. And Smith, a great read, now in a bit of a scramble. Sears to the lane. That's a goaltend anyway. It counts. Of college basketball this Saturday in December. That's a tough pass. Got it to Sears. And he sticks the landing. Here we go. From the corner. Yes, sir.
He's got a flare for him to pin it.
Each team has had a 9-point lead in the second half.
I have to think Bama's going to look for Mark Sears. He's made plays all game long, whether it's on or off the ball. There's that flare again, and there's an open shot.
And he's got it again off the flare.
They have really looked for that flare action over the last couple minutes. He's done it in so many different ways, this time all the way to the basket. Remember, in the second half, they just haven't made him at the same clip.
Just 6 of them compared to 13 the first half. Steal for Sears, and it's a 3-point game. The window. That looked a little like noon ball right there from Shireman. A little soft touch. And in transition, Mark Sears, that's the way Alabama likes to play.
Here, trying to look for contact that's not there.
Rylan Griffin is checked in. He's on the attack, and 2 for Alabama. The rim scoring for Creighton in Henderson. Pringle got decked at a foul. 30-35 tickets upstairs at the second level.
for his family here in Omaha, so he's going to have to sit, and Mark Sears will take matters into his own grasp. His arms, so now he's got sort of an assistant, a deputy trying to help. Sears puts it off the window and in. Points on 5 shots after 35 in Toronto. Nelson wants Shireman. Kalkbrenner clears it and lost it, and it's tipped beautifully by Pringle for Sears, who missed it, but Grant Nelson very active on a halftime for an Alabama lead.
The focus has been on him to start this half.
His energy has been dynamic. Sears the drop off and a foul against Shireman before he got hit by the screener. Sears using Pringle as a lead blocker for 2.
16 offensive rebound for Alabama. Now, a lot of those came when Kalkbrenner was out, but still. Wow.
Sears got the road roll for a 3-point lead.
Just really knows how to take control when you get in a bad spot.
Oh, Sears hopped into a 3 and
layup. Say, go ahead, walk in, take a layup.
Nelson lines up a 3 and a huge stick for Nelson.
Give credit again, a little ball fake. There's Sears down the lane.
Sears in a hurry, a big hurry into Ashworth. He scores with the left. Seconds, Estrada for Sears. He drives with 5 on the clock and scores for 2. It's a
Love puts it on the floor, blocked. Sears, good defense. 6 of those have been threes. Love looking to run. And that was a great play by Lewis to make the catch. Effectively, Dave pass Sean Farnham, 5-point Alabama lead. But we thought at this point it'd probably be 30 to 25. Great pass that time over the top, out of the timeout by Nelson to Pringle. Goes without a long offensive spurt in the first half. Great defensive play though by Estrada. Poking it away, and they've got a 3-on-1. Good pass. Sears, the SEC leading scorer with his first points of the game. Follow posting up, as is Johnson on the smaller Sears. Johnson gets past him because he committed an offensive foul. That's 2 on him.
Shot for him in this offense, and Nate Oates was talking about trying to get him to understand what is a good look for him here. Leadership of leading this team in scoring and being aggressive as he attacks downhill. I mean, he can go either way. He wants to get back to his left.
Last year, but what they lost from last year's team.
When you allow the opposing guard to get that deep, you're in trouble.
7th rebound for Ballo. Meanwhile, 0 for 7 for Nelson from 3-point land. Sears got tripped by Boswell.
Averaging over 20 points per game, 56% from the field, 48%. Feet ready. Here comes the screen.
From Stevenson, and not a smart for defense. Got the second one for U of A. Ahead to Keyshawn Johnson, gets stripped. What a nice play. Made just 3. Here's Love driving again, and got triple teamed. Bad spacing with Ballo and turned it up. Arizona being patient. Good hands. Sears got, but Sears took it away. Boswell did have 4 steals in the first half. His shooting numbers haven't been great. 4 turnovers, but played a lot of minutes with Love on the bench. It's it back to 12.
There's been a couple times this season already that in those moments where you need it.
Zona goes smaller with Keyshawn Johnson at the 5. It's 6-7.
Success tonight. Getting to the free throw line. 6 of 7. The switch.
Sears with the kick out. And the 3 from Walters.
Losses to Purdue, Creighton, and Arizona. So take a look at the starting 5 with Nelson, Boggy, Griffin, Estrada, and Sears. Speaking of Sears, from the corner, right out of the gate. Dana, I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of fast breaks and a lot of threes today. If you like that kind of basketball, that's what we got.
Yeah, typically teams want to try to slow Alabama down, but Eastern Kentucky says, look, we got to be who we are.
Lob inside in the friendly bounce. Waukee. Then curious to see what Brent Nelson's game looks like in SEC play. We know he can shoot the 3. He can do some other things for you, but he's going to be challenged inside at times. And on cue from downtown, great. Cosby couldn't finish at the rack. Walker loses the handle, stolen by Pringle. The bounce pass to Sears. Walters in transition.
Giving up too much ground there, and part of that is they're trying to learn how to defend without fouling down low, but you still got to be able to hold your stance.
How did Sears work that basketball in? And the Crimson Tide already, Dane, 8 times dropped, no turnovers. That's a pretty good start at the office.
They're sharing the ball extremely well and being aggressive. You see it right there. Another paint touch screen around the perimeter, and they just got Eastern Kentucky in rotations. If you can make the defense
4 to 16, Walker connects. He's got 5.
Walker came off the bench last game, responded extremely well.
One of the top free throw shooters in the SEC, 3rd in the conference last year. Well, Nick Pringle's had himself quite a first half already. A season high 7 rebounds, and we still have 4.5 to go in the half. But a move by Sears, and he was fouled.
Said, hey, if there's one area that he could really improve on.
Still couldn't get the finish. That would have been big. Yeah, but that was one of the things you said about Kozart. Quietly gets the job done. Another.
Griffin twice has just got caught staring at the ball, not knowing where man and ball is, and he didn't get away with it on that one.
Sears,
but they at least have Aaron Bradshaw back in the mix and not missing much of a beat as he adds to that loaded Kentucky.
And a fine Nelson in the corner. That's off, but there's Estrada on the glass. And a foul called.
Going up, even though there's a little bit of traffic there. Way to go up strong. No one.
And now Alabama running again after the quick trigger, and then a turnover. It's loose.
Great hustle.
The Tide will settle down. Sears to Pringle. Good job by Nick Pringle down low.
Great dump off by Mark Sears, getting all the way to the paint. Cosby's getting some early minutes today. Normally comes in a little bit later in the first half, but I think Coach Oates has been liking what he's seen out of the freshman.
6 on the shot clock. Reitzel will fire and knock it down. Quiet first half for Mark Sears, but he sets up Walters, who hits.
Great hustle by Ryan Griffin there to get back and trying to contest that shot as best as he could.
Opening for Sears, and he'll knock it down. Liberty on the run. Oh my. Chaotic sequence, and here comes Sears. Reitzel open. Another one.
Great job by Reitzel there, getting to the corner in the transition. That's what you want to see, is filling up those spots in transition.
The Flames will call a timeout. 14, and what a game for Reitzel.
And really this started from the defense of Alabama. They were doing the full court press man. They got Porter going in transition. He tried to make a dump off pass.
Uh-oh, there's Sears all the way. Ooh, and a deep.
That is, Tommy's dribbling right. He's just looking up the floor. He's trying to create something happen, making sure he doesn't miss anybody running the court hard for him.
He'll fire a step back 3. And now another chance. This time it's Sears.
He stops at nothing.
Oh, what about this take from Sears? Trying to answer. Little turnaround is off, and the rebound goes to guess who? Aaron Estrada.
I think Estrada knows he's on pace for a triple-double.
There's Sears for 3. Everything is working for the Tide today.
Seen for a while now. Aaron Estrada, the transfer, having a heck of a season as well. But Sears, high off the window.
His game in this year was his ability to get to the rim.
Alabama coming off to Tawagi. Oh, Mark Sears, the left-handed. Lewis defending him. Shot clock at 12. Sears into traffic.
Drew also is under control enough where an ability to keep Alabama out of the paint. Right now, it's making them. And that's it. Vandy, watching their offense for the last couple of years, you know they're going to get good shots.
Oh, Sears, what a pass. That won't go. Contreras down there with an offensive rebound. He'll reset the offense, and he turns it over. Again, Sears leading the conference in scoring at over 19 a game, sitting on 7. Hits Estrada here, who buries the 3. Reitzel. Sears, we're waiting for him to get a shot off. That's tough. Another great ball fake. Love that. Rebound to Sears.
Oh, nice pass.
Nice job by Sears, but good defense with Rylan Griffin. Gets the shot off at the horn and taken away by Sears. Camateros had it for just a brief second, and Sears steals two. Sears, behind the back, off the window. Magnificent.
Move and creates contact.
Sears, top of the key three, and he buries it. Sears up to 17. Camateros, no good. Boy, that was a wide open look for the Commodores. Sears back the other way. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Sears is taking this one over.
Gonna have to see a
8 on the shot clock. Sears fouled. Sears 4 out of 4.
In this next defensive possession.
8 to go in the opening half. Bama sloppy with the basketball.
Yeah, 4 turnovers here in the early going for Alabama.
Left side, Sears, 3, bottom. It comes the other way. Sears on the wing, weaving through traffic, trying to step through, got hacked. Sears, the lefty, not step. The Muscle Shoals native, second attempt up. That one's good as well.
Some mental mistakes on the offensive end, some things we haven't seen this year.
Bama with the basketball. Sears, right of the circle, deep 3, bottom. A third bank first 3 for the Tide, second by Mark, and Alabama's to within 4, and here comes the crowd into it with under 12 minutes to go in the first half. Mack throwing it down low, nice catch underneath by Murray Bowles, stripped away and stolen though by Sears. Right, with 10:30 to go in the half, feeds it near side to Mack. Mack trying to back his down on Sears, had it stolen away. Sears picked his pocket.
Milked the shot clock, and Alabama not able to get the stop.
19-16, Gamecocks with a lead. Estrada on the wing to Sears. 3 for the tie, bottom. Back his way down. The lefty will give it off to Griffin. 7 on the shot clock as Griffin gets in the paint. Fires a pass into the corner to Sears. 3 seconds, 2, 1. The fall-away jumper. It's nothing but the bottom of the sack as the shot clock expires. Feeling better able to play tonight. 25-23 Gamecocks. Bama ball, Sears weaving down the lane, puts it up with the right hand, beautiful move, and also may have gotten a screen from Pringle underneath.
Yeah.
Floating a pass over to Griffin, 3, no good. Weak side rebound, Estrada. Aaron driving underneath, needs help, finds Nelson, hands it off to Sears, deep 3, near side, bottom.
Great job by Alabama defense leading to offense. The edge
is no good, and the rebound picked up by Sears. Mark getting it front court. Throws a lob to Pringle for the play.
Great job defensively, and Rylan Griffin sprinting the court. Mark Sears, who's been hot from 3, recognizes it. Beautiful lob pass and the alley-oop throwdown by Griffin.
Johnson back to Cooper on the wing, driving into the lane, double team, a strip, and they're going to call it a jump ball. They are. Mark Sears doing it on both ends of the floor for Alabama tonight. Johnson got it back. Johnson on the drive, blocked by Pringle, picked up by Estrada. Aaron driving ahead, gives it off to Sears. Mark down the lane, gets bumped, no whistle. Leaves it for Estrada, near wing 3. Bama lighting it up after a bank first 3, and its biggest lead of the night goes to 9 points. He threw it away, but Johnson caught it, takes it to the corner, trying to shake free from Nelson. 4 on the shot clock. Murray Bowles with it. Pass into the low post, deflected by Sears, into the hands of Estrada. Mark says, give me a screen. Nelson says, here it comes. Sears on the drive, down the lane. Tough floater, got it. Wow, his world, we're just living in it tonight. Mark Sears gets it to drop, and Bama leads by 11. No whistle. Sears off of an attempted screen, trying to shake free, gets into the lane, spins, puts it off the glass, counted, and he is fouled.
Oh my goodness, what a play from Mark Sears.
Sears free throw up and good. 6 to go in the half. Pringle with it, flips it to Sears. Catch and shoot 3, and I'd have been shocked if it didn't go in.
26 now for Mark Sears, just a dribble handoff move. South didn't get back on defense, and Nado's not happy with that possession.
Mark Sears doing Mark Sears things tonight. He's got 29.
Not allowing him to get loose.
Sam Walters with the basketball, thought about a three, instead gives it off to Sears. Says, I want to clear out, he gets one. Gray defending him, now Walters, near side, three, bottom.
Defensive mistake by South Carolina.
Oh, that hurt. Cameron Matthews, 2 explosive dunks, and then Alabama comes right back, and that is a 2-pointer from Aaron Estrada.
So good and patient in the low post. He's trying to score, but he's also looking for cutters, and they have done a good job early.
Sears can't get past Matthews to Estrada. Floats it off the backboard. Boy, that's a 5th-year senior right there. To Nelson and Bell down low, and Bell's just a massive human being down there.
Wow, what a call. I thought Sears played that well, and I thought he had a clean block. Sears is not going to allow Hubbard space, so there's the shot all over the ball. 5%, 49% beyond the three-point line, and here's what he does on a night that he just dominated that second half.
He had 35 against Purdue. And a foul against Fort.
We've seen it often.
Mark Sears, who kind of played a secondary role. First half.
Jeffries is a solid on-ball defender. Beautiful pass.
Wow. Nelson fires off the backboard.
Three-point shooting teams, they attack in a lot of ways.
Moore lost it. Estrada kept it alive to Sears. 4 on 3. Alabama pull-up 3. Rylan Griffin knocking it home.
I love how Griffin slowed down to gather himself before he took the shot.
Hubbard. Nelson takes it away. Griffin. Here's Sears. Pull-up jumper on the way. Sears with his first 3 of the game. And Alabama up by 7.
On the move. Pull it off the dribble or the pass, straight up for shots.
Moore to Smith.
Keep an eye on how Nelson plays defensively as Smith. He just kind of backs off him, and he can play center field like that on the shot block.
Another good defensive effort from Nelson. Sears in the lane. 5 quick for Mark Sears. He's in double figures now, and a timeout by Mississippi State as Alabama has opened up a 9-point advantage as the Tide have hit 6 of their last 8. Mark Sears, the SEC's leading scorer out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama, getting hot now.
Well, you called it, partner, that pretty soon he's going to take control, and he has. Jump shot, driving, uses his body, starts the second half. He didn't do a whole lot the first half, had a couple fouls and only 5 points, but he's picked up, doubled that production already. And again, the variety of ways this backcourt can beat you and the number of guys that shoot it and run the floor. Sears is the leader of that group.
He has been just really, really good this year, shooting right at 50% from behind the arc. Tonight, just 1 out of 2, just 2 attempts for him. He and his cohort, Josh Hubbard, for the Bulldogs, the top 2 3-point shooters in the Southeastern Conference. And he is the guy that makes it go for the Tide.
And it has, when you watch him play, he just seems to have control over what he needs to do for his squad.
Here's Sears, turning the corner to the rim and count it.
Hesitation and about the free throw line. And remember, sometimes they throw back to that weak side. He's coming across and he hesitates here. Boom, explosion. Difficult shot. Deshaun Davis is a good defender. Stays right with him. The reach from across, still the finish.
So Sears will head to the free throw line. He is 3 out of 3. Make it 4 out of 4. Out off. Averaging about 14 a game, actually 15 a game. Sitting on 8 tonight. Griffin, kick it back out.
Why, what a spin move.
Yabate. To Reitzel. Corner 3. Fade away. Oh,
Bang. Wow.
Man. Sears.
Love the play design.
He goes strong to the basket.
I tell you what, I love the play design because you're trying to figure out if you're switching or not, and Sears either hesitates. That time he threw back to Rylan Griffin. They tried to help from the corner. Griffin simply took it right to the rim. See. Boy, look at Jeffries.
Griffin all the way to the rim. Oh, what a shot.
Changed hands in midair from the right hand to the left hand.
But he's done a heck of a job on the SEC's leading scorer, but he gave him a little bit of room there, and he buried it.
Good call, Dave. Gave him a little bit of room because Nelson gave him a screen. Jeffries kind of hesitated.
Sears to Nelson. Had it stripped out of his hands. Loose ball. Moore. Sears. The scrum is on. Tie up, and Alabama will retain possession.
His length away from Sears.
Good screen by Nelson and the floater by Sears.
And 14 of 14 for the foul line so far this season.
Oh, and Sears got walloped right on the head, right in front of us.
Couple assists, couple steals. He has total control over what's going on for his team. When you're playing a team like Alabama that is used to winning, well, how strong is Sears?
His season average, which is the best in this league at 20 points. And he calmly sinks the free throw.
That's body movement. Straight ahead.
Super effective. This is a guy, 2 in black, right there at 50, 40, 90. 50% from field goal, 40% from 3, and then the free throw line as well.
And this guy can shoot a little bit. Grant Nelson.
So your offense must be in rhythm if you're going to keep up with the Tide.
Tigers have hit their first 4. Alabama 2 for 4. And just like that, shooting their way into a tie game. That's Estrada, who's at 39% from deep. Up again. Guarded by Carter. They'll switch. Nope. Got caught in between, and Sears makes him pay for a deep 2. Dennis Gates happy to have him back, wanting to get him back into full swing. Missed the Kentucky game, a little bit of time when his grandmother was in hospice back in. Carter, size advantage on Sears. He rolls right into Pringle. They nearly walked with it. Now Aiden Shaw is off the mark. He's Surrey made its first 5 shots. His 2 for 9 since. Sears with a burst. Physical play, and Pringle with the layup.
Well, Sears, as you described that burst, he's got an extra gear, and he's 3 on the year. They need more out of him, and they're asking him to do more than maybe he's ever had to do, certainly in his Missouri career. But if they're going to right their ship this season, he's got to.
Big 3 from Rylan Griffin.
Shoulder says, oh, help's coming that way. Let me get out of trouble. Nice pivot work.
Inside to Pringle again.
Yeah, right back at him.
Now you putting eyes on Mark Sears moments ago, Dane, as he was right in front of us. It looks like he's still very ginger on that ankle. His injury occurred at about the 5-minute mark, and he left shortly thereafter.
That's got to make him feel a little bit better, but you're right. He's hobbling just a little bit there. Paint touch drive. Sears gotten to where he wants to go twice, and Estrada a 3rd time.
Make it 4 now. Estrada with the layup and the N1 chance.
Against this talented Crimson Tide team, and a good job by Estrada with that pressure release. And Sears.
Nelson size advantage on Robinson. Sears for 3. Got it! Alabama with another run.
So not outrageous, not great, but it just seems like the timeliness of their turnovers have been really poor.
Sears steps through.
Turning you over.
Alabama, and we finish with Kentucky on the road at the PMAC against LSU.
Picked off, man. They're blitzing that ball, making life miserable for the visitors from Tuscaloosa early.
Sears penetrates. Where you're going. That's Adu came down. So did Sears.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, and you've got a chance to see all of them, and you'll see those teams in action now and later window.
That's just unguardable because he's got the height advantage to begin with, and then how much pop he has in his release. You cannot get to his shot.
Good pass to Estrada. That should be an easy one, and it was. Jaron Stevenson, his first bucket of the night.
Weak side.
Ripped one back on his own. And this time a little too aggressive against Sears. Points.
Among Power 6 leagues.
Up the mess. He lays that up and in. Second chance points heavily favoring Tennessee. Great drive by Sears as they last game. But he's still putting points up in a big way. Walters gets open for a three. Is he a terrific three-point shooter? Back on the floor. See what Nate Oates did to adjust, and well, if you start up by saying I want Sears to have an uncontested layup, then that with Nelson on the bench with 4, Ziegler one-on-one. Great defense by Sears. Estrada somehow got it up over Adu. What a shot.
Those 4 teams just in the last week have really grabbed my attention in terms of how well they're playing.
And balance, right?
Absolutely.
Sears kicks it. Estrada doesn't take the 3. James closed on him. More contest. He throws it up and in. He's very
guard in college basketball, Ziegler. And maybe the best defensive 5 guy in college basketball, Adu. He's playing that well.
And that was a really pretty play between Sears, who then dumped it off to Mohamed Wegi, who laid it up and in off the window.
Well done by Zakai, Ziegler, and Adu.
Sears over Adu. Boy, between he and Estrada, that Alabama trying to come right back, and a good force by Sears, who will go to
the ball, and she dug real deep in. Handle.
Sears the drive, and he will have a chance for a 3-point. You can tell each guy relishing this matchup. Connect, try to bull through him, and Sears won that battle.
He's actually better at that than just a pure catch and shoot.
Another drive by Sears, lays it up and in, takes it
on your 25 points.
Yeah.
And Tennessee has been a clinic today guarding the ball. They've been beaten a few times, but man, overall they have squared them up.
And 16 for a team that shoots 40%. That,
and how many of those 16 three-point attempts have been really good ones? I mean, just a handful. What a weapon around that rim.
4 blocks to go with his 19 points. Sears knocks down a 3.
Jones trapped, unloads it to Broom, kicks it on the left side, stolen away by Sears. Mark on the drive, goes downhill, tough shot, high off the glass and in, and Bama's on the board. Williams thought about a 3, drives left, picks up the dribble, throws it down low and stolen away by Nelson. Grant flips it ahead to Sears. Mark in transition, going downhill to the rim. That should have been goaltending, and it is. Back it to add to Auburn's lead. It's an 8-point advantage. Here's Sears with it, bounce past Stevenson, to the right.
High pick and roll, well executed. Mark Sears drops the dime and an easy dunk for Jaron Stevenson. I wouldn't think the shot clock would be an issue in this game.
I wouldn't think so either. Sears on the drive, sees parted, laid it up, got it to go, and Bama is back to it in 6 with 14:51 remaining in the opening half.
Everything Alabama's gotten has been at the rim, all created by Mark Sears.
Dylan Cardwell in the basketball game, driving is KD Johnson, kicks it in the corner, and they'll give it off. A bounce pass goes inside. Cardwell able to step through 2 defenders and got the slam dunk to go. 16-8 Auburn. We've got 14:30 to go in the first half. Bama with the basketball front court. Sears fires a pass to Stevenson, to Mohamed Wagi, who's come in. Now to Sears on the left wing. Sears crossing over, stepping back, goes left, gets into the paint, flips it outside. Rylan Griffin, 3, bottom. Great start for Rylan Griffin. The bank first 3-pointer, and Alabama is 2 within 5. We'll bring it front court with Johnson defending. He goes left, he goes by him, he steps back beyond the arc. Another defender picks up on the switch. Griffin all alone, 3 again, hits it again, and a baby. Rylan Griffin loves Coleman Coliseum. He's been hot in this building his last 2 times out, and Bama is 2 within 2.
And Coleman Coliseum, both Rylan Griffin, listen to this crowd.
It's shown that he could stay with it. Sears directing traffic, working against Johnson, plays off the screen, blows by him again, kicks it in the corner. Reitzel all alone, 3. Bam! first lead of the night. Sears with the basketball, timeline far side. Working right side off the screen. Mark gives it up to Griffin. Catch and shoot. Three and a make again. Red, smoking, hot. Rylan Griffin doing it again. He's got 9 off the bench, and Bama leads it 20-18. Mark the other way. Sears front court. Sears top of the arc. Sears to his right. A couple of dribbles. Handoff. Reitzel. 3. Another bank first 3 for Alabama. Stops at the free throw line. Sears let it fly, had it blocked, got it back, goes down the lane, shoots it, and got it to go.
What a play by Mark Sears.
Rebounded by Griffin. Auburn now 1 of 10 from beyond the arc. Sears on the wing, held, no whistle. Baseline, skips a pass out. Latrell, let it fly, baby. Bottom.
Up. 2. And didn't have anywhere to go with it.
Sears to the rim, lays it up and in for 2. He blew past Berman to Reitzel now. Driving, stepping back again, giving it off to Sears. Mark working, shooting, making the bank first 3 for Alabama. And the Tide now leads it 57-51. Sears with 15 for Alabama.
Couple of big plays after the...
Bama inbounds it out high to Estrada. Back to Sears on the right wing. Goes baseline. Gets underneath. Off the glass. Counting. And he is fouled. An and one opportunity for the pride of Muscle Shoals. Mark Christopher Sears.
Willed that one in. Auburn with really good defense. The intensity high on both ends of the floor. But Alabama's best player wanted the ball.
Care of that and get him back in likely very soon as Sears converts. Rebound played by Nelson. Gives it off to Sears. He'll bring it front court. Mark to Rylan. Steps into it. Another bank first 3 for Rylan Griffin. His 5th on 8 tries. And Bama leads by 5 with 7 minutes to go. Sears with it. Working between the circles. Mark calling for his screen. Will start downhill against Broome. Gets to the rim. Off the glass and in. What a move, Mark Sears. The Muscle Shoals native gets it done. It puts Bama back up by 2 to go. Reitzel to inbound it. Careful, fellas. Reitzel gets it into Sears. They trap him. He spins. He has it knocked away, and a foul is going to be called. Great shooter on the season. First one up.
3-point game. Foul.
Free throw is good.
Alabama is the 4th best scoring team in college basketball. They love to run, and they get an easy transition bucket for Muhammad Diabute. That's his first. He just entered. Tom Allen, one of the best in the SEC at it. Good cut, and nobody there to protect the rim on the finish for Mark Sears.
Oh, you can't guard the 3, and you can't guard the glass.
Hannibal is at Ohio. Set last year.
Tom, in college basketball, you have to have a great mixture.
Not having the same luck tonight. Nobody stops ball. Into the corner. 3 ball good. Bama back in front. It's Latrell Reitzel Jr. with his 3rd triple.
All up. When Sears pushes this ball, the defense has to shrink to that basketball. So this is what Alabama calls a shrink 3. They made the defense shrink and respect the ball. And they get in trouble when they start taking guarded or what they say is non-shrink 3s. And Alabama really good at it.
Quartix left in the half. Hannibal tried to thread the needle.
What did he see? I was in the same sight line.
Well, tipped away by Wilkinson. Alabama regathers. Whoa, what a step through! Yeah. Sears able to finish. Red Hot has missed his last few. Estrada will take a turn. Why not?
On both ends of the floor just in the last couple of weeks. Good cut.
And a great finish by Sears. They set Sears. Came to his first Alabama game back in 20. Conference in the MAC tournament team before.
And you're built to go deep into March, but to your point about defense.
And then Sears answers a 3 with a 2. On in a bonus.
One that sealed the win.
It was worth missing every as if we have a dump button. Sears.
Did we? Some losses in the American against Auburn.
And shot clock at 5. Williams kicked it right into the hands of Sears. Step through, finish.
Wow! Within the first 10 seconds of the shot clock. That's how aggressive and fast.
Here's Griffin. Why not?
Man, yeah, why not?
LSU.
An elite defender he was and continues to be.
Settling for threes.
Adam Bellman does a lot of their in.
Back off to Sears. Sears on the drive, just as Pat mentioned.
So they will turn it over higher than normal.
Jalen Deloach in the game. Good find on the inside, and that one will drop out of the arc. Alabama is 0 for 7 so far outside the three-point line. So what do? You take it to the basket, and that's what Mark Sears does. He's got 40 count on that being in the basket on the other end.
Right.
Sears.
Good catch.
By Nelson. Nelson in the first half. Sears, good pass inside, finding Stevenson for 2. Fouls, misses that here, Sears. Sears trying to get going. Demery, Sears, and Demery go down there. Estrada, rare open look for Sears, and he makes Georgia pay. Estrada on Deloach or Nelson. Nelson answers on the other.
For Jaron Stevenson, ahead to Estrada, who will run the other way. Estrada got underneath, gives it off to Sears in the corner. 4-3, and it is good.
And help.
Bama down as many as 16 late in the first half, but has tied it up. Now going for the lead again. Sears, he's red, smoking hot. Mark Sears, he now has 17.
3 bodies down, back behind the play. Sears is going to push. Sears to the basket. He'll go to the free throw line.
Free, so he loses a 30-second timeout.
And looking at Nate.
No, that was the only review of the review he had.
Nelson thought about it. Sears, Nelson again. Yes! Again!
Shot clock, 42 on the game clock. Sears playing off the screen. Sears driving downhill, layup, good! And Alabama may have just iced it. Up 8 with 35 seconds to go.
Basket, so Georgia not done yet. Sears on the season, 2 for 2 tonight.
Sears with the basketball, up top to Nelson, back to Sears. Stops, changes direction, goes to his right, hands it off to Griffin. Ryland spinning, shooting, little baby hook off the glass and in for 2, and Bama goes back up 5-4. Bulldogs, here's Matthews, a dribble to his right, picks it up, throws into the low post to Smith. Smith trying to back his way down, defended by Wagi, poked away by Muhammad. Here comes Bama the other way. We got numbers. Sears front court. Sears kicking it right side over to Walters in the corner. Stevenson 3, bottom, and coach the freshman is growing up.
Great ball movement. Great ball movement.
Tide doesn't have numbers. Estrada working in the corner. A bounce pass to Sears. Top of the arc, 3 ball.
Can't leave him there. Can't leave him there. He's wide open, and he's going to knock that down most all the time.
Sears, who had 23, the majority of it in the last 10 minutes on the road in Athens. Down low, Smith, spinning baseline, missed the layup. Rebound fought for, tried to save it, but into the hands of a Bama player, and we're running the other way. Bama by 5. Sears going baseline, leaves it for the trailer. Nelson with a flush. Smith didn't get back, coach, and Bama made him pay. 20, a couple of buckets have cut the Bama lead down to 6. Now it's Stevenson on the wing. Tries a 3, bottom. He's 3 for 3.
He's got it going for sure.
Into the right corner. An open look from there, no good. Weak side rebound, Reitzel. Bama running the other way, leading by 9. Reitzel stopping on the wing to Sears now. Deep 3. That one hits nothing but the bottom of the sack. And Bama leads it by a dozen. Matthews stops at the elbow, nearly walked. 8 on the shot clock, throws it away. He was looking for Scott, who did not move towards the basketball. Bama's got the lead and momentum when we come back. 3:50 to play in the half. 34-22. Tide leading the Dogs by a dozen here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Pass to Sears. 10 now on the shot clock. Sears trying to go by a defender, hesitates, stops, looks, right corner, Diabati, driving baseline. Leader up and good. Goes to the rack, coach, and gives Bama a 14-point lead.
Mississippi State had the help on the drive by Mark Sears. Is when he passed the ball to the corner. He had a straight line to the basket. Took it tough.
An and one opportunity for Diabate. How about the play of Diabate and Stevenson off the bench? 15 combined points, coach. Get it to go, and now Davis runs the other way. Gets into the lane, poked away by Estrada. Into the hands of Griffin. Now to Sears. Ryland driving down the lane. Swings it back to Mark Sears. Top of the arc. Steps into a three. Mark Sears, another bank first three, and Bama leads by 19. A minute 44 to go. Davis, Reitzel. Now Nelson, top of the arc. Right side to Sears. Mark on the drive, gets into the paint, hesitates, lays it up and in for two. Beautiful hesitation move, coach. Basketball with 16:20 to go, leading it by 23. Sears driving, getting into the paint, goes right, steps through, lays it up and in. Tolu Smith still looking for him. Nelson on the floor with 4 now as Sears drives, gets to the rim, gets fouled, and he'll go to the line.
Have that same thing with his right hand, so he tries to get to
24 minutes of work. Second free throw up and good. Full team outside Diabate. Do it, Mo. Too strong. Sears clears the miss. Sears drives in. Tough shot. No, but he is fouled.
Yeah, how old I am.
Well, I'm right there. I knew after making the first, Sears will try another one. Moore cuts the Bama lead to 29 again, but Sears runs the other way. Flipped it over his shoulder, and the foul's going to be whistled. Sears shooting a 1-and-1. He got it to go. Even though she's right-handed.
She's right-handed, yeah.
She's got the way. Front court, it'll be Sears. Changing directions in the paint. No look pass. Walters, the lay-in for 2. Great feed from Mark Sears.
Great vision by Mark Sears on the last play. Good patience, great vision.
And a finish on the next possession, coach. Little flip shot in the lane.
Can step out and also punish you at the rim.
Sears bounces it. That's an easy flush for Nelson. The switch was late from Denver Jones.
Alabama is the toughest. Can make that shot. And Auburn right now, they have the guards to knock down those 12-footers.
Another bounce pass to Nelson, and we're going to have a foul on.
Offensively that Bruce Pearl wants.
Sears tries for the first time. He flips it up. He gets the friendly roll. Marks a launch, and Johnson misses a 3. Cardwell's a terrific shot blocker. Cheney Johnson, number 31, also on the floor. Sears, nobody better, man. He can quiet a crowd with 7 on the shot clock. Mazzara launches a 3. That's off. And the loose ball to Sears. And they will fly down the floor. Oh, he got it to go. What a play on Aaron Estrada.
Watch Alabama. That Auburn defense, that time it was Katie Johnson. They cover that nail, Ravi. So you got to make him pay for that heavy nail coverage. And you kick it out to that offensive player, and there's that physical play by Sears, man. Just the strength of this kid and what he's done offensively this year. The only Power 5 player in the country with over 440 points, 50 made threes, 85 assists, and 85 rebounds. But look what he does. He is so good driving to his left. In that first game, dominant going to his left, not so much to his right. If you're Auburn, you got to get on that left paw as much as you can.
Turnovers in the first half of that first matchup. Reitzel spot up 3, got it.
He made it, but that's not the shot that Alabama.
Broom has Sears on him, and he used that to his advantage. He just couldn't
see this year. I haven't said that maybe ever about this league, but that's how deep it is. And I saw a team last night, South Carolina, that is no joke.
Sears, Nelson.
Got a couple of guys that can make some tough shots.
First field goal they've made in about 4 minutes. Stevenson left wide open. Chris Moore, Holloway, and Cheney Johnson. Pringle right at him, and that's comes out from the pack. Always with his head up. Nelson's 3.
The conversation, Antonio Reeves, but certainly Janai Broom is one of those top 5 guys on your all-SEC team right now.
Estrada.
Seasons, 2 tournaments, and Bruce Pearl got the other 2, right? It does not have the history of Duke and North Carolina. Sin is a low rate for opponents to shoot at the rim.
And you talked about forcing Sears to his right, which they have really tried to do, and they're Got victimized that time. He goes with his left, right up and oh. 85% free. I mean, you have to stay locked up man to man. And Auburn's been a good job at guarding their own. Wood is my friend. He keeps his feet down. He keeps his feet alive.
The NBA game has become a bunch of little guys playing against big guys, talent and things like that. But if you got a player who, when I was in Philadelphia, it was Derek Smith, figure out something. Because I'm really concerned about college sports because, man, it's the wild, wild west out here right now. Listen,
aren't being seen. 3 now, trending towards 80. Other in anything. Yeah. Sears is able to get that to go, and now Mark Sears is 12. Sonic blockbuster game. Kansas, Baylor, 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Game day will be there. Cardwell the foul. Sears 22 points.
And it all goes back to Auburn's ability to guard the ball. It's not a trendy Final Four pick, Auburn right now. That this is the last meeting this year between these two.
80 free throws. That's 81.
Oh, Wright is grabbing his left quad. Estrada tees it up. That's through. So that's a third triple for Alabama. Get in. Get used to this torrid pace. Alabama back the other way with a lay-in. Stevenson shovels to Pringle. Back out to Sears. Off the bounce, there's a whistle.
Tennessee started that game on your way back out of a deficit. That can take.
And went for a near double-double against Tennessee on Wednesday. So this has been a fine week. He takes a quick seat. Wright stumbled, nearly lost the handle.
Hunter Dean has Mark Sears on him. You got to get the ball to number 12 in goal.
Yeah, careless giveaway that time. Cook missed him. Sears and Alabama on the move. Wrightsell connects again.
First daylight they see, bang!
Sears connects. 2 fouls. There's a giveaway. Lead feet up to Cook. Cook gathers the scoop. Tapped away, and Alabama's got it now. Maybe some numbers. This one developing. Wrightsell gets 1 man in the air. Sears sets the feet. That's good.
6 seconds off the shot clock.
8 points for Sears. He's got it. Couple crossovers. Attacks. Trying to get around Cook. Flings it up, and that's through. New 20 for Alabama.
Walters is spaced out. Bottom of your screen. He's still ready.
Wrightsell. 3-point game again with 90 seconds to go in the first. Sears, aggressive attack, and he finishes at the rim. Up top to Sears with 10 to shoot. One of Alabama's longer possessions. This is Rylan Griffin, 4-3. Play. He's nearly 50% from downtown. Sears, great pass to Nelson.
Oh.
And Grant Nelson's going to the line. Jordan Wright, came down on him, and looks like Nelson is dazzle at the rim, couldn't finish. Cook, second straight step back 3. He's missed his last 2. Oh, the connection to Nelson. Sears. We are past the midway mark. Sears goes up, and they whistle right for the foul. So Mark Sears, who lives at the free throw line, is headed back there now.
Look at Mama. Shot the free throw there. Didn't try to do too much, nothing fancy. Just get the finish.
Griffin got it in the corner. They just have had an answer for just about everything this afternoon. 0 in the yellow. That's Trey Hannibal. Backdoor cut. Nick Pringle has just matched a season high with 15 points. 8-point game again. Sears was trying to slice it into it to Nelson. He's got it now. Head fake, the blow by. Wrightsell into
beautiful.
the corner. Yeah, here's Griffin. Wrightsell for 3. Puts it in. Latrell Wrightsell with 22. And it's a new season high for the senior.
Beautiful basketball. But pass fakes, making the extra pass.
Oh, Sears taken away from him. Cleared for takeoff. Hannibal, he's going to have to sit down now the rest of the way, but I don't think he was They want to see Sears throwing down on him there.
Yeah, but Hannibal needed to have a little discipline, understanding this is his 5th foul. Trey Hannibal is done for the evening.
Watch the fall here. Pulsating off of Trey Hannibal, who has been, he's been very impactful.
It's early from Will Baker. Can they isolate, find him now?
And it's back-to-back turnovers now. That's 13 for the Tigers. Sears, that's good. Mark Sears with 18, close to hitting his season average. Timeout LSU with 4:02 to go. The Tigers led a few minutes ago by 1. It's been a 26-9 Alabama run since.
Transfer out, so he told coach he wanted to redshirt. Dale Brown said, redshirt, you jump higher, you run faster, you actually play better than anybody on the team. I tell you what I'm going to do, I'm going to make you a leader. He made him the captain of his team.
And still playing with the Raptors this year. That's a nearly 15-year career for Garrett Temple. So his 2 sons went on to ultimately play. Just a pillar in this community. Cornerstone, of course, led LSU to several Final Fours, 4 SEC titles. He's got the banner hanging in the rafters inside the Maravich Center. Carolyn, we're coming up on about 90 seconds to go in this one. Okay, 107.
Between the circles, 11 on the shot clock as he drives right wing. Gets to the baseline, is cut off. Circles away from traffic, now gives it off. Estrada, move high off the glass, and again, a circus shot goes for him.
We talked basketball, goes to the bench with 2 big second foul call.
Radford drives in, loses the handle as Pringle challenged him near the rim. Bama brings it front court. Estrada looking, Sears right of the circle. Catch and shoot 3.
Mark Sears gets his first 3 of the game.
Bama by 7 as Radford lost it. Picked up by Estrada. Driving ahead of the pack. Reverse layup. Wouldn't go. Rebounding foul is going to be called.
Pringle able to get the jump hook to go in, and that stops the Alabama run.
Stevenson dribbling to his right, gives it off to Sears, top of the arc. Over to Walters, right wing. Home sweet home for Sam Walters right there. Knocks down another bank first 3, his second since coming off the bench. It's an outlet pass, Estrada. Aaron will drive into the front court. Hesitates, stops on the wing. Kicks it over to Sears. He will drive down the lane, whips a pass far corner. Griffin, catch and shoot 3, bottom. And Rylan Griffin really shooting the ball well as of late. He's got 8 for the Crimson Tide to lead the scoring. And how about defender? He feeds it to Griffin instead, though. Rylan on the drive, throws a lob that's saved by Pringle. Sears with 10 on the shot clock. Mark trying to shake free at 8, gets into the lane at 7, gets bumped by Coleman.
And understanding angles and getting to the line for a 1-and-1.
Made the first, made the second for the Sears. Mark driving left, goes down the lane, tough shot. He is fouled. An and 1 opportunity upcoming for Mark Sears.
Sears at the line for a 3-point play opportunity.
He's 3 for 3 from 7. 6. Radford working against Sears. Got away with a walk. Puts up the runner, no good. Rebounded the miss. Then stripped away and stolen. Mark Sears with the basketball in the open floor. Stepping through. Tough leader. Blocked. Out of bounds. That's got to be a goaltend, doesn't it?
I think they called it.
Oh, my goodness. They did. It was a late whistle. Gets it top of the arc. Sears driving left. Stopping at the elbow. Going down the lane. No look pass Nelson for the flush.
What a look from Mark Sears. The
Bama. Here comes Sears pushing it ahead again. Sears front court playing off the screen from Pringle. Working on the right wing. Steps back. Deep 3. Bottom. Oh. Lid removed at Coleman. It's there. Sears driving right. Bumped by Garcia. Goes through him. Flips it up. No good. Rebound tipped into the hands of Estrada. Aaron kicks it back to Waukee in the corner to Sears. 3-ball. Mark Sears knocking down another one. 16 first half points.
Team foul for Alabama.
Radford with the basketball, working left side, spinning in traffic, taken away, and a tie-up is called. Sears, a great job reaching in as he was spinning to his strong side, his left hand, That forces another tie-up in the arrow. This time favors Alabama. Again, the largest advantage, 16. On the drive, wild shot put up, missed. Rebounded inside. Carter got away with a walk. Ball kicked around. Scramble for it. Picked up by Estrada. Ahead to Reitzel. Latrell on the drive. 3. Bottom. Back-to-back. They change it and say it was a 2. It was the right call as Doug Chow saw he had a foot on the line. Don't want to let this get interesting in the final 5 minutes. Bama with Sears working away from a potential trap. Gives it off to Nelson. Fires it right side. Griffin 3, bottom. Rattles that one in. The 13th bank first 3 of the game on 29 attempts for Alabama. But he did look at it. It did. Here comes Sears the other way to Nelson. Flips it back to Mark, top of the arc. Throws it in the paint to Nelson. Lays it up, off the glass and in.
Beautiful high pick and roll. It's been Grant Nelson.
Gets possession. Sears working top of the arc. Deep 3, bottom. You know, he had 16 in the first half. Like in the first 16 minutes. That's his first bucket in the second. Emma comes out with it. Diabate center of the floor. Mo weaving through traffic. Gets into the paint. Runner with the left hand. No. Tip is good. Diabate challenging. I'm not sure he got his hand on it, but he was in there fighting, and that's why Bama gets the bucket. Griffin in the corner. Catch and shoot 3. No good. Long rebound to Sears. Mark drives in and lays it up for 2 more. 86-63. Sears running the other way. Tough shot. Got it to drop. Shake free from the defender. Works right of the circle. Still guarded by Pullen. Goes to his left. Gets into the paint. Floats it in the corner to Walters. His 3. Bank first 3 for Sam Walters, and Alabama leads it 12-11 with 14:07 remaining. And Bama will come the other way. I'm out of breath. Somebody throw it out of bounds or something. Sears, tough shot. Got it to go. 16-14. Bama, cut me, Mick. With 12:32 to go in the opening half. Get the layup to go, and it quiets the crowd for a moment. Sears trying to wake him up again. Drives in. Reverse layup is good. What a move by Mark Sears.
Did by Florida. Otherwise, it was an easy dunk for Grant Nelson.
Here's Sears on the inbounds, driving underneath, lost it, got it back, got fouled on his conference play, but he missed the first, and he makes the second.
A little high pick and roll, and Grant able to finish at the rim.
Bama 2 within 1, but Samuel will drive in. Had his shot blocked by Grant. That's his 5th block of the night, and he takes it away. Ahead to Griffin. Bama looking for the lead. Sears near side, going to the rack, puts it off. No, and a foul is going to be called.
Alabama fast break, and good news, Mark Sears
flying. Looking, gets it into Sears. Going underneath the basket, hands it off to Estrada. He'll get into the paint, pump fake once, lays it up, and hung on the rim, and it fell through. Sears trying to get away from Richard. Now it's Estrada on the near side. Throws the lob, Pringle to finish. That was a clear catch and dunk.
Huge shot from Sam Walters, but pulling so good from the mid-range.
Sears driving, looking. Walters in the corner. 3 again. Makes it again. He's made 3 in a row. 2 that counted. He's red hot. And Bama is back to within 5. And Coleman is on fire.
The Florida native
the other way. Griffin giving it back to Sears. Mark driving, dishing. Walters, corner 3. Mercy, is he hot? Sam Walters has made it a 6-point game again, 76-70. And Mark will bring it ahead. Time for him to heat up. Sears, 3 ball. Mark Sears knocks it down. He's got 11, his first, bank first 3 of the night. And Bama is 2 within 4. Gators with it, a 3, top of the arc, no. Rebound, Pringle, and Bama trying to claw all the way back. Down by 4, getting it front court, Sears. Mark to the rack, hands it off. Pringle, the layup for 2, and it's a 1-possession game. Timeout, Gators. Joints jumping, Brian passing him for good reason.
And we asked for Mark Sears to step up. He did, and it's been more than just that huge 3 that he hit, his first of the game. But he's got 10.
Alabama. Mark working to his left. driving, backing out to Estrada, inside the arc, now to Sears, rising, firing, three, and Bama is back on top for the first time since the early moments of this game. With under a minute to play, 17 to shoot. Mark had it poked away, and a whistle and a foul on Florida. Sears has missed 2 today, but he didn't miss that one. 7 assists in 36 minutes. Hit them both, and we are tied. Sears to Pringle, back to Mark, looking, gives it off. Estrada, the drive, the teardrop, and it's answered by Bama. Timeout, Florida, as Nate Oates, Alabama Crimson Tide, has taken a 7-point lead in OT. And Aaron Estrada, and the Gators come out with it. Here's Clayton splitting defenders. Stolen by Mark Sears. He stole it away. And with 1:22 to go, Bama's got it up 3. It's Estrada on the far wing. Give it to him. Mark, 3. No. Tip Griffin, no. But he got fouled, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2. Walters kept it alive, and Estrada got the bucket. A 3 left side. No. Rebound tip. Ball 4. Sears has it. He's fouled. He's fouled. He's fouled with a second to play, and Bama up by 3.
Oh my gosh, Alabama getting on the offensive glass. Mark Sears to ice this game.
Woo. Ice applied as that one rattled and fell in. Sears hits it in OT.
DJ Wagner shooting just 27% from long range. Sears. Give it up. Floater doesn't go, but Grant Nelson is fouled. You want to turn up.
And they keep very busy too, Bert. Good cutting team. Love this little ball screen, lob you to death.
Sears averaging 20.4 points per game. Estrada nice bounces, and he gets an open slam for Nick Pringle.
And in this Georgia game, assists, 3, whatever you want. That first half. Oh, they got away with a nice pump.
The ball fake, the lob, and slam! It's Pringle up high. Dillingham leads the country in points and assists off the bench.
Look at that little move. They want him to go to the right. You heard that yesterday. Take away his left.
Finished his career at North Laurel in London, Kentucky with 3,727 career points. The drive. Nice. Sears give it up. Layup goes Diabate. Hesitation when it hits his fingertips. Both teams shooting it well. Alabama 67%. Up top. Grant Nelson goes airborne for the
regularity.
So it's a 9-0 run over the last 2 minutes and change. Sears trying to end it, and he does. But 20-2 Wildcats run. Foul called out front. Wagner.
A winner consistently.
The NCAA tournament last year. What their average would necessarily be. Track down there off the miss. They've got 40 points with 35 seconds to go in the first half. Sears, a series of moves, and hits it to the rim. Put some English on it at the end.
Nice job by Pringle sealing the deal.
Trail 62-46.
They better not give him some open. Not a good look here. Jammed it in.
The step in by Sears for the steal.
Don't go to sleep on this team.
Griffin, he lost it, gets it back.
Pretty pass.
Gives it up. And the slam by Grant Nelson.
That big-time delivery.
The offense has been free-flowing. Sears comes back with a 3-ball of his own. Oh, prolific.
Again, the defensive getting back. A little nickel dimer here. Dillingham with the reach-in. Change for Alabama with dignity.
56 squad. They scored 87.9. Sears gets to the rim. The screen from Bradshaw. Bradshaw, pump.
Nice hands.
It's Sears who got that piece of it. To knock it away, Sears denied, foul call. So everything we talked about defensively, they 59 against West Virginia, who was ranked 20th in the country back in 2015. 106-71. Most points allowed under Oates. Edwards.
Oh, good shots too. Perfection. Nice slip.
Nelson tried to crank it. He's fouled.
Love the way he sets his man up.
Splits defenders, and Nelson gets hacked. Burks is out of Decatur, Alabama. Dropping it inside, Nelson, and the finish by Diabate.
And nice pass by Nelson, too.
It's against Kentucky.
There's a little bit of a shocker, Bert, to me. It would be tooth and nail all the way to the end.
Another bucket for Diabate.
Flanagan working right of the circle, goes to the wing, stops, fires the pass inside, batted around, fought forward, caroms off bodies, picked up under the pile by Griffin, who gives it out now to Nelson, to Sears. Mark looking to his left, nothing there, drives to his right, gets in the lane, gets to the rim and lays it up and in for two.
Was waiting on the ball screen, didn't use it because the defense was playing Mark to his left side, able to go right and finish with his weak hand, his right hand.
Thirdly roll there here in Oxford for the Rebels as Estrada drives right, goes down the lane, stops, fires the pass in the corner. Nelson fakes the three, drives and dishes. Estrada right wing. Estrada circling away from traffic, gives it outside to Sears. All alone, three ball bottom. Great work there by Estrada, finding Sears, who buries the bank first three-pointer. And the lead goes to 13 again. Sears with it, top of the circle. Playing off the screen, drives in, tough leaner left hand. It crawled over the front rim, and Bama is back to within 11. Half of play. Here's Sears front court, playing off of a screen from Cosby. Now Davin, right side, three, it routed around, popped up, and then fell back through the net. A big.
Then Jamarian Sharp gets the block shot, but fortunately, Bama gets it back.
Pringle back in for Alabama, replacing Diabate. Here's Estrada on the drive, spinning to his right, kicking it to Sears. Three, right wing, bottom. 38-34, Rebels with the lead, but Bama with the ball. Here's Estrada. Aaron on the timeline right side, works it up to the wing. Still has the dribble alive, gives it off to Sears. Sears off the screen from Stevenson, fires the pass to Griffin. Back to Sears. Sears on the drive, gets into the lane, got bumped off the glass, missed the layup, but goes to the line where he will shoot two. All for Alabama, and I believe Rylan Griffin was the other guy who came in as Sears hits both. Is it 6 again for the Rebels? Final 15 seconds. Bama wants to hold it for one, says Nate Oates. Estrada trying to shake free from Flanagan at 10. Now at 8, drives, dishes, left side, Nelson. 4 to Sears at 3. Let's fly from deep, bottom, the half ends, and Bama does it right. Going to the locker room down 42-39. Mark Sears now with the bucket. Every time Bama takes the lead, Ole Miss ties it. They buried the 3, but Estrada runs the other way. Gets it back out. Sears all alone. 3, too strong. Rebound tipped into the hands of Estrada. Estrada driving, addition to Griffin in the corner. Skip pass near side. Nelson in the paint. Drives in, spins, hands it off, and Sears lays it in for 2.
Alabama getting great looks on the offensive end. Need to get stops on this end.
Mark's already got 20 with 16 and a half to play, and Bama gets a steal. Here's Estrada weaving through traffic. Estrada on the drive, takes it underneath, throws it out. Sears thought about a 3, goes behind the back with a dribble, gets to the rim, has his shot blocked, but he got fouled.
Sears attacking the paint, taking the contact, and getting to the line.
86% overall on the year, and he gets 1 of 2. Claimed by the 7'5" big man Sharp. Rebels come the other way. They lose it, and here comes Sears on a run out. One man to beat, drives in, hands it off. Estrada the lay-in for 2. And a timeout, Ole Miss. 15:49 to go. 54-49 our score. Sears, 8 on the shot clock. Morrell with it, driving to the rim. Scoop shot laid up, no good. Rebounded by Pringle, and here comes Sears pushing it ahead. Bama by 4, 60-56. Sears trying to get down the lane, does. Top shot, it wouldn't go.
On with it this time. Able to take the ball inside selection, but made that layup much more difficult.
By Ole Miss and Brakefield as Bama runs the other way. Griffin down the lane, off the glass and in. Been terrific from there.
And that was a mistake by Estrada. Just grabbed the jersey of Alan Flanagan. and giving Ole Miss a couple at the stripe.
Back to a 4-point game. Estrada driving to the left wing. Behind the back pass to Sears, who'll drive down the lane. Around the horn, Cosby, near side three, bottom. Hadaway freshman, Davin Cosby Jr. knocks it down. A ball from the baseline, inbounded to Sears. Tied with it, up 5, the drive. Mark, the layup for 2. He's a lefty, but he went from the right to the left and got it to go in the... Up 9 again with 5:18 to go. 9 matches the biggest lead for Alabama. Sears, backdoor look, Stevenson, good catch in traffic. Goes up strong, got fouled in Brakefield, picks up the personal. That'll be his 4th. Backing it out, working against the defender Flanagan. Wants him one-on-one. Sears gives it off to Estrada. Estrada, down low Pringle. Pump fake, spins, lays it up and in for 2. What a move, Nick Pringle, as Bama now leads it with 4 minutes to go by a dozen. It's about a quarter step away from him. And then a foul on the inbounds play is going to...
Down a couple in this game, but Alabama trying to get the ball to what he's doing right now, and that's at the free throw line.
Sears hits 2 free throws.
Great case for the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. You don't have many coaches that win 800 games, and he just passed that mark.
Agreed. First-time nominee for that honor. Great ball movement by Alabama, but a missed 3 by Ryland Griffin. Sears knocks it down. As anybody in the country, it's obviously a very, very big part of the Nate Oates offensive scheme.
They want to get free throws, layups, plays at the rim, and open threes.
And so Mark Sears at the line. The foul, by the way, was a terrific player, but losing the services
per minute offensive rebounding is ridiculous. One of the best rates in the country.
Estrada, yes, the
succeed. They are content to do it, and they're supporting Dalton Connect.
Yeah, Rick Barnes said they embraced him immediately. Griffin, a good look, and hits it.
Rim.
Well, we mentioned Alabama is first in the nation in points per game. They're first in the nation in offensive efficiency per KenPom. They're 100th in the nation in defensive efficiency, though. Sears the bucket.
You're going to be a great case for first team all SEC, but also in the mix for player of the year. Like, he gets Meshack on his back. That's a Jalen Brunson type move. The strength that he shows, and Mark Sears shoots over 6 free throws a game. And coming into this game, he's made more threes on the season than Dalton Connect. And you mentioned he's second in the league in scoring, just under 21 points a game. Dalton Connect overall just under 21 points a game. But he's been more consistent with his numbers. Connect will have like a 39-point game. Mark Sears had 35 in a game against Purdue, but you know, he is so efficient and consistent this year relative to last. He's just made a huge jump. What a player.
Also averages better than 4 assists per game, better than 4 rebounds per game, and almost 2 steals per game.
Around the rim, not draw 2 defenders and have a wide open 3-point shooter.
Jaron Stevenson with a corner 3 won't go. Alabama 5 for 16 from 3 in this game.
Good offensive rebound by Wagi there. Got an extra possession.
And they pay it off with a Mark Sears 3.
Try to stretch this out before halftime.
Wide open Ziegler. Can't hit the 3. Tennessee has had some good looks on recent trips, has not been able to convert. Now Alabama can take the lead. And a Tennessee foul. 2-year guard among them. And he's come back to
those shot fakes, get defenders off the floor. You know he's going to do it, and he gets you to bite on it anyway.
Sears gets all the way to the glass, and it's a 4-point lead. It was.
When you show the ball, he takes it.
Stop and go, connect to Adu, and he has it taken away by Sears.
Just brought it down enough where the little guys could get to it.
Those darn little guys. Graham Nelson with a 3. And Alabama's lead grows to 6. Walters as well.
And Pringle picked up, remember, those 3 fouls in the first half.
Awaka in for James for Tennessee. Estrada the 3. And what a player he is. Well traveled. St. Peter's, Oregon, The last 2 years with Hofstra, had a triple-double this week against Ole Miss, and he is having a great night.
You help off a little bit, you just kind of stun it, and all of a sudden Zakai Ziegler, he's trying to protect.
Sears. Estrada. Boy, that is two talented, savvy guards right there.
Two guys making plays on the floor off 2 feet. And how about that little fake by Estrada to get the defense to bite before he went up with that left hand? That's big time.
At Buffalo, he said the concepts are the same, but I ran more set plays there, far fewer here.
Mark Sears was guarding inside, got switched off on a big guy, and just fought like crazy to make it tough.
And then a strong drive and finish for Sam Walters, the freshman from the Villages, Florida. Tennessee in transition. Connect knocked away by Sears.
What a great play by Mark Sears. Stop and go move.
Walters fouled on a three-point attempt by Connect.
Look at the pressure by Ziegler on Sears.
One of the better defenders in the country. I don't know how Sears knew Pringle was there, but he did. Give him another assist.
Tentative, not quite 100%. He's 100% now. That was a foul by Meshack. He's only got 4 team fouls.
I mean, they're Sears takes a bump and will shoot a couple.
He's got 2 program guys in Santiago.
Those guys will walk around and say, okay, next group in right now. They great shape. Will have a leg up on the other 2.
A good defense by Meshack.
Sears lays it in.
And they can run a little bit as well. 12th in the country, just a hair under 85 points a game. And it's an Alabama turnover, leads to a Florida run out. Nothing doing at the rim, and it is Alabama basketball.
I think Todd Golden, though, he's not married to that. You get 2 fouls, you come straight out.
Rebounded by Diabate. Hitters now enjoy a 4-point lead.
Great job by Samuels to get his feet underneath his shoulders and not rush it so he could power through the contact.
And here we go. Now Nelson answers. This is whatever. Sears splits the defenders and gets all the way to the rack for his first field goal of the game. Start, Florida's really turned it up. Sears reverses it in.
Alabama, if you're a guard in this league and you can't play through contact, you can't score. Really well done by Pullen.
Sears
for a lot of us.
Yeah. He was honored, got his framed jersey before the game today on senior night. One of 6 active players in college basketball. Whoa, Sears is getting going now.
That is a beautiful defensive job by Florida so far. They just need to defend without fouling.
Sears able to get to the rim. He is
easy. We have 13 minutes left. We have to play so hard, and we have to get tougher, tougher, tougher.
15 of Florida's 65 points have come in transition.
But he's right there with Tristan Guard on both ends of the floor right now. Then that kid from Houston, Braden Smith at Purdue.
Nate Oates screaming instructions at his team. Sears down the paint and one.
He was, again, scoring, going to his right. Just sometimes Ganton matching system. You can have orange 151, red orange 173, or brown 1535. Isn't Billy Donovan court. And the last repeat national champion came right out of Gainesville. And I will not be shocked at all if UConn doesn't win it again this year. They
said it was a foul on Nelson a few moments ago. It's obviously changed. He's still in the game. Celtics on ABC, and it's UFC 299.
He's also deserving to one of my top 5 guys in college ball this year, the free throw shooter. And you want him on the floor to close out games. And man, he's a liability right now in close games because of it.
Sears guides it in from the corner. He's got 1 for warm-ups, and some teams would only provide 1.
It's got to be the same ball that you're going to play with, though, is my point.
You would think. Sears transition 3. And he buries out one.
He's go. We had a little bit of a run-in with that huge black gate. There's other vehicles. Raise hell, praise Dale, boys.
On Alabama. Jim, I think you just hit on something that's a huge advantage for coaches these days when it comes to recruiting. Instead of guessing
through point guard, and Zion pulling all those guys really good at that lead guard, and Nate Oates will talk about it again. He's been very transparent with all of us and his team. Defensively right now, they've all of college basketball. Think about this. The team picked dead last. Yeah, dead last is playing the team picked first. Arkansas, their second best offense is those bigs rolling out of it and making plays.
Walters from the corner skips off, but Nelson cleans it up. He steals in that game. Estrada dumps it off. Nelson couldn't finish the flush. Here's Battle.
Flicking.
Sears trying to make something happen. Able to share. And it's...
We have a league full of outstanding SIDs, and Mike Kaywood leads the charge.
There's Sears in the corner for his first field goal attempt.
Tom, go back and grade any game film. So many points are decided off those out of timeouts.
Over for Alabama. Meanwhile, the Razorbacks have made 7 of their last 8. Ellis trying to get the offense started. Battle looking for Mitchell, and a battle inside of Mitchell. Fouls Sears trying to find some space.
A good job by Sears as an undersized defender to circle the post. He didn't just try to establish one defensive guarding position. Continued to fight, continued to circle. As a result, Mitchell got frustrated with the elbow. Smart defensive play by an undersized guard in a bad spot. 10-0 run faster than anybody else in college basketball. And they score such a high percentage in the first 10 seconds of the shot clock, one of the top 3 teams in the country. There you go.
Sears is the catalyst. The leading scorer in the league has his second triple.
Yeah, he works.
Sears finding his flow.
Multiple ways to get him open. He misdirection. He runs to his left, and then the foot race back to the right. Kind of a staggered screen up top that we see in transition a lot of.
Good defense by Nelson to turn around Ellis. And a hand in his face. Ellis turns it over.
% better off of catch and shoot threes than he is off the bounce. Watch out.
To Sears. Got it.
Can't get hung up in traffic. You cannot get hung up in traffic with Sears in transition.
Hasn't done anything in this game. He usually gives him 13.5 a contest. And he nearly turned it over. Here's Sears now. And a whistle.
Then there's a head coach. You want the right official making the right.
And his mom, Lamika, helping as much.
In the cookie jar. It's working.
Battle late in the shot clock. Went through 3.
And just fight his way to the free throw line.
His last 28.
He's on a couple of weeks.
He does not lack for confidence.
What would your number have been if you went with that theory when you played?
99 is the largest number you can put on a jersey, so free throws. Here's Sears.
Tom, it took us a while to get there, but another intense battle in the SEC on the last day of regular season play.
Estrada gets turned around. And around Pringle and lays it in for his first bucket of the game.
And 3 to tie, but couldn't get it to go. Sears with the basketball, handing it off to Walters. Sam on the drive to the rim, off the glass, no good, but he's fouled. Willed that one in to make it a 10-point Hog lead. Here's Sears going the other direction. Goes to the rack, off the glass and in. Count it, an and one opportunity for Mark Sears. Sears shooting 1, trying to make it a 7-point game. And he does. Seconds left to play. Ellis with the dribble, working against Pringle. Throws it low post. Mitchell working against Sears. Mitchell trying to back his way down. Spin, shoots, misses. Rebound fought for. Walters had it, but a tie-up's going to be called, and the arrow will favor Alabama. Alabama had 9 fouls. That's right. That is the 16th foul. Alabama inbounds it. Sears to the rack. Up, no, but he got fouled, and he'll go to the line.
It is a change in officiating this year where they're waiting.
Some ball games. Now, make no mistake, they have been boat raced in several, but they have also battled Many teams to the wire, as they are Alabama. In fact, they've got the lead right now by 4. Here's Sears with it. Driving, stopping, backing it out beyond the arc. Sears circles away from trouble. Goes down the lane, gets hacked, knocked to the deck, and he'll go to the line to shoot a pair.
College basketball this time of year needs rest, and a lot of times when really good free.
Here comes Bama the other way. Really need a bucket here. 64-57, 6:45 to play. A lot of time left, but needs some momentum gained again. Here's Sears driving, dishing to Nelson. Nelson will work his way into the paint. He'll stop, he'll spin, he'll shoot the little jump hook. Got it to go. Lead with 3:38 to go. Here's Sears with it front court for Alabama. Sears playing off of a screen, driving, kicking in the corner. Nelson. He'll let it go from 3. Bottom. Huge make there for Alabama. And for Grant Nelson, that is the 6th bank first 3 of the day. They've never led. Estrada with it. Giving it off to Sears. Every possession matters. Reitzel for 3. Bottom. Huge make, Latrell Reitzel. Alabama to within 4 again with 2:26 to go.
Looks.
Estrada working left side. Giving it off to Sears. Sears being pushed by Davis, no whistle. He'll drive and dish to Nelson in the corner for 3. Bottom, he did it again. Grant Nelson is 2nd. Bank first 3 in the last 2 minutes. Right at 9. 8, battle, going downhill. Hands it off Mitchell. Missed the dunk. Rebound claimed by Bama. Nelson flips it ahead Estrada. Estrada spinning left, giving it off to Pringle. Pringle to Sears. Sears out to Reitzel. Fakes a 3. Steps back for the tie. Bottom. Let's start over. Tied at 74. 20 seconds remain. Are picked up by Sears and then Nelson. Now Mark pushes it ahead. Bama looking for its first lead. Sears circles away from traffic to Nelson. Back to Sears. Sears working against the bigger defender Mitchell. Sears on the near wing. Crosses over. Down the lane. Back out Estrada. Estrada. Bounce pass inside. Pringle got fouled. A late whistle and he'll go to the line. Mark with it for Arkansas. Mark against Nelson. Lost it. Grant took it away. Here comes Bama. Mark Sears to the rim. Lays it in. Bama by 4 with 1:38 to go.
What a huge stop as Arkansas gets the timeout. Graham Nelson able to give ground, defend without fouling. That started the Alabama fast break. Bama up 4 with 1:38 to play.
He will try to help deny anybody coming to the ball, including Sears, or especially Sears. Bama's got to hurry. They get it into Mark. Mark will flip it ahead. Walters will drive in to the rack for the flush. Bama by 4 with 3 seconds to go.
He had 13 quick ones last night. It was quiet after that.
Estrada for 3. Got it.
Florida's bigs can't make those little floaters in the lane. It's just a numbers game. Good news for Alabama fans is Rylan Griffin, who had that injury, has come back into the lineup. He's a big key to them.
Pulling, dancing with Nelson. They brought help out in the form of Griffin. Shot clock at 5. Clayton challenged 3 is wide left. As he went to the free throw line 3 times and went a perfect 6 for 6 from the line. Pulling with the push-off. Todd Golden not happy.
Well, they have been unable to guard the ball without getting blown by, and so for Sears to cut Pullen off there, and first team
from Perth, Australia. Jaron Stevenson on the floor for Bama. Here's Griffin. And back to their leading scorer, Sears. All conference versus all conference, and Sears wins this one. Mark Sears.
I thought it was awesome how you got him rapid too. That was cool. Right in the middle of the shoot-around.
Well, he's rolling in his 5.0. Sears finds Nelson. Dive and dunk. Sears bounces it to Nelson. Shares it to Pringle for the jam. Under 6 to play in the first half, and Sears playing with 2 personal fouls. Turns his back and reverses it in with incredible body control and vision. Well, right there, despite the fact that Alabama has led the entire game, Sears with the shake gets the board. Sears dumps for Estrada in transition for the Gators. Estrada right down the paint. Pump fake, and he sneaks it in.
You want to be as a college head coach.
Sears hard into Hanlogton. And make no mistake, revenue, one big reason these coaches want to stay here. And after high-profile jobs opened up, gives Florida its largest lead of the game. Shoals High School.
That's the coolest first I've ever seen.
Wasn't a chance they're going to win the game, so he could whittle the deficit to single digits. The difference in their rating, .000.
When you see a trailing coach call a timeout late,
where's the purse? Sears penetrates and takes it off the glass.
There, but now all of a sudden you got 7-seed A&M, and then Mississippi State, what, 8 or 9, still alive?
I think he served the community that night.
In and out, they can get some quick transition buckets here. They can get some little run. Try to get this thing to a manageable number. It's just not. It's going to bring Pringle in to try to get a little bit more physical this game, saying, hey, Florida imposed their will on us, and they threw the first punch. But 40 minutes of basketball, and other than that start.
Sears to Nelson. Oh, man. And then Sears fighting for it. Gets it to Estrada for the layup.
That's why he's a first-team All-SEC guy. When you're down 22, you don't typically see this type of effort. But watch Sears and White here. That he's going to be the first to the deck. Dive on this loose ball. Get it to Estrada for the 2.
No. Sears off the window.
A little bit showing you the right, then switches it last minute with the left.
Pringle can't stop popping and got another jam. He's got a dozen. 0 for 2. Talk to Mark Sears about his growth as a player this season, and they lost so much talent off of last year's team, including.
He said at the start, not only one of the best players in the SEC, you could argue he's the most improved player in the league as well.
Yeah, he and Shawnee's would be up for that conversation. Griffin in transition. Team. And then they went in midweek to Florida on the Gators senior night and lost their second in a row. Sears with a beautiful reverse.
And they've continued that hot streak in this SEC tournament.
51% shooting, including 7 of 20 from deep for this Florida team. Todd Golden able to
come away with it early February.
Side to Griffin. Ryland a pump fake and then a feed to Sears. He'll drive in. Tough shot of the lane. Got it to go and Bama Cougars. Now Sears running to the other end.
Defense right now. Alabama.
Sears shooting the first. Tide joining Estrada and Sears. Backdoor look deflected by Mark.
He did a nice job right there.
Sears a deep 3 near side bottom. Man. Mark will head into the front court. Cougars filled in nicely, but he'll drive in. Tough shot off the glass.
So allows you to get at the line for 2.
Sears ties it. Here's Griffin with the basketball. Feeding it off. Sears, tough drive right. And here comes Sears, front court for the Tide. Gives it off to Reitzel. Catch and shoot 3. Now, Mark trying to work away from traffic. Gets into the paint, steps through. Tough shot off the glass. Pitch with it. Handing it off near side Rogers. He'll drive to the right. Goes down the lane. Lost it. Scrambled. Picked up by Nelson. Into Mark playing off of a screen. Lets it fly from deep. Bottom. Controlled by Bama. Ahead now to Sears. Mark gives it off. Stevenson. Corner 3. Bottom. 7th on the Crimson Tide, but man, there aren't many any better than Nate Oates coming out of a timeout. Set up Sears with it. Sears working downhill, going down the lane, off the glass for the Crimson Tide with 17.5 minutes to go. Near side, Mark crossing over, stepping back, deep 3. Boys, he hot today.
Wide open and knocks down another one.
Fulton, his pass stolen away. Sears to the rim, lays it in for 2. He's got 25, and he's playing defense, too, and the Tide's rolling up by 20, and boy, Mama's loving it. Timeout, Charleston. Mama Sears loving what Mark Christopher is doing here in Spokane, Washington. and we are too. Timeout on the floor. 17:05 to play. Wants to clear out. Plays off a screen from Diabate. Gets bumped, kicks it in the corner. Stevenson catch and shoot three. Away from traffic. Berzovic cut him off. Now Sears driving all the way to the rim. But the Cougars were able to keep possession and work to the other end. Sears on the drive. Hands it off. Waggy the flush. It is now Sears will drive. Fires the pass right side. Estrada three. Driving to his left. Going downhill. Got 30 for Mark Sears. With Estrada losing it, giving it back to Sears. Tries the three, and that's a great way to start. 35 to go in the opening half. Here's Sears the other way for Bama. Into the paint, the kick. Griffin right side, three, bottom. Left wing, he will hand it off to Sears. Back to Pringle, goes inside. Bucket 5. Now they go with it to Blackshear at 2, at 1. Stolen away by Sears. Here comes Estrada the other way to the trailer. Sears steps in, deep three, bottom. Ball's batted around and controlled by the Tide. Here comes Sears front court. Mark going down the lane, whips a pass left side to Griffin. Ryland gets into the lane, lays it up. 7 and moving here in the opening half. It's Reitzel on the drive, going down the lane. Too strong, long rebound, picked up by Sears. Mark in the lane, lays it up and in when it goes to Sears. Mark out high at 11, at 10, goes left at 9, hands it off. Estrada lopes to the basketball. It's Harrison kicking it into the far corner to Moore. Moore will get it into the paint. Got away with a push off on Sears. Got away with a shoulder on Sears. Bamley taken away, and it is by Bama. Here comes Sears, giving it ahead. Stevenson the flush. Bama coming the other way. Sears going downhill to the rack. It is blocked after it hit the glass. Bo kicking out to McLaughlin. McLaughlin driving, trying to back his way down, getting away with pushing twice. Knocked away by Sears. On Harrison, Bama, 3, bottom, Mark Sears.
To force a difficult shot.
Sears on the drive, getting into the lane, spinning, kicking. Walters, come on, baby. Getting it front court. Mark on the near wing, going downhill, kicks it in the corner. Sam again, 3, bottom. To Stevenson. Jaron will hand it back to Mark. Mark hesitates, goes down the lane, runner off the glass. Pringle to Sears. Mark left alone, dead on 3, bottom is right. Harrison on the drive, loses it out of bounds. And we'll see Brennan leave the game because I believe he got popped in the face, or at least trying to add to a 3-point lead late. 6, gives it to Pringle. Nice feed inside. Diabate, left-handed shot, he's good. Sears at 6, Sears at 5. Sears to the rack, inside. Pringle the flush.
2.
First free throw up and good. 6 assists and 3 steals with 13:55 to go in the opening half. Sears trying to shake free, gets into the lane. He'll drive, he'll shoot over the right hand, blocked by Ryan. They're going to blow the whistle and say it was out of bounds or a foul. That's going to be a foul called.
Mark has not gotten a look, but
it's upcoming. And that one is good as well. Double team, gives it to Withers now. Throws it right into the hands of Mark Sears. A takeaway for the Tide. Sears hesitates, trying to drive. Got fouled on the floor. 32 as the inbounds goes to Walters. Now to Sears. Steps back. Deep 3. Bottom. That was a great look for Mark Sears. His first bank first 3.
Why you got to defend the ball. Help came, and the dunk was a result.
Pringle at the elbow, a bounce pass to Sears. Short corner jumper from 8 feet is good.
Did against Grand Canyon.
Inbounding it, Sears. Catch and shoot 3. Bottom! Oh, baby, knock it down, Mark Sears. Left wing gives it up to Pringle, hands it off to Sears. Mark driving down the lane, splitting defenders, laying it up and in. Great move, Mark Sears. Gives it off to Sears, running down the left sideline. Driving to the basket, gets to the rim, lays it up and in for 2. Quite a start for Mark Sears. He's got 14. By Davis, and he'll run it down the sideline for the Tar Heels. Now he'll run it down the lane. He'll feed it off, but right to Mark Sears. The chance opportunity upcoming for the Crimson Tide. Great feed. Sears layup good for 2. Nick.
That was big what Ryland was able to do on both ends of the floor.
Pringle on the drive, hands it off. Nelson got bumped.
5+ minutes.
Bama with the ball down 3. We've got 14:37 to go. Sears to the wing, a bounce pass. Nelson fakes the 3, drives to the rim, short, rebounded his own miss, puts it up. Nobody's fouled. Our Heels after trailing by as many as 10 in the first half. Right side, driving, Ryan. Bama will run the other way, down 6. Now it's Griffin. Steps into a 3. Bottom. Big bank first three there. Timeout, Nate Oates in Alabama. 8-10 remains. A 3-point game between the 4-seed Alabama and number 1 Carolina. Sears trying to get downhill, gets to the rim, lays it up and in. 1-point game. Los Angeles, Bama and Clemson playing way out west to get to the Final Four. Stevenson inside.
Another one at point-blank range. That's 3 wide-open layups.
I simply meant the catch and the layup in one motion when I said that, but Sears gets it done on the backdoor feed. 3:56 to go in the half. Here's
Sears,
Gerard throwing it inside Hall. Stripped away, nearly stolen by Sears, then Hall. Basketball, surveying the floor, goes to the top of the arc. Steps back, deep three from dead on, and it's bottom. Oh, he's heating up. Mark Christopher Sears, and the Tide can feel it now, up 5 with 1:38 to go in the half. Driving, getting downhill, getting out to Sears, all alone, left wing 3. Bob will take that all night long. Griffin, he'll pivot, gives it off to Sears. Mark, looking low, finds Nelson, hands it off. Pringle the flood. Mark, working against the defender, has it right side, steps back, deep 3, bottom. Mark Sears. Muscle Shoals native, knocks it home. He's got 11. Here's the other way. Mark Sears going left. Sears looking, firing, near side. Open 3, bottom. How about the youngin'? Jaron Stevenson to his right. Stops, looks, fires it back to Mark. Deep 3, bottom. Mark Sears gets it done. Another bank first 3. He's got 14. Sixth rebound. Bama the other way. Driving, Pringle, Sears. Let it go, baby. Oh, yeah. Tide heating up. Leading it 68-59. Up 6 with 5 minutes to go. Estrada to Griffin to Sears. In the corner. 3. Bottom. Mark Sears. Mark Christopher Sears getting it done. Looking at us. Said, Mark just said it's over. Go play D, baby. It ain't yet. Backs it out. Will go against Godfrey, their best defender. Sears driving left. Crossing over. Stepping back. Deep 3. Bottom. Oh, Mark Sears. A bank first 3. And a stoppage in play briefly. I'm not really sure what for, but 1:11 to go. Bama by 7.
Give it up. Pringle on the feed for Sears. He is fouled. Will sit. Sears working to get a shot. He does. And Sears, who can make off-balance deliveries like that look easy. And a rebound to Sears. Alabama can take the lead. Early offense. Reitzel got a 3.
And has so much confidence right there. Latrell Reitzel off the bench. Potent from downtown.
And that was 10 feet behind the line.
But great awareness, too, by Sears to find him.
He brings all-around skills to this Alabama squad.
Oh,
Sears
hesitation.
The lane opens up, and Sears takes full advantage. How about down? Sears threads the needle. Walking around the perimeter. Griffin lines it up. Buries a 3.
And worst shooting games from 3 in this tournament.
Reitzel. Wow. Count it for 3. 6 points now for Cam Spencer. And UConn leads at 38-33. The drive. Sears works it. Advance to the national championship game. It's all coming up. AT&T at the half. The jumper is smooth for Mark Sears. 8 seconds left.
He's very good in the back, helping out, too.
Sears. Reload. Sears puts it up and in. Griffin. Now Sears gets involved. Sears trying to turn the corner. Griffin got him. Grant Smithner.
Patience right there. Twice going at Klingon, finding the open man.
Nelson lost it to Klingon. Trying to save, they do. Sears, the corner pop goes for 3.
Again with that dribble drive.
Give it up.
Look at the hustle by Castle.
Sears. Oh, he takes those steps to the rim. We're going to hit the 8-minute mark. Sears, ball fake. Sears. Oh, he corkscrews in for 2 and the foul. He's an 85% shooter. And once again, Newton is down 5 on 4. Spencer.
Guys from Hudson County don't sleep. You knew that they were going to make that adjustment. They backed off and took it away from them. Wow.
Sears nails a long triple.
about a tough-minded guy.
Marsh off of the screen, left alone. Lefty three, up, no good. Rebound claimed by Reed. Darian will bring it himself into the front court. Leaves it for the trailer Sears. Dribbles to his right. Off of the screen, spots up three. And Mark Sears is indeed back. And Alabama with a 9-0 lead. The bank first. Three-pointer, the first of the season. For Mark Sears, I'm going to go out on a limb. More will follow. Mark the Crimson Tide gives it up top of the arc. Diabate now to Sears. Mark hesitates, goes down the lane. Tough contested shot off the glass and in for two. On the layup attempt, and here comes the Tide the other way. Far side Sears. Mark splitting defenders. Got tripped, goes to the deck. First free throw up and good for Mark. Point. Again, for a guy who shoots a lot. Nelson into the front court, being defended by Gant. Nice look inside Sears.
Percent from the line a year ago, 44%.
Here comes Banks driving in, loses it on the way up, tipped by 13 to play, 8 to shoot here in the half. Sears with the basketball out high, 4, 3, 2 on the shot clock, gets to the rim, lays it up and in. 3 seconds to go in the half. Tylon thought Amori was there, and the big dog had left the yard, and so he was able to get the easy layup to go. That's Marsh with the bucket. Here's Phylon, the no-look pass, and a dunk attempt, but a 36. Here's Phylon with the basketball, dribbling right wing, going baseline, steps through, kicks it out to Sears. All alone, 3, and that is as close to automatic as you will find. Our wing. Calling for a screen, gets one from Clifford, throws it inside to him on the pick and roll. And
Alabama's strength of schedule is going to be probably number 1 or 2 in the country, so that would be a good problem to have, but got to remain focused here in the second half.
Reitzel gives it off to Sears, right corner, 3, bottom. 3, the tap wouldn't go for the Dogs, and Bama runs the other way. Sears on the near wing, works underneath the basket, and a late whistle.
The ball on the pass. Looked like the defense, AB was able to see at the line in Mark Sears.
Hit the first, hits the second. The other way, Mark Sears brings it ahead with 8:34 to go, throws the lob in the flush for the Big Red Dog, and a timeout's going to be called once again by Asheville head coach Mike Morrell. Gives it off, gets it back. Sears, hesitation move in the paint. Fires a pass somehow to Reitzel. Latrell, little teardrop, left side, got it to go.
A little shaken up on that last play, getting some treatment. Blood on his uniform being cleaned off. Mark Sears going.
That's fouls are definitely going to be something that is going to be.
Iron, Clifford Amori with the rebound. Sears feeding Phylon. Draws the foul.
Put an add to the roster. Gives them the versatility and the depth that they need to be a really good defensive team.
Sears, Phylon is fouled. Vincent hangs on to the rebound for Alabama.
Good job in defensive transition that time by Arkansas State. Getting back, stopping the fast break opportunity.
Mark Sears to the rim. Range. Off the iron. Mark Sears with the rebound. And more contact.
If you're Arkansas State.
Mark Sears. Mark Sears. Perfect.
Going to Alabama.
Reed to Clifford.
Beautiful design play. And a strong screen by Mark Sears to flip. Able to reach up with one arm and pull it down.
Foul called on
Mentioned the foul going to Marshall as Mark Sears was able to put on the brakes. Look, Mark Sears getting it going. You're going to have to put your foot on the gas. As you can see, this is a team that's not good.
Mark Sears weaving through traffic before
several players with their hands on their knees for Arkansas State as the tempo has started to pick up.
Arkansas State. 8-0 run for the Red Wolves. Crimson Tide trying to find some offense. Mark Sears will do just that.
Really good job. Sad to get the game open.
5-point Crimson Tide lead. Sears makes it 7.
That hesitation dribble that he uses when he's going.
Mark
Mark Sears against Phelps, drawing the foul. He will go to the free throw line when we return to 10 minutes to go. Mark Sears to the free throw line.
Go down and get an easy one against a defender that doesn't want to pick up a cheap foul.
Mark Sears fighting through contact.
It's just a matter of having a little bit more focus and concentration.
Darian Reed.
Excellent decision. That was all created with the penetration of Mark Sears. Great job there by Rashard Marshall, catching that ball high on the alley-oop, coming down, gathering himself, and putting it in.
Nice feed from Nelson to Sears. Won't go, and a foul.
Drawing the foul, getting to the free throw line.
Third foul on Pinion. Sears goes 2 of 2 at the line. Here's some defense from Diabate. Sears draws another foul.
Great recognition once again by Alabama, barreling down on you on the offensive end. Mo Diabate getting things going, coming up with this steal and finding the man who has the hot hand. Mark Sears calling for it for the wing, puts his shoulder down, foul, back to the free throw line.
Mark Sears, right to Reed.
Beautiful play. Mark Sears with the left-handed alley-oop. Darian Reed throwing down the hammer.
Crimson Tide back to a 9-point advantage. 2:52 still to go, and everyone learning the name Darian Reed.
The side play coming out of the break. The alley-oop to Darian Reed going to the top shelf. But just not able to finish.
Floater from the logo, won't go for Todd. Marshall too strong. There's Mark Sears. Finding Reed. Phylon, yes.
Good cut to the basket by LeBaron Phylon. Reitzel with the opportunity, could have cut to the basket.
McNeese with the lead over Bama early. 17:30 and ticking. Time left in the opening half. Sears on the wing, looks for the backdoor cutter, and Nelson drives in, had it blocked, but a foul is correctly called on. Sherrell rebounds it for the Tide, gives it ahead to Sears. Behind the back with the dribble, extra pass into the corner to Reitzel, flips it out to Mark. Left alone, that's a mistake. Knocks it home for the first three-pointer of the game for the Tide.
Reitzel caught the ball in the corner. He pump faked. I thought he was going to step back and attempt the three. It ended up going inside, converging the defense, and Mark Sears able to catch it in rhythm and knock down a deep three.
Garcia pushed off. Great defense by Mark Sears, and that is an area where his game has gone to another level from last year.
Well, he put his name in the NBA draft, and the feedback he got was he has to be more consistent on the defensive end. He was really good defensively in the NCAA tournament last.
Diabate ahead to Sears. Mark going downhill, kicks it in the corner to Holloway. Aiden around to Mo. Mo back to Aiden, dribbles right, feeds it off to Sears. Drives underneath the basket, shovels it over to Reed. Three, bottom. Especially on the defensive end. Near corner three ball, rims out, no good for the Cowboys. It was missed by Richards, and Bama clears it and comes the other way. Sears going downhill into the lane, hits the trailer Nelson. Spots up, three, bottom.
He's worked on his shot in the offseason. A little bit different shooting motion than we saw a year ago. He hasn't shot it well the first couple of games of the season. Caught it in rhythm. Mark Sears once again setting his teammates up.
Time left first half here in Tuscaloosa. Sears with it out high. Gives it off to Holloway. Back to Sears. Mark between the legs with the dribble. Drives into the lane. Throws it back on the left side to Phylon. He'll drive. Step through. Runner is up. Got it to go. The friendly roll there. Mistake there by Bama. As they watch that shot go up, nobody went to get it. Sears, a tough shot in the paint. Couldn't get it to go off the glass. He'll go to the line and shoot a pair from Darian Reed. 3 from Mark Sears and 2 points from Jaron Stevenson. 4 trying to get it to 5, and he does just that. Mark no good by Richards, and the rebound controlled by Bama. Reed to Stevenson in the corner. Jaron feeds it off to Sears. Left alone, 3, and he knocks it home. home once again. And the boys inbounds to Stevenson, back to Sears in the corner. Thought about a three, instead drives, dishes to Nelson, back to Mark, right corner. Goes baseline, swings a pass to Reitzel, far side three, bottom.
That's great offense. Mark Sears got down the baseline, and as he got cut off, Latrell Reitzel slid to that left corner, understanding that Mark would find him if he got open. He did, and knocks down his second of the game.
Applied by the Cowboys. Over to Reitzel, far side. Latrell on the drive, gets cut off by Cooper, gives it back out to Sears. Mark, back to Reitzel, corner three, bottom.
When he lets it go, you're shocked if it doesn't go in, especially when he's in rhythm. And Mark Sears finds him again in the corner.
Sincere Parker, 6'3", 195 at a senior, knocks it home. Top of the arc, Reed kicks it over to Reitzel, fakes a three, drives to the baseline, flips it underhanded to Sears. Deep three, bottom. Good Lord. Garcia flips it back right side, catch and shoot three, too strong, rebounded by Sears. Bama wants to run, Mark front court, crosses over, goes downhill, and a foul's going to be whistled. Sears, the front end of the 1-and-1, up and good.
Of the last 4 or 5 minutes, 4 turnovers in that span. A big
point number we've got right now. Left corner, Stevenson, back out to Sears. Sears with it on the left wing. Mark directing traffic, skips it over to Nelson. 8 on the shot clock. Sears with it at 6. At 5 inside. Nelson catches it, lays it in for 2.
Short roll for Trey Coffin-Rent. He can be very effective at getting to his little mid-range.
Sears with it, went off against Purdue last year for 35 points. Greg Nelson. That's a good look, and Harris with the ball. Just enough in the win Monday night. Wants more possessions, more threes.
McNeese did a good job with that press. It slowed them down. They switched everything. McNeese, one of those teams that they're tough off the bounce, but defensively did a good job.
That's why he's missed only 1 shot this year. And here comes Sears. Now call against Smith all the way to the rim. Miles Colvin is checked in as well. He wears number 5. Matt Painter said he had his best game as a Boilermaker on Monday nights.
Oh, what a pass.
Well, that's another good look inside. And this time Reed with the finish.
Boy, you just...
Sears has been quiet. Omori's second dunk of the night.
And that's the gravity that Mark Sears presents. You can
get their distance game going, still looking for that first 3. Sears gets the bounce.
Boy, Bama goes back to the same exact play, but there's the strength of Sears on display. He gets what an impact he's having in this game.
Didn't score against Yale Monday. He already has a 3 and that deuce. Phylon. There's their first 3.
That's a big-time pass, and certainly with Mark Sears there, he's surveying all options. He's looking to score. He's looking to his roll man, Amori, and Purdue helping off Phylon and Braden Smith fading for no reason.
Phylon skip pass to Sears.
And he's smacking that picture with Braden Smith.
Sears with 35 in this matchup last year. Now he has 2 buckets here tonight. Sears finds the glass.
You got to stop the basketball.
Shot clock at 10. Colvin on Sears. Boy, they're making it tough on him. And a foul called against Colvin. Matt Painter said today, talking
Colvin taking an assignment that time. I think Colvin's coming off his best defensive game. On state, it's kind of a smart play of getting to the body of
Coffin-Rent game high 13 points.
Oh, what a block.
Oh, Maury went up to get it.
Against 99% of players in college basketball, that's a bucket, but not against Cliff Amori.
Reitzel, back-to-back threes for the tie.
You just kind of felt like, Paul, that it was a matter of time before
Reitzel knew 20 to shoot. Sears guarded by the freshman Harris. Oh, misses the jam. That looked like it. Reitzel, Phylon, back to Reitzel.
Sears from way downtown, got it. Boy, he shoots it with some incredible range, and he shoots it easy. Purdue lead the second-ranked team in the nation by 10. Sears. Reitzel. Game. Lead back up to 10. Sears.
He's taking care of it himself. He's got 7 of the Illini's early 13.
Tom, he is really good. Played for the powerhouse FC Barcelona last year on their second team primarily. A ton of international experience.
Whew. Nelson slides right down the lane. You want a pass from Nelson. Both teams tough schedules in the very near future. Boswell off the mark. And here comes Mark Sears. Sears has been less than aggressive on the offensive side. Foul on that shot. Into 3 straight brick walls in that possession. Sears has not put up a shot yet. Second in the league in scoring behind Dalton Connect last year. What's that guy up to, Connect? Nelson banks it
in. A wiry, strong, tough, hard to guard to handle. 4 and white.
Drought for Illinois.
Pretty good player.
Not bad. And all Yakuchonis did was come out with 13 assists against SIU Edwardsville. Here cleared in late October. Remember, Zvonimir last year in Kentucky didn't get cleared until really late this season.
Mark Sears.
Got to be happy, and he's got big shoes to fill this year as they lost Jamal Shedd, who was so important. But I like his game and his size. And right away, Reitzel answers with a corner 3.
He's made 10 consecutive threes.
Uh-oh, the announcer jinx.
The announcer jinx. I was hoping he wouldn't acknowledge that. Diabate misses a 3 and tie against Big 12. Nelson looking for Sears. Bama's got to get Sears going. Did not score his last game. He is 0 for here tonight. He fights Holloway, and Holloway laces a 3. Sears patient, even though he's not scoring. Grant, he's setting up his teammates in the offense.
You got to paint touch, draw the defense.
Texas Tech transfer. Sears drives, Sears, and he is whacked.
Certainly shows it there with that beautiful move. Now, I like this.
Like he lost the grip on his way up. Sears now steps into a 3. The lefty knocks it down. And that is the Mark Sears we're accustomed to. It's November. We're officiating friendly here. Sears fouled on the floor. That's a big league purse he's got going, by the way.
Got touch.
That's it. Elbows under.
But he...
Cougars lead it by 1. Here's Teron Roberts. Talented player for the Cougars. Gives it up. Plenty of time on the clock here. Wilson gets stuck in the Now Francis going to work on Nelson. He spins. Got bodies in the air and stripped by Sears, and he's fouled. Mark Sears. Alabama natives as well. Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Now in his grad season. America's selection last year. Set a program record. Looks like he took a shot to the eye. Sears turning the corner on Sharp. And that'll paid run, and Diabate is fouled. But you like it. Again, putting a taller player on Pryor, and he's missed 2 threes with size on him. Good catch there, Grant. Here comes Bama. Sears, little sidestep. Got off the ground. Now he resets for 3. The lefty sticks it. With Nelson and Reitzel. Emmanuel Sharp picking up Sears. Now the double comes. And Sears. Our best wishes to the Biz. Paul Bisson. 2 high-octane offenses. Houston, one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the country, and they cash one in. Milos used and buries a triple and makes it a 4-point game. His first three of the game, and a whistle on the other end. Sears, his return to Vegas. Did hit a big three, but approaching the 4-minute mark. Here's Sears. Just picked up his third foul. Guarded by Wilson. Wilson almost knocked it free. Sears, a lot of dribbling. And
then really the adjustment that Houston is in his hands. He's made some big plays here tonight.
Sears taking on Wilson. Can't shake him. Sears backs it out.
Good defense.
And Wilson right with him. Sears looking for help now. Got to put up a tough shot. He is fouled. Effort. Expectation.
And also we talked about too was the guards.
Minute to go. Sears, three-pointer, down! Mark Sears!
Hard these teams play.
Appreciate that. Hasn't been always pretty. Roberts turning the corner. Active hands there by Holloway and forces the turnover. Here's Diabate now. Patient. Sears playing 4-on-4. Now Reitzel gives it up. Sears wide open. Three-pointer is good. Mark Sears.
And great awareness there by Reitzel.
Tyson Acuff comes in for Rutgers. Darian Reed cut off. Ball moves. Here's Reitzel Jr. Catch. Three-pointer is down. Defensively to start this game. And a hammer jam. Alabama and had a big win over Houston last night. Here's Sherrell, first minutes on the floor, and he gets into the act.
And you see right now the offense is starting to flow for Alabama.
Little man on him in Phylon, and he went to work. By the way, those are the first points for Rutgers off an Alabama turnover. So 8 turnovers, but they have not been able to cash in. Strong move inside Mohammed. Sears. Guarded by Williams. Williams with those 2 early fouls. Here's Hayes picking him up now. Sears just goes to work. Notre Dame, a shorthanded Notre Dame team. And Rutgers got the win. And Dylan Hopper went for 36. That's a 3-ball down. Latrell Reitzel Jr. has scored at least 20 points in 5 of them. And a career-high 36 last night. Stevenson back on the floor. And here goes Sears. Amore. And that was touched by
tough shots and shoots them with ease.
Sears driving on Hayes. Got it. Tough layup by Mark Sears. Ball's moving. 3-point shooter is open. He missed it. Diabate pulls down the board. Diabate drives and finishes with authority. Long drought before Steve Pikiell got him back in 2021. Up top for Nelson. Diabate leaves it beautifully for Grant Nelson. Want to force him right, but he's good with the right too.
Look at this buddy ball right here. Great big-to-big pass.
Here comes Alabama down 4. We approach the 1-minute mark. Reitzel, nothing there. Now Sears drives. Sears runs into Martini and a foul on that. Sears all kind of dribbling here in traffic. In the corner, Stevenson. There's your call, Allie. Stevenson gets this. Again, Sears in the paint, backs it out. Sears, good 3-point shooter. Wide open, rips the cords.
Make a big-time play as he, unfortunately, there, understanding how important he is. He's complaining, but he fouled us.
Sears drives it right back at him, aggressive, and he lays it in. Not many 6'10 guys can move like that. Durkheck going in for the hammer. He missed it. Push it up ahead. Sears pulls it back for a transition 3. Mark Sears, a wise move there. And Rutgers or Nate Oates in Alabama. And Alabama with a takeaway. 3-point game. Alabama with a lead. Sears cashes in another 3. What a half he is putting together right now. He's on the floor with 4 fouls right now. Diabate turns a corner. Nice move. Terrific finish by Mohamed Diabate. Sears got Durkheck on a string. Sears, no. And there is Diabate again. And Nelson misses a 3. Sears an offensive board. He is fouled. Came over. Because the head coach
do that again.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Mark Sears at the controls. Gets a step on Durkak and lays it in.
So adept at drawing fouls.
Sears getting into ball control mode here as we go into 5 minutes. Durkak is on him. Sears gets a step again and a foul. Sears is so skilled at draw.
And this arena.
Turn. Akut picks him up. The switch. Sears to the corner. Driving is Reed. Wow! It is Darian Reed picking up Harper. Now the switch. 4 fouls for Sears. Harper goes right at him. Missed it. And it is Diabate who secures. Alabama can make it a 2-possession game. Alabama has 3 timeouts if Nate Oates wants one.
Sears has the matchup he wants here against Durkak. Has been able to get by him and draw fouls.
Chewing up the clock here. And now Nate Oates calls the... Bama by 2 of the ball. 9 to shoot. Coming out of bounds here. Sears gets to the basket. Gives it up. Reed is fouled.
Both teams are going to move the ball and share the ball. And, of course, flat-out score.
T.J. Bamba coming off 22 against San Diego.
Finding the open man, the corner 3.
Shellstad was a big man. Nate Biddle. It's going to be interesting to see what Oregon does. Alabama typically goes small, but Biddle's not your typical big.
Morey comes over to help. No one helps the helper.
Here's Nelson. He's a major offensive weapon. This time he tees up Sears. Sears with big range. Pieces together, Grant. It can be a challenge sometimes. 6 transfers have come into this program trying to get back to the NCAA tournament. A point-blank miss. Shellstad. They clear it out. Shellstad got some room inside to work. No, Sears with a block. One-on-one D, the fabulous point guards. And now Sears drives it, lays it in to a strong hand.
And it's funny, Dana right there, just beating Nelson down the floor.
Holloway 3, missed it. Offensive rebound, Holloway once again, a long one this time, around and down it goes.
Just too careless and casual with the ball here. They just value the basketball.
Sears, a big story. And Sears hits. Certainly going to be on the minds of Alabama fans. And looking up top.
Seen that other than Tracy one time posted up here early.
Adrian Tracy spinning off that left hand. Now Shellstad guarded by Sears. And a block by Sears. His second block. Shellstad gets it back. Tracy fires, misses. And that is going to be a foul on Biddle.
They have been spectacular on both ends of the floor here, B.A.
Answer on the other end from Reed.
To beat him to the rim.
Sears drives it, leaves it, and Morey got fouled. Jumper missed by Tracy. Bama a chance to whittle it down even more. Sears on the attack. Kick baseline. Stevenson, he's got another one. Media guy doesn't lie.
I'll tell you what, hard work pays off. Trust your work. Stevenson on fire from 3 these last 2 games.
Timeout. Dana Altman could not buy a 3-pointer through the first 5 games of the year, and now he can't miss the last 2.
Well, that was Sears pushing it, getting 4 people to again in the corner, and this offensive attack can get.
He will sit with the 4 fouls. Now a 3, Stevenson. Guy can't miss. He's making up for lost time. We are tied at 61 as Jaron Stevenson is lighting the lamp here. Bamba gets it back from Evans. Bamba drives, misses. And Sears out of the pack. Sears with 4 ducks back. Sears probing.
Good pass.
And he leaves it. It is blocked. No, it's a foul. Biddle did not like that one from Bamba. Sears penetrates. Sears got it to go. And 1. Alabama in front.
Sears finds a way. Sears all over half court. And you're sitting pretty.
Each team with 1 timeout remaining. Alabama has the possession arrow. Bartholomew gives it up. Angel. And it's knocked out of his hands. Diabate. Wow, a turnover and a foul on Sears. And free throws coming now.
Well, first of all, smart play Alabama on the inbounds pass. They trapped, excuse me, They didn't have to foul right there, and Angel not strong with the ball. Great hands by Diabate, and then Angel fouls. Now he has 5 fouls out of the game. But Sears at the free throw line.
Will come the other way. Davis will bring it front court for North Carolina. Leaves it for the trailer, then it's stripped away and stolen. Here comes Sears for Alabama. Ahead to Phylon. Gets into the paint, rolls it over to Nelson. Catch and shoot three, partially blocked. Doesn't get it. Gives it off to Amori. Back to Sears on the wing, driving all the way to the rim. Tough shot, somehow got it to go off the window. Yeah, opening half, Bama a 4-2 lead. North Carolina with the basketball here in Chapel Hill. Ball's knocked loose, picked up by Bama. Sears left of the circle, 3-ball, no. Bama got the 3 from Reed. The Heels now miss a layup attempt. Bama runs the other way, sees parted. Sears lays it in off the window for 2. And the Heels have cut it to a bucket. 9-7 our score. Stopping at the elbow is Phylon, throws it back out to Sears at the timeline near side. Sears weaving through traffic, gets into the lane, gets to the rim, lays it up and in. Sears with it out high between the logos, gives it off to Sherrill at the high post. He'll pivot, he'll look, he'll throw a backdoor cut to Reed, angles in the air, and got it to go. What a play.
For Mark Sears, Darian Reed goes straight to the basket because of the focus on Sears and gets the easy lay-in.
13-7 our score, and a steal by the Crimson Tide. The double team results in the steal. Here's Sears in transition. Near side, Holloway, 3, too strong to make it a 1-point game. 13-12 Bama with 13:52 to go in the opening half. Bama comes near side to Sears. He'll drive, he'll get into the lane, he'll get it off the window and in for 2 more. Mark getting it to the top of the arc. Sears gives it off to Reed, back to Mark again. He'll split defenders, he'll drive and dish. Far side, 3-ball up and good. Beautiful look there, knocking it down for the Tide was Aiden Holloway.
Because of Mark Sears' ability to get in the paint, converges the defense. Aiden Holloway in rhythm, knocks it down.
25 to go in the opening half of play here in Chapel Hill. Sears on the wing, takes it top of the arc, steps back, 3, bottom.
Better.
Need that for getting better, but need another 4-minute segment like the one we just saw, Brian, because you win each of them by a point or 2. You're going to love the math at the end of the ball game. There's a lot of work to be done, but looks like Alabama's able to do a lot of the things you talked about. Rebounded by Stevenson, and Jaron will bring it ahead. Gives it off to Sears. Now to Phylon. He'll change directions. Lays it up in the paint. Got it to go. And Alabama leads it now 28-16 away. LeBaron inbounds it to Amori at the elbow. Cliff with a dribble to his left. Picks it up. Great backdoor look. Nelson the layup for 2. Center. Bama with the basketball. Front court. 14 on the shot clock as Sears drives, gives it back out. Holloway all alone, 3, hits another one. His 4th, bank first 3 of the opening half. Aiden Holloway lighting it up. Off to Phylon, swings it over to Stevenson. Jared on the drive, fires it back out to Sears. All alone, 4-3, halfway down it popped out. Ball tipped high in the air. Nelson saves it to Sears, drives in, lays it up, hit the bottom of the rim, but he's fouled.
Ball to Mark. Alabama has
his teammate and also with Carolina by Amori. Here comes Bama the other way. Phylon in transition to the top of the arc. Between the legs with the dribble, a feed now to Sears. He'll drive into the paint. Bounce pass goes to Nelson. Lays it up and in for 2, and the Tide leads it by a dozen. But it looked just right for us. Heels will drive. They'll miss a layup inside. It was missed by Jackson, and Bama comes the other way. Sears splitting defenders, driving in, handing it off. Amori the dunk. What a feed. Mark Sears, and Amori throws it home, and Bama leads it 63-48, matching their biggest lead of the night. With it is Jackson. He narrowly lost it, but it's picked up by his teammate, Powell. Powell trying to back his way down on Sears. He'll shoot the ball away from 14. No good. Rebound tipped high into the air, into the hands of Millette. Gives it off to Sears. Mark on the drive.
It's a good look by Mark Sears, just not able to finish. A couple of big guys coming over, forcing a difficult shot.
Davis working off of the screen, being defended by Millette. Shoots a fall away with a hand in his face. That one rattles around, hung on the rim, fell off. Rebound claimed by Holloway. He'll bring it front court, leaves it for Sears. One more, Millette, right side, 3-ball bottom. Houston Millette making his presence known. A pair of bank first 3-pointers for Alabama in his first Crimson Tide game, and Alabama able to add to its lead. It's an 18-point advantage again. We've been telling you, a lot of time left. Can't relax, can't get sloppy. And Alabama with a lot of work to do. Philon flips it ahead to Sears. Mark on the drive, throws a lob in the dunk. My goodness. Darian Reed caught it from somewhere outside Tobacco Road and threw it down. My goodness, what a play. 6 minutes to play. Sears going downhill, steps through the lane, got fouled.
Ability to get in the paint and make plays.
Hits the front end of a 1-and-1. Diabate out, Stevenson in. Free throw up and good by Sears. Easy layup that time for Trimble to make it a 13-point game. Bama with Sears tied up, gives it off to Stevenson. Jaron picks it up, fires it over to Philon. LeBaron on the drive, goes to the lane. Tough shot, left hand, counted, and he is fouled. LeBaron Philon hung in the air, laid it in off the glass, and the Tide builds its lead back to 15.
There are NBA scouts in the building here at the Deem Dome. We were sitting next to one of them from the Los Angeles Clippers, our buddy Orlando Early, and there are a lot of good players and a lot of guys that are going to be playing in the NBA. But we're looking at one that just finished at the rim. LeBaron Philon, one of the best freshmen in college basketball.
7. Nelson going baseline at 6. Throws the pass. It's batted around into the hands of Sears. Mark goes to the rim, lays it up. It is good. A great box out. Makes the rebound possible for Sears. Ahead to Holloway. Aiden drives in. Hands it off, and the dunk is good. 7 on the shot clock. 6, 5. Sears picks it up. Gets it back. 2 seconds. 1. Lets it fly at the buzzer. Bottom.
Rebounded Nelson. Bama wants to run, trailing 2-0. A minute 15 into this one. Down the lane, Sears. Pump fake 1. Jump scores, and we are tied at 2 apiece.
I love the patience of Mark Sears. Got in the lane. Did all in the defensive end, and he's rebounding at a high level.
Isaac Trout into the game for Creighton. Replacing McAndrew as Bama gets it to Sears. Around to Sherrill. He's open for 3. Hayden Sherrill knocks home the first 3 of the game for the Tide. And Alabama with a 7-5 lead over the Blue Jays with #1 in America just a couple of weeks ago. On the drive, losing the handle. Neal. Bama picks it up. Holloway stops at the elbow. Kicks it into the far corner. Thinking about a 3 was Youngblood. Gives it off to Sears. Crosses over. Drives underneath. Reverse layup. What a move, Mark Sears, and he gives Bama the 13-5 lead. It's no good. Rebound claimed by Philon, and the Tide runs the other way. LeBaron looking to the right wing, and Nelson takes a dribble, picks it up. Got bumped, no whistle. Feeds it to Philon, top of the key. Philon dribbles to the right wing, changes direction twice. Gets into the lane, kicks it out to Sears. Mark on the drive, steps through, hands it off, and Amori throws it home. Good. Here comes the Tide. Philon, front court. LeBaron play it off of a screen, looks to his right, flips it left to Sears, drives left side of the lane, steps through, fires it back to Amori, gives it to Philon. LeBaron left alone, teardrop from 8 is good.
He is so smooth.
Out Creighton.
LeBaron Philon so smooth. He's knocked down a couple of floaters in this game.
Rare offensive board and putback for the Jays this half as Millett has it now for Bama. Kicks it left side to Reed. Darion hands it off to Sears. Back to Reed. Catch and shoot on the 3 ball. No Coliseum, and Bama trying to beat Creighton for the first time in 3 previous meetings. Bama works it front court to our right. Sears catch and shoot 3. That's a great way to start. Turnover on one end, missed dunk on the other. Sears inside, lost it, got it back, hands it off, reverse layup. Good by Philon. What a move by LeBaron, and the Tide leads by 11.
The hang time.
The paint at 3, kicks it out to Neal. Deep 3, short, rebounded, good hands Amori, and now Bama comes the other way with Sears. Mark will work off the screen from Clifford, gets into the paint. Leaner is up, got it to go, got fouled by Ashworth. The and 1 upcoming for the All-American Mark Sears. He's checking in will be Trout for Creighton. Back out high, Youngblood. Deep 3, no, halfway across the rim. Rebound fought for, picked up Sherrill. Now Sears in the lane, stepping through, handing it off, laying it up, no good by Reed. Got it back, laid it in off the glass, and he'll have a chance for the and 1. The baseline, Sears will trigger it in. Looking, gets it in quickly to Philon, spins away from his defender, lays it in, and that was drawn up beautifully. King down low, gives it off to King. King had it knocked away, scramble for it. Tie-up's going to be called, and the arrow will favor Creighton. But how about Mark Sears? 4-point swing there as the Bama lead is down to 8. But the Tide's got it. Here's Sears in the paint. Shot up. Wouldn't go, but he's fouled, and he'll see play to start. It's going to be this every single night.
Team, they went down to the Blue Jays.
Sears dribbling right wing. Working against Ashworth, trying to back him down. Gets to the baseline, fires a pass to Amori, hands it back to Sears. Sears weaving through traffic, gets into the lane. Tough shot! Got it to go as he was falling down. He got fouled, and one upcoming.
Brown, because he's got 4 fouls, doesn't want to pick up his 5th.
Sears looking for 20. Finds it. Bottom. A bank first 3 for Mark Sears. He's got 20 again, and the Tide leads it with 5:12 to go by 13.
Ashworth.
5 minutes left to play. Here comes a little zone trap from the half court for Creighton. Bama with the basketball, works it in the corner to Reed, around to Sears. Mark on the drive, bounce pass to Phylon. Phylon near side, gets into the paint. Reed, tough shot off the glass, got it to go. Woo, what a move, Darion Reed. Six is as close as they have been in this second half. And that's where it is now. Sears trying to answer, and he does. A huge bank first 3, Mark Sears. He leads everybody with 23, and with 2:22 to go, Bama leads it again by 9. Nelson looking, beats the count, getting it to Sears. Trying to spin away from a double team. He got fouled. For 81% shooter on the year. Free throw up and good. 21.9 to go. Both free throws good, and Bama leads it again by 6, 81-75.
Eagle staff works it right of the circle to Mayar. Mayar will pivot, he'll look, he'll dump it off left side to Guljuovic. And he'll throw a bounce pass, it's stolen away. Here comes Sears. Mark with one man to beat, lays it up, got fouled.
Fans in Crimson didn't like it. I thought it was a hustle play, but Mark did take Bama just 2 for 6 from the stripe.
Correct myself, Ryan Matthews and Zach Kraft coming in for the Hawks. Bama basketball, 15:55 to go in the half. Sears the drive, leaves it for the trailer Nelson, who lays it up and in for 2.
Couple of seasons at Tyler Junior College, showing off his range. Biggest lead of the night now for North Dakota, 16-10. Sears, acrobatic finish at the rim.
And with 8:04 to go in the half, it's a 9-point lead for North Dakota. Now here's Sears firing it right side, all alone. Phylon 3, bottom, and that quiets the crowd at the moment. Their postman Matthews, who is able to lay it in. Bama will rip and run, coming the other way. Left side, Youngblood, 3-ball, bottom to the near wing. Driving will be Mayar, loses the handle. Millette goes to the deck to save it for Bama to Nelson, who flips it ahead. Stevenson. Jarrett on the drive, going downhill, kicks it in the corner. Sears. He'll drive into the paint, puts up the sweeping hook with a left hand, got it to go. Hit Bama's back to within 1. Had the advantage at 6-4. Nelson with it at the elbow, giving it off far side. Sears. Catch and shoot 3 for the lead, bottom. 33-32 Bama after the Tide knocks down another bank first 3-pointer, their 5th.
Reed on the drive. The freshman able to get the finish.
To create space, Nate Oates talking to the official right now.
Sears to Stevenson, near side 3, bottom. Good to see Jaron Stevenson start the half off with his first points. A bank first 3. Clock. Stevenson defending him now. Engelstaff on the drive, gets into the paint, finger roll up, blocked by Alabama's Grant Nelson. Fans wanted a goaltend. Sears with it on the near wing. Step back 3, bottom. Nice touch pass from Youngblood to set that up for Mark Sears. Third personal. Inside, Sears kicks it into the corner. Phylon 3, bottom.
Missed everything that time.
Well, how about the look ahead? Well done.
21st on Alabama's all-time scoring list. 1,446 points, passing George Lynn. Free throw missed, but the rebound, Nelson out to Sears and move him up on the scoring list. And inbounds pass goes in the corner to Woodson. He'll drive in, lays it up with a left hand, rolls off, no good. Rebounded Youngblood, outlet pass to Sears. Mark getting it into the front court, going down the lane, lays it up and in for 2. 23 on the drive. Sears picks it up, feeds it over to Millette. Open 3-ball, bottom, and the Tide able to answer.
UND though was fought back to tie this game. Sears now tough take by the preseason All-American.
Proper angle, and if you're Kraft,
you have to try to jump that left hand if you can.
Directing traffic. King got the hands in. It'll be a foul against the junior guard for North Dakota.
Good job by
tonight, a 1-and-1. Here in a battle, 1,300 miles from home.
Those are his only 2 free throws. We got 2:44 to go, and Bama leads by only 1. Sears on the drive, gets the layup to go.
As you said, though, 82% on the season.
5 assists as well.
To the 23 now.
Half from here at Coleman Coliseum. Golden flashes, have it front court, near steal by Mark, but picked back up by Medley. He'll work off a double screen, takes it, and throws it away. Sears with a takeaway. Sears on the drive, gets into the lane, tough shot, off the glass, no, but he's fouled. Sears to its most modest advantage. Playing by Holloway, he'll push it ahead. Aiden takes it to the left side, now gives it off to Sears. Sears on the right wing, drives into the lane. Kicks it back, Holloway left wing. He'll go into the paint, puts up the runner, got it to go. Boy, you could hear the contact on his way in, no whistle.
Go back to the offensive end. Darion Reed with a beautiful move, just not able to finish. The last few games, almost had another one, not able to come
in by Bama. Here comes Philon the other way. LeBaron floats to the left wing as we near the 5-minute mark of the half. Sears lets fly from deep.
To finish over those guys. Won't get credit for a blocked shot, but forced a difficult attempt.
Youngblood reverses back to Sears, driving down the lane. Beautiful bounce pass. Amori had the dunk attempt partially blocked. A fight for the loose ball, and it was tipped in. They're going to count the bucket for Grant Nelson. I think a Kent State player touched it while it was on the cylinder, but it went in anyway. And here comes Bama back the other way with Nelson. Feeds it over to Sears. Crosses over between the legs. Lays it up. Got it to go. Inbounded to Amori. Gives it off to Sears. Sears working near side. Hesitates. Crosses over. Goes down the lane. Tough shot with the left hand. Got it to go again. And you talked about wanting to see him go to the rim. Bama the other direction. Trying to add to a 14-point lead. Nice seal, catch, and finish by Alabama's big fella, Clifford Amori. Add to what's already its biggest lead at 19. Sears going downhill, got fouled, and he'll go to the line. Not looking to improve on its 9-2 record as they're tied, bringing it front court. Holloway gives it up to Sears. Mark giving it off to Nelson. Grant, the handoff to Youngblood. Chris will drive and dish. Sears all alone, 3, bottom. Boy, that's almost money, isn't it?
Yeah, in rhythm coming out of a timeout. Nice job by Chris Youngblood to get the ball in the lane. Mark Sears able to step into it and knock it down.
2 of 8 from the field. Now Sears working against the defender, gets fouled.
And you've got Santa staring at you of contesting threes.
Sears tries one short on the attempt. Rebound, though, run down by Holloway. Back to Mark. Deep 3, right wing bottom. Gave the best in the country a second opportunity, and Mark Sears buries the bank first three-pointer in addition to being strong around the rim.
Yeah, you don't mind that shot. It was defended and a long 2. Aiden Sherrill in good defensive position.
Far wing, free ball, good. Aiden Holloway, Bama's knocked down 4. Driving inside the circle, gives it out to Seiler near wing. Seiler driving through the lane, plays through contact, giving it off to Moores. Shot clock under 10 now as Moores will give it to Seiler left wing. 5 to shoot as he drives into the bucket, throws a pass away. Solo by Youngblood of Alabama. Doesn't have numbers, doesn't care. Drives in, got his shot attempt swatted by trying to minimize what he does as he comes in averaging a double-double. Holloway giving it off to Nelson on the far wing, just inside the arc. Gives it now to Sears. Back to Nelson, left alone. He'll try 3 bottom. Over, dishes over Holloway. Steps into another 3. That one rolls off. Diabate, another rebound. Out to Sears. Spots up for 3. And this is a lot of fun. Bama now 9 of 19 from 3-point range. Brought to you by Bank First. Half 4 because it was halfway down and popped out. Now Seiler on the drive. High off the window, no. And the rebound controlled by Philon. He'll bring it ahead. 3 on 4. Stops, pops, and drops. the bank first three-pointer, and Bama leads it by 22.
This is a team that has come back in this exact situation against Alabama.
Here's Philon with it, kicks it over far side Sears. Mark will penetrate, gets underneath the basket, puts up a shot that wouldn't go, but he was fouled.
Free throw attempt in the first half. Not typical of an out board here in the second half.
Sears hits both free throws. Berth the and one, but on the other end, South Dakota State misses a three. Bama comes the other way. Sears, near side three, bottom. Mark Sears knocking home another one. He feeds it ahead to Philon. LeBaron weaving through traffic, stops on the wing. The trailer is Sears, bottom.
Great job defensively. Alabama gets the trap, the deflection, and LeBaron Philon finds a wide open Mark Sears who knocks down another three.
Now here's Sears the other way. Mark to the top of the circle, gives it off to Philon. LeBaron down the hill, flips it over to Amori. Clifford in the lane, needs help, finds Sears, and Bama resets it with 15 on the shot clock. Mark down the lane, jackknifes, hands it off. Amori throws it home.
She had an open player in Aiden Sherrill. Oklahoma didn't have any choice but to foul.
Inbounds Holloway, kicks it to Sears, right corner, three, the soft touch, got it to drop.
A beautiful pass into Mo Diabate, who took his time, one dribble, and threw it down.
Bama basketball, front court to our left. Sears with it between the circles. Working against the Sooner man-to-man. It's 1 against 1 as he drives against Elvis, puts it up, and lays it off the window for two. Roll Tide chant starting behind us and to our left. Sears stepping back, giving it off. Nelson down right into the house. Timeout, Oklahoma. 8:14 remains, first half. Alabama 27, Oklahoma 16. We're back in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Bama running the other way with Sears. Mark looks left side, Nelson to Clifford, and now back to Mark. Onto the right wing, Philon all alone, three.
Step-in threes, you don't get many of those against Oklahoma, but because of Alabama having success at the rim, it looked like Mark Sears was going to lob it to Cliff Amori. He finds a wide-open LeBaron Philon in rhythm, knocks it down. Alabama an extra possession because of it.
Tide will inbound it to Darion Reed, who's checked in, to Youngblood, back to Reed. Reed between the legs with the dribble, now shaking free and giving it off to Sears. Mark back over to Reed, fakes a three, drives, back.
And that's what we want to see more of. Darion Reed had the open three, the ball fake, got his man in the air, one dribble, and the throwdown. What a play by the freshman.
For Grant, here comes Bama to the top of the arc. Sears got held by Miles and
backing the paint, getting to the way.
Sears hits the first, Sears hits the second. 133 Bama, Nelson near corner, actually Stevenson missing the three, Nelson rebounding it, giving it off to Sears. Mark shake and bake move into the lane, off the glass, counted, and he's fouled. 1 point lead once again for Alabama. It would match their largest. Other way, Sears, far wing, driving, gets to the baseline, circles away from traffic. Mark now back underneath the basket. He will go for the reverse layup, wouldn't go, but he got fouled, and he'll for the Crimson Tide. Sears gets 1 of 2. Long rebound comes out to Moore on the left wing. He'll drive, he'll get tied up. Great effort by Mark Sears, forcing the tie-up, and the possession arrow favors Alabama. Here comes the Tide the other way. Far side, Holloway, three, bottom.
He doesn't need much room, didn't have much room, but the quick release, Aiden Holloway has shot it so well here recently and knocks down another one for the Tide.
Elvis with the basketball on the drive, stops at the elbow, knocked away, stolen by Sears. 2-on-1 Bama, Sears, the lob, and lead the clutch. Timeout, Oklahoma, and listen to this crowd. Bank first threes and rim-rattling dunks. Bama's got it all and leads Oklahoma by 28, 68-40 with 13:18 to play when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Who's only got 5 points in the ball game. Sears goes by him on the other end and lays it in for two to answer right back. Love it. Inbounds, goes to Sears in the corner. Drives in, steps through, lays it up, and in for two. What a move by Mark Sears. Bama didn't get that rebound. Here's Sears with it now, working away from a double team.
That was the case. Sending Mark to the line for a 1-and-1. Alabama's done a great job of that. The game with 6 minutes to play.
And only 70%. That's below their average. By a point or two is 16 of 23. They get set with 4:55 to go. Sears working left. Cut off, trying to drive. Keeps the ball in his hands. Goes to the left baseline. Now back at his way down in the paint against Goodine. Pump fake, almost had his arm herself. And she's right-handed.
She never would have done that, by the way.
She wouldn't have done that. That's right. She now. Sears going down the lane. Lost it on the way up. He's fouled. The line to shoot a pair. 5 of 13 from the field. Both free throws good. 2:44 to go. Sears driving, dishing. Holloway near side, three, and there is a bank first three and the century mark for Alabama. The
ties, but nothing to show for it here in the early going.
Phylon with it, top of the arc, crosses right, goes between the legs left, works his way down the left side of the lane, kicks it back out to Nelson. Grant driving baseline, cut off, nice bounce pass, but taking his eyes off of it was Amori. Picks it up, finds Sears, his three, rattles around and pops back in. And front court for Alabama, working against Jacoby Wright. Gives it off to Sears, going downhill. Tough runner off the glass and got it to go. Beautiful move, Mark Sears, and Nelson claims his second rebound for Alabama. Here comes the Tide the other way. Sears to Nelson. Grant going down the lane, hands it off to Amori, lays it up with the left hand and got it to go.
That's a couple of times that the Alabama big men have drove the lane, making good decisions. Beautiful pass to Cliff Amori, who finishes through contact.
Grant will drive against the double team, gives it out to Diabate. Mo fakes a three, drives to his right, goes across the lane, almost double dribble, but hands it off to Sears. Deep three, bottom. Bama's lead is down to a bucket. Sears, worth it, top of the arc. Hesitates, goes to the elbow, keeps the dribble alive to the corner. Sears wanted to cross, instead goes into the lane. Beautiful wraparound bounce pass, and Nelson, the reverse slam.
Beautiful pass by Mark Sears. Shook his man, got the angle to the basket. Defense had to help out. Grant Nelson all by himself throws it down.
Bama kicks it out to Sears. 10 on the shot clock. Sears the drive to the rim, and he lays it in.
A career high, 22 points, so playing with a lot of confidence.
Sears with it, top of the arc. Works off the screen. Nice feed to Amori for the flush. 22-18 now the score as Phylon will drive and dish. Youngblood all alone. Three. Rolls around, no good. Tipped out Phylon. One more. Sears all alone. Three ball bottom. And Amori got popped in the face, it looks like. And whistle will blow to stop play.
And that's what makes
Sears left side, changes direction, goes right, gets into the lane, stops, gives it off to Amori. Cliff with 7 on the shot clock. Spin, shoots a jump hook, friendly roll, and got it to go. Here comes the Tide front court with it. Phylon looking right side, Sears. Catch and shoot three, bottom. So pretty. Emma. Here comes Reed. Darion giving it off to Sears, top of the arc. Flips it over left side to Sherrill. Sherrill back to Sears. He'll drive, bounce pass to Sherrill for the flush.
That's a beautiful pass, but not an easy catch for a 7-footer. Aiden Sherrill able to catch it low and throw it down high.
Puts it out to Nelson. Grant goes to Sears, and he is fouled by Thomas, and he's trailed since taking a 9-5 anyway. And that second one is good as well. 15-point game again. Bama the other way. Actually a 14-point contest, excuse me. Driving, Diabate underneath the basket, lays it in for two. Rebounded by Nelson. Outlet pass goes to Sears with under 5 minutes to play, and Bama leading it by 16. Mark, nice pass on the step through. Lay in, good for two by Stevenson, and an and-one opportunity upcoming. Good. 4:05 to go. Bama up 75 to
cut into this Alabama lead, cut it to 14 or 15 a couple of times. Alabama.
Sears free throw up and good. Oh, good. So 1 of 2 for Pringle at the stripe. Bama runs the other way and the lob to Darion Reed by Omori, and Clifford will throw the outlet pass to Sears. And Bama runs the other way. Nelson trying to work away from Hefner, gets it to Sears. Mark now on the drive, steps through, whips a pass in the corner foul line. Stevenson catch and shoot 3, bottom. Great ball movement by the Tide. A bank first three-pointer. Can he get it in? Does so to Sears between the circles. Sears has it between the rings. Looks to his left, gives it off to Youngblood. Trying to drive, cut off to Sears. Thought about a deep 3, gives it back to Youngblood. Catch and shoot 3, ball bottom. Alabama able to knock one down from deep in the Crimson Tide. 12:48 to play in the half. Leads it now 14-7. 19. Bounce pass goes to Coleman, who lost it. Picked up by Diabate and then flips it ahead to Reed. Reed circling away from trouble, gives it off to Sears, back to Reed. Left wing 3, ball bottom. Great catch and shoot by the McDonald's All-American off a beautiful feed from Mark Sears.
That offensive possession did not look great, but ended up exactly how you want it.
Sherrill out and Diabate in to replace him for Alabama. Holloway with the dribble at the timeline, gives it off to Sears. Mark steps back, left side, 3, bottom. Woo, net nearly stayed perfectly still, but Alabama able to knock down another bank first 3. 35-32, Bama with the ball and still with the lead. Sears with it, giving it off to Diabate. No, dribbles right, hands it off to Youngblood. Back out to Mark. Between the circles, Sears downhill, gets to the rim, lays it up and in after a nice seal screen set by Jaron Stevenson. Into the corner to foul line. 10 to shoot now. LeBaron trying to go baseline, spinning away from trouble to Sears at 5, at 4. Sears at 3, Sears at 2, Sears at 1, off the window and in. Milked every second of the shot clock and got it to go. The All-American giving Bama the 5-point lead again. He'll get it to Diabate and right back to LeBaron. He'll swing it over to Mark. Dead on. Deep 3. Bottom. Oh. Man, that was so pretty. From deep in West Texas, if you're looking at the logo here on the floor at Reed Arena.
And you could tell before that pass was made, he was getting shot ready, stepping into it. It was deep, but in rhythm. And Alabama knocks down their ninth 3 of the half.
His second make from deep. Here's Sears. Thought about letting it fly from the same spot. Now he'll drive, he'll stop, he'll swing it. Phylon all alone for 3, no good. Rebounded Diabate on the weak side. Out to Mark from way downtown, bottom. Bound tipped into the hands of Phylon. Bama with 15 seconds to go in the half. Sears fakes a 3, pump fake, drew a man in the air, and he got flipped.
Take Mark Sears at the line in this situation, but now it'll be, looks like the Aggies going to get the last shot of the half.
Both good by Mark. Youngblood contested him well, and here comes Sears the other way. Kicks it to Holloway. Open 3 in the corner, bottom. Take our chances with that all night long.
Alabama able to get the stop. Mark Sears got in the lane. Aiden Holloway in rhythm, open in the corner.
One by Nelson. Grant looks, fires it over to Sears. Sears thought about it, drives in, gets cut off, reverse layup. Got it. Oh, what a move by Mark Sears. Bama by 15 with 10 minutes to go.
A huge 8-0 run, a couple of threes, a 3-point play, and Mark Sears getting inside, making plays here on the road.
They're not chanting Roll Tide here in Aggie land, but Bama has the 15-point lead when we come back. 10:06 to play on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Sears back to Holloway. Dribbles right, finds Sears, fakes a pass, drives in, kicks it over to Reed. Reed in the paint, steps through, tough shot, would go, but he got fouled. Sears dribbling to his left. The zone rotates that way. Sears to Holloway. Aiden on the drive, throws a lob, the dunk from Reed. Boy, Aiden Holloway so good, especially when he's able to penetrate that zone. Thankfully, didn't call him for that foul, and Obaseki has it working against Sears. Obaseki spinning away, going down the lane, puts it up with the left hand, no. Rebound tip high into the air, and Holloway gets above everybody to bring it down. The little man now spinning into the front court. Sears will trigger it. Washington will try to impede his vision. They get it into Amori at the elbow, extended. Backdoor look, Nelson for the flush. Great pass, Clifford Amori. His leader no good, and the rebound claimed by Amori. And Bama wants to run up by 10. Sears on the drive, slips through. That's a blocking foul and the right call against Texas A&M.
One situation, but two coming up for that.
Second one perfect as well. 8-point game. Bama running the other way. Sears on the drive, got fouled. Hefner got the dunk on one end, but didn't get back in time on the other.
Alabama going with a smaller lineup.
Mark gets the second free throw. 4:12 to go. Bama up 9. Phelps lost it, but into the hands of an Aggie. That's Payne in the lane. Spinning, stripped by Sears out of bounds. Touch last by the Tide. It's it off to Sears. Mark working right of the circle. Sears stops, goes right, goes left, goes right, goes down the lane, hands it off. Stevenson puts it up, no good, but he's fouled. Phelps couldn't get it to go, and Bama claims the miss. Stevenson backing his way down against Hefner. Stepping back beyond the arc, gives it off Youngblood. Chris looking, goes to his left, cut off. Drives right, now left, now hands it off to Sears. He says, y'all get out of the way. 10, 9 on the shot clock. 7, 6, Sears in the lane at 5. Out to Youngblood. Thought about a 3. Back to Sears. Lets it fly. Too strong. Rebound tip, no. Youngblood. Stevenson with the rebound. Out to Sears. Tries it again. In and out, no good. Rebound claimed by Phylon. Sears again. Bottoms. Huge bank first 3 on a third chance opportunity.
Well, it's A&M, the #1 offensive rebounding team.
5-point Bama lead, a minute 40 to go. Sears on the drive, the handoff. Stevenson had it blocked, but he got knocked to the deck. And Jaron will go to the line to shoot 2 free throws. Bama almost blocked it, but couldn't get a hand on it. Youngblood to Sears. Mark looking to play keep away, but he gets fouled with 21 seconds to go.
And converts. Now it's Mark Sears' time.
Sears hits the first as well. Sears trying to get the lead to 6, and he does. It's 92-86. Sears hits them both. So Payne shooting the 1 free throw. It's up, it's no good, and thankfully, Amori cleared it, handed it off to Sears
to try to end this game.
Mark knocks down another one. Trying to make his 9th free throw, and he does on 10 tries.
Both ends of the floor, he's had similar identities in terms of tempo, but he's had elite defensive teams, he's had elite offensive teams. This one's kind of a mix of both. A near walk, here's Sears. And there's the weapon. Mark Sears leading the league in scoring.
5 guys on the court right now that can shoot the 3. That makes them a pretty tough cover.
Padula goes baseline. Sears covered him up when he got to the rim.
For the season, and they've got to have Youngblood step up and be that perimeter threat.
Another one from the corner, and he is 2 of 3 from the corner. Sears with a shake, and now a mismatch with Dia.
They switch a lot, so you got to see if you can switch into an opportunistic matchup.
Amori from point-blank range, and that's exactly what Nate Oates told us to shoot around today. Chance to push. Sears, and there's a whistle on the Mark Sears drive. They'll say it was on the floor. And last year set a school record with 198 made free throws. River comes to the SEC, Texas in Norman to take on Oklahoma.
Yet here they are with that returning backcourt, and Asa Newell, the star freshman.
Jalen Murray trying to get to the block over Holloway. That was 5'11" versus what's listed as 6'1". Sears, no look, wrap around, and off the window and good. He's got 8 of the Rebels' 21. There's a hammer pass into the corner. To home.
They've got him 3 really good looks on those baseline out of bounds plays, just 1 of 3 though.
Sears step through. Up 5. Grant Nelson gets a high percentage look.
Yet another turnover, their ball, and now you've got one of the nation's ball right back.
And remember, it was a dead ball. Padula wants Dia. Nelson straight all over him. Padula has a strip by Sears. A Bama takeaway. Youngblood, what a pass! Stevenson after Youngblood threaded the needle. What a night for Chris Beard's.
Great job by Murray.
Mark Sears. That same total against number 18 Temple.
Pylon will bring it up against the man-to-man look from the Cats. Nelson will throw a lob. Amore the catch and the flush, and a great start for Alabama. Rebound claimed by Stevenson. Out to Pylon, and we got numbers. Sears on the wing. Rises. 5-3. Bottom. Mark Sears, a bank first three. Caught by Nelson. Here comes Bama the other way with Sears. Mark on the left wing. Behind the back with the dribble to Nelson. Top of the arc. 4-3. Bottom. Oh, Bama's hot early. Another bank first three. The second from Nelson. Get it to the paint. Then over to Diabate. Holloway thought about a three. Drives into the lane. Out to Sears. He'll penetrate. He'll get to the rim. He'll hand it off. And Nelson will put it up and play through contact. Got the bucket to go and pushes the Bama lead up to 8 at 20-12.
Good Kobe Bryant, one of the best shooters in the country, gets the roll.
Sears trying to shake free from Perry. Goes left, gets to the rim, off the glass and in. Direction, Pylon giving it off to Nelson. A dribble to his right, a kick to Sears. Corner three. Oh, that was so pretty. Working it out to Nelson. Stevenson, one more to Sears. Got away with a walk, drives down the lane, kicks it in the corner. Pylon, 4-3. LeBaron, Pylon's back. The Mobile native knocks it home.
Basket, a split second before he actually caught the ball, the result of foul on Kentucky.
Inbounds comes to Sears, now to Pylon, back to Mark. Being defended out high by Williams. Mark drives, dishes, back out, Pylon. Catches the three, bottom. LeBaron, Pylon knocks home the bank first three-pointer, ends it off to Stevenson. Jarrett on the drive, flips it out to Sears. Mark getting downhill. Teardrop is good, and Bama pulls back to within two. He is missed by Perry. Bama fortunate to clear the miss with Nelson, his sixth. Bama the other way, driving underneath. Diabate outside Sears, all alone. Three, bottom. Big bank first three there for Bama. The Tide regains the lead, 61-58.
And that's a big-time move by Mo Diabate. Got in the lane, took his time, found Mark Sears in rhythm. Sometimes you can make the offensive player move in that situation.
Turnovers even at 7. Holloway, deep three, right side, bottom. Alabama knocks down another one. The bank first three-pointer. And the three-point advantage. Here's Sears going down the lane. Kicks it in the corner. Youngblood, three, bottom. That's a big bank first three. It's back down to 4. It will be Sears stepping back. Deep three, right side, bottom. And the Tide getting hot from deep. The bank first three gives Alabama a 76-69 advantage. Claimed by Alabama. It was Pylon. Now Pylon on the drive. Gets into the paint. Kicks it back out. Sears going downhill. Throws the lob. And Amore throws it home. Rebound picked up Diabate. We got numbers. Kicks it in the corner. Youngblood, 3-attempt blocked. Scrambles. Sears saves it underneath. Sears out to LeBaron. Make it, baby. Bottom.
My goodness, Mark Sears with the offensive rebound after the block shot. LeBaron Pylon, the freshman, huge here on the road.
9-point lead, 2:47 to go, 90-81. Bama matching its biggest lead of the day and quieting the Rupp Arena crowd at the moment with 2:47 to go. The shot clock is now down to 10. Directing traffic, 9. Sears in the corner. Amore back to Sears. Deep three. Yes. Good, but he is fouled in the act of shooting. And Mark Christopher Sears will shoot 3 freebies with 2:03 to go.
Goes to the line for 3.
First one's perfect with 9 assists. Made the second as well.
And now Mark Sears with 3 big free throws.
Hit all 3, and Bama leads by 9 with 2 minutes to go. So good, rebounded by Nelson, and now Bama with Sears trying to play keep away with 1:12 to go, up 93-86. A whistle and a foul is called.
And he'll go to the line for 2.
Sears hits the first.
9:10 to play.
Wow, he did just that. Rebound Nelson, 10 seconds, 9. Sears with it at 8, and they foul him.
Stops, but got a big one right there. Got the ball in the hands.
I'm not shocked Alabama's shooting 85% from the free throw line, and it's better now. As
by Stevenson. Outlet pass goes to Sears. Mark throws the lob. The shot clock, 15:35 to go in the half. It will be Sears playing to his left, going downhill, sees Pardon, laid it up, counted, and an and one opportunity when we come back to Tuscaloosa.
Alabama getting the shots they want, doing a pretty good job of taking care of the ball. Just one turnover, that on a charge call.
Now at 68%, makes 1 of 2. Aiden Sherrill clears the miss, out to Sears for 3, bottom. We'll give Sherrill the assist.
Took his time, realized he had the defender on his back, help didn't come, and Aiden Holloway, who a week ago was leading the SEC in field goal percentage, knocks down the mid-range jumper.
Carry wide right, and Alabama clears the brick. Here comes Sears going downhill, splitting defenders, getting fouled.
That was an aggressive move by Mark Sears in transition. Alabama's starting to put some stops together. Vanderbilt won.
And get credit, but still altered the shot. Bama running the other way. Sears to Stevenson. Steps into a wing 3 and knocks it home. Lane kicks into the corner. Stevenson. Sears had his pass batted right back in his hands, thankfully. Now Mark with the move. Tough to the lane. Got it to go off the window. Over the defender, and the Tide gets the lead back up, and Vandy will run to the other end. Shot is up, missed by Edwards. Ball saved, though, by Stevenson. It's deflected and stolen by Sears. Here's Mark in transition, going downhill, gets tied up, but gets fouled in the process by A.J. Hogard, and we have clap for my boy. They do, and he knocks it down. Tide, 64-35 Bama. 45 Bama, 64-45. Crimson Tide, Youngblood, corner 3, bottom. Play on the far wing. Hesitates, goes downhill, kicks it in the right corner. Youngblood again, can't get it to go. Stevenson up high, almost got the tip followed, but got fouled, I should say. Here's Sears the other way. Bama up by 17. He'll throw a lob, and Amore throws it home.
That was a beautiful pick and roll.
18 to shoot, 6:02 to play. Lob pass, Nelson catches front.
Wow, I thought Mark may have let him a little bit too much, but the speed.
Sherrill gives it up to Nelson, who hands it to Sears. Mark will get into the lane. He'll run in, he'll lay it up and get it to go. Able to knock it home, and it's 85-72. Just a 13-point Bama lead. Tanner 2. Mark able to knock down the first.
Fortunately, Alabama doing a job offensively as well. 5 out of their last 7.
91-83. Vandy has cut this thing down to 8. Sears fouled as he
struggled from the free throw line throughout this game. But
one of those coming from the free throw line on 10 tries. He hits both right there. Man, Mo has had one heck of a game. He's got 9 rebounds to go with 20 points now in the contest. 2:22 to play. Sears with the ball in his hands. Driving to the lane, gets underneath the basket, got tripped. Upcoming with 2:18 on the second half game clock. First one's up and good.
A couple of those SEC games. So
Sears defended by Tanner. Works to his left, hesitates, goes down the lane, puts it up, off the window and in Nashville. 99-83. Bama with a lead with under a minute to go. Sears on the drive, throws the lob to Mo, catches it, lays it up, got it to go. Good night, Mohamed Diabate.
A beautiful assist from Mark Sears.
10 on the shot clock. Givens trying to work against Sears. Got bumped, no whistle. Bama gets the takeaway. Here's Youngblood front court to Amore. He'll drive down the lane and dish it. Left corner, 3, no good by Stevenson. Tipped way out though, saved by Sears. Finds Amore, and Bama gets a reset to 20. Don't need it. Youngblood 3. Diabate on the right wing, throws a, nope, thought he was going to throw a bounce pass. Instead, he'll wait, give it off to Mark. Sears will drive baseline, gets underneath the basket, kicks it out to Holloway. Layup. Three-pointer, actually. A bank first three-pointer, but for Aiden, that is a layup. Drive in, then work it to the outside. Collins for 3, no good. Rebounded by Sears. Bama ripping and running. Mark weaving downhill. Mark going to the rim, kicking into the corner. Stevenson, 3.
Mark Sears once again setting up open teammates. Thought he had a chance to finish at the rim. Kicks it out to a wide open Jared Stevenson in the corner.
To our left. 7.5 to go before intermission. Bama with the ball up by 2. Stevenson on the left wing. Youngblood fighting free, putting up a 3 and knocking it home. And man, if I could shoot her like that, I'd fight to get open too.
Defensive rebound for LSU to just 3 for Alabama.
On the drive, right side, Givens. Tie up. Great job, Mark Sears. Arrow will favor LSU, but Mark Sears, boy, his strength really on display right there. Boy. Ahead to Philon. Back to Mark. Nice move. Gets into the lane. Wrap around past him. Oh, pump fake. Shot. Bucket is good.
Nice job by Mark Sears getting in the lane. He and LeBaron Philon aggressive on the offensive end. Alabama got the stop, got out in transition. The result, an easy lay-in for Mo Diabate.
Big good by Nwoko. 2-0 State. Sears drives hurriedly to the other end. Tied up in the corner, needs help. Finds Youngblood. Near side 3, bottom. He'll bring it ahead. Will Sears facing a new man of the game in Riley Kugel. Bounce pass to Nelson, and the freight train went right down the heart of Main Street. Left. Nwoko with it, top of the arc, lets a cutter go by, a second, that's Hubbard both times. Now he'll try to pop a 3, top of the arc, no good. Collision in chasing the basketball, and Sears is going to win the battle there, and then he gets fouled. And that is the toughness, in addition to the hustle, of Mark Sears on display right there. His first, and team foul, number 2 on Mississippi State. Philon with it, top of the arc for Alabama. LeBaron surveying the floor, looking, giving it off to Holloway, to Sherrell. Aiden lets one cutter go by, now hands it off to Sears, who pivots, works it to Diabate. One more, left side, Philon 3, bottom. And if he hits that shot, Alabama will have success. He gets the open looks.
When Philon's hitting open threes like that, it transforms his team into another monster. Again, that was beautiful ball movement. Sears did a good job of getting 2 guys on the ball with a quick swing.
One
there. Sherrell's got to move his feet a little bit better, stay in front.
Bama down by 5. Sears with the basketball top of the arc. Changes direction, goes right, weaving through traffic. Kicks in the corner. Holloway 3, bottom, and he is fouled. A chance for the and 1 for Aiden Holloway, and a 4-point play. Only 1 now. Here's Philon over to Sears, left side. He'll get into the paint. He'll stop. He'll hand it off. Nelson lays it up and in for 2. On our score with 7:20 to go in the opening half of this one. Great pass, Sears to Nelson for the flush. From the baseline, 5:45 to go in the opening half. 32-27 Bama. Jumper missed from 15 by Kugel, and here comes Philon the other way for the Tide. To Sears, deep 3, bottom. The bank first 3 from Mark Sears from about 28 feet. Timeout, Mississippi State. Diabate will drive and dish. Holloway all alone for 3, and it's no good. Rebounded, though, by Sears, and he lays it back in. The easy rebound for Mark.
Sears was in the right place at the right time, and Diabate did a great job of, again, getting 2 guys on him.
And then he gets a steal, Mo does, ahead to Mark. Steps through, hangs in the air, no. Rebounded the miss, and then gets fouled. Holloway and Sears, the 5 on the floor. The inbounds will come to Mark, and he will bring it out to the center court logo. And just dribble there as he's being defended by Jones. Plays off the screen at 7. Bounce pass inside. Nelson lays it up. Count it, and he is fouled. The and 1 opportunity for Grant Nelson. Nicely done. Tom Stipe, who's been running on fumes, able to get us back right on cue. Bama with the basketball, throwing it to Nelson. It goes down the lane, puts it up, and got it to go. He wanted an blitz defenders. He stops, he kicks it to Cliff, who gives it back but threw it away. Stolen, driving in, stripped and stolen by Amori. Clifford with the steal from Gunkel, and here comes Bama the other way. It's Sears, top of the arc, 4-3, got it. He wanted an and 1, didn't get the whistle. But man, what a play, first by Amori and then by Sears on the 3-pointer. Baseline, he gets into the paint, he had it stripped, he got it back. He throws a bounce pass to Mark in the left corner. Shot clock's at 3, at 2. Mark lets fly at 1, and he got it to go. Bama will get it out of the net and hurry the other way. Sears off the screen, going baseline. Cut off, steps through, needs help, put it up, it wouldn't go, but a foul is going to be called. Sears knocking down the first of 2. 7-point Bama lead, trying to get it to 8, and we do. Crowd will sit for a moment as the lead is back up to 3. 12, 16, and ticking. Time left here at Humphrey Coliseum. Murphy trying to post up, lost it out of bounds. The turnover, good defense. Mark Sears keeps it out high now. Dribble still alive, plays off the screen from Nelson to Stevenson. Driving to the baseline, cut off. Finds Youngblood, touch pass Sears, three, bottom. Oh, what an assist, Chris Youngblood and Mark, the huge bank first three of the second half. Now here's Sears trying to play off the screen to Phylon, back to Mark. Bounce pass, Nelson kicks, corner, Youngblood, three for the tie, and it's good. And Youngblood buries the bank first three on the assist from Mark Sears, and Alabama has knotted the score at 70 with 8:10 to go.
Grant Nelson did a phenomenal job right there finding the open man.
Out of the air and brings it the other way. Looking to tie or take the lead with a three. Bama with the ball. Youngblood in the corner. Youngblood squaring up, giving it off to Nelson. He'll dribble and hand it off to Mark. Sears on the drive. Lob in the flush from the big dog.
Love that.
Sears, bounce pass to Amori. Spins, needs help, throws it out. Phylon now to Sears. Sears on the drive, getting into the paint. Stopping, spinning, looking outside. Youngblood, 4-3, bottom. Oh, mercy. Chris Youngblood buries another one. Youngblood will pick up Hubbard as he brings the ball front court with 2:50 to go. Tie game at 80 apiece. SEC showdown. Kugel in the lane, deflected by Nelson and stolen by Holloway. Aiden running the other way, doesn't have numbers. Stops on the wing, goes to his right, backs it out, looking for Sears. He will keep the dribble going and then feeds Mark. Mark in the corner, Nelson for three, bottom. Oh, mercy! Grant Nelson, a huge three on the assist from Mark Christopher Sears. 7 to play. Sears with the dribble alive near center court. 15 on the shot clock now. Now it's at 10. Playing off the screen from Nelson. Mark, a bounce pass to Grant. Got fouled on his way to the rack.
Hey, Nate wanted a foul call, no whistle. Dogs get into the far corner, LeFew. LeFew had it stripped away. Actually, it's a tough break for Bama because Mark had literally taken the ball away from the Georgia player in a quick whistle. Tied. Free throw up, and no shock that after the miss, the rebound's claimed by Mo. He has been fantastic on both ends of the floor, but especially on the glass. Bounce pass goes to Nelson from Sears. Layup is good. Badly to wear crimson rather than red. He hits both free throws. We're tied at 10. Here's Holloway with a dribble left side. Gives it up to Sears, top of the arc. Mark fires it back to Aiden. Catch and shoot three, and man, is that fun to watch. 8. Reed giving it off to Diabate, now to Sears, who steps through. Back out to Aiden. He'll drive and dish. Sherrill, corner three, bottom. Aiden to Aiden, and he got the bucket off of it. 16-10 Bama. Bama in the midst of an 11-0 run, last 2:45 plus as Sears is back in, fires the pass to Youngblood. Steps to his right, shoots a three, bottom.
Speaking of hot, coming off 23 points in Starkville on Wednesday night. No hesitation there. Didn't have much room. Let it fly and knocks it down.
Nelson could get a hold of it. Now the Dogs will drive in. Tough layup attempt, no good. Scramble for loose ball, and Nelson comes out with it. Pulls it back to within 6. 8-0 run for the Dogs, as Brian said. Now Bama throws a lob from Nelson to Sherrill for the flush, and he is in double digits with 10. Giving it to Holloway. Back out Nelson, fakes a three. Drives, dishes to Sears. Mark will go underneath the basket, puts it up off the glass and in.
LeFew. Sears left open. Yes, sir. Sears with 10. Up and under, and draws a foul. Come from the line, Mark Sears. Big reason for that, the way he gets downhill.
Alabama, 6 for 14 from 3. Remember, they had 15 made threes in their latest win coming into the weekend.
And right on cue, Nelson from downtown.
And they're definitely going at it. Grant Nelson has a rhythm. He's getting it going.
Godfrey, left hand won't go. Well defended by Amori.
I'm Alabama. I'm going right back to Nelson.
Sears takes it all the way, slashing to the cup.
For Amori and finishing over the top.
It's a Bama team that's won 4 in a row, including another top 25 win against Mississippi State as Sears flexing in the paint.
The screen, takes it to the wing, hands it off to Sears, top of the circle. Mark crossing over, playing off of a screen from Sherrill, goes down the lane, got fouled.
On the ground, and he'll go to the line for 2, and we will sit the line. And I don't blame him for the confusion and the frustration.
Now to Holloway. Aiden weaves, dishes. Phylon spots up. 3 short. Rebound scrambled, and picking it up will be Georgia initially, and then a tie-up is forced by Mark Sears. He wanted it in to the credit of as the free throws made by Sears here, that both understood that Mike wanted the foul and the technical, and he got it. As both free throws are indeed good by Sears. They'll kick it into the right corner. Spotting up for 3 and missing it was Lawrence, and now Bama runs the other way with Sears. Mark working to the left wing, drives down the lane, kicks it out near side Holloway to Sherrill. Back near side Sears for 3.
Yeah, Mark Sears just has an energy and an edge here in the second half, and felt like that one was going to go down as soon as it left his fingertips. It did, and listen to this Coleman Coliseum crowd.
Lid has been removed with 12:58 to go. Timeout on the floor. Bama, its biggest lead of the day over Georgia. So Grant on the drive, looks, throws it away. He's trying to unload it, gives it off, and stolen by Kane, who drives it.
It doesn't faze him.
Doesn't. It's a good thing. Dogs throw it down low. Good catch in traffic by Newell. Missed it. Rebound fought for, scrambled, and Sears comes out with it. We got 4-on-1. Sears, the no-look to Mo.
Great job defensively by Bo Diabate. He started the break, and Mark Sears rewards him. Beautiful no-look pass to Mo Diabate for the easy finish.
Taken away by Mo. Gives it ahead Youngblood to Sears. The lob to Chris, who'll catch it and go with a reverse layup for 2.
Again, started by who else? Mo Diabate gets the deflection. Ends up on the floor. Alabama with a 2-on-1, and the Tide starting to roll.
And a timeout called by the Bulldogs. 7:57 to go. When we come back, it's all Bama right now. 73-50.
Points on Cliff Amori.
Driving in, they'll miss a shot because of the 5th block of the game by Nelson. It was Godfrey who had it blocked by Grant. Again, 5 blocks on the night for him. Outside to Sears. He'll go baseline. He'll drive in. He'll lay it up and in for 2.
I think John L. Davis and Jaron Stevenson collided. Both of those guys a little slow getting up. Great effort by both teams. Fortunately, the ball goes out of bounds off Arkansas.
Sears working against Wagner. Gives it off Youngblood. Fakes a 3. Drives right. Puts up the floater underhanded and got it to go off the glass.
Back with 16 on the shot clock.
Trevin Brazil checks out of the game. Quick inbounds. Goes to Nelson. The catch and the layup on the feed from Jaron Stevenson. And out between the circles, he goes to Wagner. Former Wildcat feeds it to John L. Davis. His 3 near side's a brick. Rebounded by Diabate. He'll run the other way. Mo hesitates, circles, hands it off to Phylon. Over to Sears. Right wing. Deep 3. Bottom. Woo. Mercy. That one was from Rogers. The bank first 3 is good. And Alabama with a 13-6 lead with way for the Tide. He'll give it off to Diabate. Hands it off to Holloway. Holloway left alone. Top of the arc. 4-3. Ooh, what a mistake defensively by the Hogs. And Holloway makes them pay.
Davis played really well against Alabama last year with the Kentucky uniform on, continuing to play well this time for the Hogs.
Sears in the corner, splitting defenders in the paint. Runner with the left hand is good, and he quiets the crowd. Razorbacks with the basketball, looking to take the lead. They led by 2, but a steal at midcourt by Sears. Driving in, tough layup, able to get it to drop. He took it away from the Razorback. Knox, and then was able to beat him to the bucket to get the 2.
And that
Tide will inbound at side court near the Arkansas bench. It's Holloway to get it in. Ball batted right back to him. Now it's Sherrill right side. Sherrill handing it off to Sears. Mark, a bounce pass to Sherrill in the paint, got hacked, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2 shots. 6. Amori with it between the circles to Sears. Mark will drive right side, gets to the block, needs help. Bounce pass to Nelson in the paint, pump fake, shot off the glass and in. Up by Stevenson, flips it to Grant, who will now bring it front court. Nelson working on the left sideline, takes it to the corner, picks it up, fires a pass to Sears. Mark on the drive, wraparound pass to Amori. He slams it home, and Alabama has its biggest lead, or matches it, at 10 points. 46-36 is our score with 17:54 to go, and time
out. They did it in the first half, and since that timeout, the Razorbacks 3 of their last 3.
Need another 3 right here, or just a 2. And as you asked, so shall you receive. Mark Sears drives to the bucket, lays it up. We'll go biblical again. Seas parted for him, and he was able to get the easy 2.
Baron Filan able to finish through contact.
Davis circles away from trouble, throws it away. They'll stop. They'll shoot a 3 on the right wing, and they'll miss, and the rebound is tipped into the hands of the Hogs. It's Knox who lost it. Cliff tried to get it. Now it's picked up by Bama. Sears to Cliff, and the big dog throws it home.
Great effort by Alabama, able to pick up the loose ball. Cliff Amore with the run out.
Forward for the Crimson Tide to Nelson, who pivots on the left wing, throws a lob, Cliff the flush, and that will quiet the crowd.
And that's why you call the timeout, to set up that set play. Alabama doesn't run a lot of set plays. They will after timeouts.
Near side, Holloway off the screen. Holloway to Youngblood, back to Holloway. Somebody make a shot. Holloway stepping back to Youngblood, over to Sears. Calling for a screen. 12 to shoot. Sears, far side. Sears, 9. Sears at 8. At 7. At 6. Driving at Z. Layup good for 2. And it quiets the crowd as Bama leads by 5 with 2:22 to go.
You got to take care of the ball. Cliff Amore with 2 turnovers. Just not as strong with it as he needs to be.
Inbounds goes to Sears in the right corner. Mark trying to drive in baseline against Larry. Gets stopped. Now he'll step over to Diabate, giving it off Stevenson. Near the 3, bottom.
Some jumpers.
Longhorns work it in, finding Pope. He shoots too strong, but the weak side rebound is grabbed by Kaluma. Fight for the loose ball after his miss, and it's picked up by Clifford Amore, who gives it off to Sears. Mark hurries into the front court, stops on the wing, shoots a 3, knocks it home. Out high with the basketball is Larry, gives it near side to Mack. Driving against Sears, drives underneath the basket, throws the ball away, scramble for the loose ball. It's still a scramble on the deck, and a tie-up is going to be called, and the arrow is going to favor Alabama.
Great effort by several Alabama players. Jaron Stevenson, first guy on the floor. He and Chris Youngblood, Mo Diabate. 3 Alabama players on the floor, just 1 for Texas.
Sears brings it front court. Mark will dribble to his right, now goes to his left, goes down the lane, puts it up off the window and in. With that little hesitation, gave him just enough time to get the open look, and then he steals the inbounds. To his right, backs it to the timeline, now takes it center of the floor. Looking left, now dribbling right, and a foul's going to be whistled on Tremont Mark. 83% overall on the season. First one's up. He'll get a second one.
Games, but won the Hard Hat Award.
Now Bama will run, and we got numbers. Sears, front court, around to Holloway. Kicks into the corner. Back to it. Great ball, bottom. Great unselfish play. Chris Youngblood giving it back where it came from to Holloway. Backing it out beyond the arc. He'll bring it near side. He'll stop. He'll look right side. Nelson all alone in the corner. 3, bottom. Another bank first 3 for Bama. The Tide 6 of 10 from beyond the arc, and with a minute and a half to go. Sears playing off the screen from Cliff. Goes left. Goes down the lane. Goes to the rim and gets fouled. That time Lefty Sears, free throw up and good. Mark for the Pride of Muscle Shoals.
Alabama had
Play. Horns with the basketball. They lost a three. That one rolls off the rim, no good. Rebound tipped out, fought for, and Sears comes out with it. Mark bringing it in transition, goes down the lane, lays it up with the left hand and got it to go.
And then you see the replay from the other angle and you realize there wasn't contact up high.
Right. So Bama basketball. Stevenson in the corner, left alone for three. He hits another one. Alabama now 8 of 13 from bank first, 3-point range, and the Tide bust this one open now, 56-34. 11. So be there for a college game day. Whether you got tickets or not, we'd love to see you in town. Mark Sears will be there, and man, he was in there on that last play, laid it up and in for two more. Fine line to inbound it. Looking, gets it to Sears, all alone, three. That was so nice. And a defensive mistake by Tremont Martin. Sears made him pay.
Yeah, it was wide open, and that's the advantage of having your team on your side in the second half. Nate Oates calls exactly what he wants. He gets the shot from the player he wants, and Mark Sears extends the lead.
At 12 feet, cutting the Bama lead to 20. Once again, 77-57. Sears looking outside. Three-pointer up and good, and Jared Stevenson's feeling it tonight. He's got 17, and Alabama leads it by a score of 80-57.
Boy, the confidence that Alabama's playing with.
6 minutes to go. Here's Sears working against Mack. Getting into the paint, kicks it out. Diabate left alone, shoots another three, hits another three.
Now this Texas team shooting 58% since halftime.
Sears working his way into the paint, driving in, tough shot off the glass, no, but he's fouled. First ever 1-versus-1 matchup between Alabama and Auburn Saturday afternoon. Sears hits the free throws, 8 points, and makes it an 11-2 Auburn advantage. Here's Sears going downhill, going to the rim, puts it up off the window, and he is fouled. A chance for the and one as he
dribbles out of bounds. Nice defense by Mark.
Crimson Tide with the basketball. It's Sears on the drive. Puts it up. Got the finger roll to go. Played through the contact from Chaney Johnson, and Mark with a big and one opportunity upcoming. Great question.
We just took 4 minutes out of the game to review something that's unreviewable.
Oh, he'll push it ahead. Goes on the wing to Mo. Diabate with the basketball on the far wing. Mo working against Broom. Goes right, gets into the lane. Gets underneath the basket. Pump fake, shot. Off the window and in. Beautifully by Auburn to put the lead back up to 7 at 23-15. Bama with the drive. Going downhill is Sears. Gives it off to Nelson, who drives in, lays it up, got it to go. A beautiful move from Grant.
Not the shooter you want shooting it, but it was late in the shot clock, didn't have a choice.
Rising, firing, and missing the three was Auburn. Pettiford couldn't get it. Bama's got numbers. Reed on the drive, gets into the paint, got fouled on his way to the rim. To Mark. 18:08 to play. Bama trailing 48-35, and Sears fouled. And now with that make is 2 of
17 from deep.
Hits that one.
Didn't have a choice. There was under 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Mo took it right at the best shot blocker in the SEC and was able to score over it.
Nate Oates in a defensive position, calling for a stop from his team. Kelly on the left wing, looks up top, feeding it off to Jones. Jones driving, stopping at the elbow, stepping back, jumper rattles out, no good.
The score, there's no room for error for Alabama. Can't miss layups. You can't have the opponent bank in threes, and that's been the case here in the second half.
Tried to bank in a free throw. Cardwell missed them both. Here's Bama the other way. Sears with the ball. Driving down the lane. Puts it up with the left hand. No, but he's fouled. From three. First free throw up and good by Sears.
They force some difficult shots at the rim, but also Alabama has missed going to halftime up 9, and you come out and shoot 70% through the first 8 minutes. That is tough to handle.
Jones to Broom all alone. Top of the arc, three is well short. Rebounded Sears, and Bama can cut it to 10 or less with a three. Sears to Mo. The lob to Cliff, and the reverse slam. And the lid came off the place. And let's see if we can keep it that way. Pettiford bringing it front court for the Tigers. Handing it off to Kelly. Now top of the arc, they go to Broom. Broom a couple of dribbles to the left wing. Up top to Hudson, and now the feed goes once more to Pettiford. Pettiford nearly lost it, got it back, throws it left side, stolen away by Bama. Phylon to Sears. Back to Phylon. A bad pass, but a good look or a good idea. Trying to go to Diabate. A scramble for the loose ball. Knocked out of bounds. Such last by Auburn. Boy, but the free throws ended the Bama run. Here comes Phylon on the drive. Gives it out to Sears. In front of us. Deep three. Bottom. Mark heating up. Mark Christopher Sears. A couple of bank first threes. He looks at the crowd. Says, let's go. And they are indeed as Bama's to within 2. If Bama can tie it or take its first lead with a 3. Mo with it, driving against Broom, gets downhill, shot is up and it's blocked on a great play, but knocked away into the hands of Nelson for the flush, and let's start over. We're tied at 65 with 7:55 to go.
And what a hustle play by Mo Diabate. Deny Broom got the defensive rebound.
The 2 top teams in America squaring off here in Tuscaloosa. Auburn 68, Bama 65. Diabate with it, top of the arc, looking for Sears. Mark trying to drive, gets cut off. Youngblood 3 for the tie. Yes, sir!
How about this game? Chris Youngblood, the Tuscaloosa native, from deep after the dribble, handoff Mark Sears, making plays, knocking down shots, this time with the assist.
Dead ball. Bama getting it to Sears. Mark trying to weed through traffic. Steps back beyond the arc, shaking free or trying to from Baker Mazzara. Spinning, shooting, missing in the paint, but he'll go to the line. Advantage in terms of attempts. He does make the second. Got a quick shot from about 6 feet, got it to go. Sears running the other way, giving it off. Stevenson in the paint, gets himself settled, lays it in for 2. Sears to Diabate, to Mark. He'll drive and he'll get fouled, and Sears free throw up. Got it to go. Under a minute to play. That one's good.
Alabama likes to score within the first 10 to 12 seconds. Missouri's got to hold for quickly and see if they can get into the passing lanes.
For Alabama, the first few possessions on that end. Perkins driving kick. Pierce refires.
Understand, but they've got to have answers. One of the things they do great on the offensive end is attack and get offensive rebounds. They only had 7 against Auburn, and they didn't play well. They only had 9 in the loss against Ole Miss.
This is a charged up arena, and the All-American, that's Mark Sears, takes it in.
Play with anybody.
It's a lot of that generated from the experience, the maturity, the veteran-type team this season.
And no doubt, guys that came back that didn't win a game in SEC play last year. Guys like Tamar Bates, Caleb Grill was injured last year. And then you have the transfer pool. Mark Mitchell and Tony Perkins have been huge.
Josh Gray into the game off the bench. You got 4 to shoot here for Alabama. That has been stifled on this side. Sears with half a second. Oh, he beats the timer.
My goodness.
And obviously good for the All-American, yet with there's still 1/10 of a second to spare. A little closer than I thought.
How good has he been in the last couple of years? I mean, he's a fabulous player. Great talent. Yes, you can have off games. Yes, he wasn't great against Auburn on Saturday, only 4 of 17 from the field.
After
I get that.
Basket counts.
2-time All-Conference. He'll very likely make his 3rd straight All-SEC team. But Sonny, this says it all. He just surpassed 2,600 points for his career. He has ascended to the mountaintop of the sport.
Well, at his size, they list him at 6'1". We'll count that. I'm not quite sure he's 6'1". Yep. He's the #1 guy on the scouting report. That's a tough spot to be. You're not 6'6". You're not jumping over everybody. They try to double him. They try to triple him. They try to keep him from getting jump shots or getting layups. Just finds a way to win.
This blitz continues.
And Missouri, understanding that Alabama wants to score in those first 10 seconds, are getting stops and forcing turnovers, allows them to run, and they share the basketball.
Holloway with a very needed triple.
Likes to be physical with their guards. They're simply posting up Tony Perkins to go against a thinner Aiden Holloway.
Holloway, corner 3, knocks it down.
And do stop them in the first 10 or 12 seconds when Alabama wants to score. Make them run offense. Make some of their guys that are drivers like Sears make them finish versus splashing it out to open shooting. Starter, do.
17-point cushion for Missouri in a building that has been one of the best home court advantages in college basketball this year. Sears with the response. Bo Diabate, baseline drive, finishes with the left. Screen and roll, Diabate fouled at the rim.
We've been able to kick it out for shots or attack the rim, and that's from the backcourt.
There's Missouri at 8-4, fifth in the league. They're a couple of games behind Alabama and Auburn. Those are the two teams at the top of the SEC. And they've got one of them down nearly 20 in their building, which is arguably the toughest home court advantage in college basketball this year. Sears, wide open three, just before the horn. Floor.
Kevin, if we had a line of scrimmage out top, if there was
defensively is looking like the Eagles front four
Correct.
a couple of weeks ago.
Defensive line looks pretty good.
Sears wide open, 4-3. Monte, the sophomore from Queens, great last week in that win against Texas when Alabama scored 103 today. Little different story. They shot the ball really well as a team, but again, behind by double digits for the entirety of the first half.
And keep an eye on the Alabama defense. It already looks like they have picked it up a notch.
In the SEC, they want to remain in the upper echelon of the league.
And remember the remaining schedule for Missouri. The teams are 18 and 44 in SEC.
Line, best of the team.
You know, he missed 3.
Amori switches back on. Gray was coming to set the screen for Perkins. Perkins, bounce pass. Gray goes up, got his hands on it. And Amori, he knows his mind right now. 13:34 to go. His team got 15.
How do we quit turning it over? How do we make a stop or two and continue to shoot well?
Yeah, Sears can cash in. Buckets that time from distance. The pace of it for much of the game. Brill throws himself at Sherrell that time. And so Brill today, 2 of 7 from distance. Phylon open momentarily and knocks it in. Sears, aggressive and assertive attack to get it back to a 10-point game.
Always a score.
Sears turns the corner, got it, and the foul.
They're still in this game. They were down 12-0.
The last few years, we have seen Alabama do that to teams. Usually it's the other way around.
Yeah, no doubt.
Missouri set the tone with a 12-0 run to start the game. They were up 20 at one point in the first half. Sears launches, buckets, and he lets out a roar. Always had the response. Missouri has.
And we know for teams how hard it is to get all the way back. You're down big.
I would have thought that might have been, or could have been a traveling violation. Instead, it's now a scramble here for Alabama. Sears with 4. Sears lob it up to Diabate.
If you don't double it, he's a bucket getter.
29 for Mitchell. Stevenson cashes in from the corner. Control playing really well. Gray blocks that one at the rim. Toss back out. Shot clock. Yep, did not reset. That's a foul on Brill. 26 for Sears. Foul on the floor.
His teammates will be wide open.
It's his first 30-point game of the season. Graham record.
And because Alabama wants to pick up the pace, Missouri stays in that zone, but you have to rebound.
Yeah. Sears hounded by Perkins. Sears puts it in. What do they do here? Phylon lost the handle. So did Bates. Stevenson on it. Sears cashes in.
The pass goes to Sears on the right wing. Mark trying to shake free, gets bumped, goes to the rack, hands it off, the flush, and Alabama draws first blood. Hand off to Phylon, who brings it front court. LeBaron to the left wing with a dribble, gives it off to Sears. Driving down the lane, off the wrong foot, got it to go anyway.
But gets it back, got to get going on both ends of the floor.
Nelson with it, top of the arc, looks to his right, Sears. Catch and shoot, 3 ball, we'll take our chances with that all night long. A bank first 3.
Shooting the ball, but it's not because they're not getting great looks. Another wide open look, this time Mark
Great hustle, Nelson saving it for Alabama. Now here's Sears driving down the lane, off the window and in. Great move from Mark after the save from Nelson. Tied back to within 6 and the crowd on its feet. Offensive foul.
And give Mark credit on both of those defensive stops. It was a hustle play by Grant Nelson, but the pass was off target because of the defensive pressure of Mark Sears. We know what he's doing on the offensive end, had 35 points against Missouri. But pretty good defense, one of the few to do that in Columbia. But the last couple of possessions, Mark has caused turnovers, got the pass and the finish on the previous possession. Alabama gets it back.
As many as 11. They've got it up to 9 right here. Sears working to his left, goes down the lane, goes to the rim, high off the window and in. To Sears, Bama trying to make another run. Sears on the drive, knocked away, lays it up, wouldn't go, and a foul is going to be called on the Cats. That's a
go the line for 2.
1 plus the bonus, they say now, as that is the 7th.
But for 2.
Is indeed. Second one's up, second one's good. Got it on the year. Here comes his second try. And that one's no good. The box out allows Sears to get it, and he will bring it front court for Alabama. The Tide could knock the score with the 3. We led early, but the Cats have led the majority of the half. Pump him into the hands of Cliff. Picks it up, gives it off to Mark. Driving the lane, goes to the rim, got blocked, but he got fouled, hitting a pair. First one's up, first one's good. Second attempt up, second attempt perfect. Perry giving it off to Williams, top of the key. Dribbles to his left, pivots and hands it off to Brea. Brea trying to step back, can't get free from Stevenson. Feeds it off to Williams at the elbow. Trying to back his way down against Diabate. Kicks it into the corner to Perry, back to Williams. Williams with 8 to shoot. Fires it back up top. Brea, 5. Brea, 4. Brea, 3. Brea, 2 to Williams at 1. A desperation heave. It's an air ball, and the shot clock violation forced by the Alabama defense.
The ones they've made have been the tougher ones. That was a high degree of difficulty from Sears.
Williams with it, top of the arc. Thought about a drive. Will dribble left. Now we'll go down the lane. Stops on the block. Needs help. Throws it over to Perry, near side. 10 to shoot. Perry underneath. Throws it into the far corner. An open look for Almanor. No good. Rebound tip. Control by Diabate. Here comes Muhammad front court. Lets traffic catch up with Sears. Mark to his right. Going baseline. Hands it around to Sherrill. Lays it up and got it to go.
What a play by both Mark Sears and Aiden Sherrill. He had to hang in the air a little bit. Up on the line, the effort by Cliff Amore gets the stop for Alabama.
9 turnovers by Bama, 7 now for the Cats. Sears on the far wing, working against Perry. Sears driving now baseline, gets underneath, tough shot, no, but he's fouled by Brea.
Mark Sears got him free and gets him back to the line for 2.
Hits the first. Alabama seen 3s, Bama 5 of its 20. Bama run the other way with Youngblood. Out to Sears. Deep 3. Short. And our foul is going to be called on Kentucky and Otega Owe. And Mark will go to the stripe to shoot 3 shots.
Wow, that is a big call as Mark Sears missed the deep 3. I didn't see a ton of contact with Mark at the line for 3.
First one's up. It's good. Just a little bit. Second free throw is up and good.
A little west of the actual map at half court.
58-55. Bama the ball in the lead. Nelson top of the arc to Sears. He'll drive. Gets into the paint. Quick pass. Tried to go to Amore. Knocked out into the hands. Sears for 3.
Oh, that worked out.
Byline for Alabama. Gives it off to Nelson top of the arc. Nelson to Sears. To his right with the dribble, now going down the lane, gets underneath, puts it up with the right hand and got it to go. Brea left alone, a deep contested 3, no. Rebounded Sears, he'll run it front court. Sears leaving it for Philon. Philon to the rack, it is good. He is fouled, timeout on the floor. Williams and Carr, the 5 for Kentucky. Bama gets it front court, comes near side Sears. Corner, Youngblood, 3, bottom. Big one, Chris Youngblood knocks it home. Have to work for it. Philon the other way for Bama. On the wing, driving to the bucket, stopping, looking, bounce pass to Sherrill. Now to Sears. Mark to Sherrill, goes to the corner. Now to Youngblood for 3 again. Oh. Hits it again. He's heating up. Chris Youngblood gives Bama its biggest lead at 83-70, 4:32 to go.
Point shooter Nate Oates letting Jaron know it.
Now Sears weaving through traffic, gets into the lane and got tripped. Sears shooting 2. First one's up, first one's good. Second free throw up, second free throw good. And throws a lob, a bad pass. It's batted away and stolen by Kentucky. He was trying to get it to Amori, but Mark takes it back. Here comes Bama. Sears for 3. We forgive you for the turnover as Mark Christopher Sears gives Bama the 12-point lead with 2 minutes to go.
That's named Mark Sears as he rose up and knocked down a dagger.
Brea had the shot altered by Cliff. He missed it. Here's Bama the other way with 1:44. Sears breaking down the defender. Gives it off. Youngblood, 3. Bottom. Timeout, Kentucky. And listen to this crowd.
Mississippi State taking Josh Hubbard, a great three-point shooter, but this is a Mississippi State team that struggles from the three-point line. Cam Matthews just a 20% three-point shooter, but knocks it down.
Bama for 3 and a chance for 4. Chris Youngblood knocks home the first points of the night for Bama, a bank first three-pointer.
So they're going to call that more often than not.
Hubbard to Kugel on the far wing. Drives, dishes into the paint. Matthews, leaner off the window, no good. Rebounded by Cliff. He had 14 the other night. To get anything done from the perimeter. Here's Bama with front court with it with Sears. 7-6, State with the early advantage. Sears working behind the back with a dribble. Stops, looks, far wing for Mo. He says, I'll try it. Why not?
Mo Diabate was the first Alabama player in Coleman Coliseum before the game. And what was he working on? That, the three-point shot. Got up hundreds of threes before this game ever started. Pays off as he knocks down the open look.
Another bank first 3 and gives Bama a 9-7 advantage. Hubbard, though, trying to answer near side. That's no good. Bad looking shot. Mo clears it. Mo bringing it ahead. Stopping on the wing. Lets traffic come by. Trying to back his way down. No. Fires it to Mark. All alone. That was a bank first 3s for the Tide. He threw the ball away anyway. It was going to be a steal by Grant Nelson, even if it had been called a traveling violation, but thankfully it was.
Well, it was a great job defensively by Chris Youngblood at 6'3", guarding a 6'9" center. Forced the turnover.
Here's Philon with it, center of the floor, over to Sears, near wing 3. Man, that's pretty. Here comes Philon front court for Alabama with 9:17 and ticking time left. First half here at Coleman Coliseum. Philon in the drive, stopping, circling, back out to Sears, to Cliff, back to Mark. Mark spins off the screen, gets into the paint, stops, gets mugged, bounce pass into the corner, goes to Stevenson. Jaron fires one to Philon, all alone, 3. Knocking down another bank first 3, their 5th on 9 tries. Down to 9. The Tide hurries the other way, though, to Cliff at the top of the arc. Takes a dribble, gives it off to Holloway. Aiden dribbling away from a double team, weaving through traffic. Fires it over to Mark, all alone. Good night, that was pretty. Holloway to Sears for another bank first 3.
A wide open 3.
Matthews trying to answer, can't do it. Rebound snatched out of the air by Nelson. Hands it off to Mark. Sears front court, crosses to his right, splits defenders down the lane. Look out for the train. Grant Nelson right down Main Street, throws it home. Timeout, Bulldogs. Hughes for the basketball, kicks it over onto the far wing. They'll throw it into the low post. It's batted away and stolen. Here comes Sears the other way. Mark driving the lane, stopping on the left block, backing it out to the wing, going baseline again, flips it over his head to Nelson. Now to Youngblood. Man, is it a fun day at the office. He's only got 4 points. 45-24, Bama with a lead. The lob to Cliff, and he throws it home, but a beautiful feed from Art Sears. Holloway running the other way. Holloway, little shake and bake move, gives it off to Sears. Mark getting hacked at by Harris. Mark driving, stopping, firing. Holloway, deep 3.
Well, you got to pick your poison. You had Chris Youngblood in the corner. Had to decide if you were going to guard Chris Youngblood
who's 4 for 5 from 3, or Aiden Holloway, the leading three-point percentage shooter in the SEC.
It off Stevenson into the corner. Youngblood fakes the 3, drives, dishes. Mo, one more to Mark. Why not? What a half he has had along with his teammates. Buzzer sounds, half ends, and the Tide rolls to the locker room with a 53-27 advantage. It out to Phylon on the wing, back to Mark. 6 to shoot. Down to Cliff in the post. Lays it up and got it to go. Omori back to Sears. Mark on the wing. Gives it over near side. Nelson going to the rack. Able to finish for another big slam. Grant with 4. Basketball out to Nelson. Back to Mark. Thought about a 3. Now will drive. Gets to the rim. Off the glass and in.
Murphy able to hit a high degree of difficulty shot at the rim.
Holloway. Now Sears. So good when he's so good. 17 for Mark Sears. Bama takes it away. Nelson giving it off to Mark, and a foul in the backcourt.
Be shocked if they did. They're getting after it on the defensive end. Alabama's got to be strong with the ball.
Bama will inbound it to Cliff. That's a good idea. Throw it up where he can get it. Now here's Youngblood. He'll try a 3. That's a good idea. Throw it to him where he can shoot it, and he makes another bank first 3 for Youngblood. Gets to Nelson. Hands it off to Sears. Mark driving down the lane. Whips a pass into the corner. Stevenson another 3, and he's made 3 in a row. Picked up by Sears. Bama comes the other way. Mark hesitates. Stops. Keeps the dribble alive, then picks it up as Hubbard hacked him. The lefty shooting 1 plus the bonus and hitting the first free throw. As attempted 11 free throws. Rebound tipped into the hands of Sears. Here comes Mark running the other way. Over to Youngblood. It is absolutely insane what he and Mark are doing tonight. 27 for Youngblood, 19 for Mark, and the Tide continues to roll on. That is a Bama career best for Chris Youngblood at 27. And no good by Nwoko, cleared by Mo. Here comes Mark, and a foul, and by golly, let's pause 10 seconds. And this for him. He's also had 3 rebounds, 3 steals. Check in to replace him. He does.
He's missed his last 2. He's taken 4 shots.
They want to run, baby. They want to run. You're talking about Alabama. They want to get transition.
And Alabama wants to do this. Push the pace. Point guard on point guard. Sears is fouled by
Ziegler for Tennessee and Braden Smith from Purdue.
Point guard, Sears. I'll tell you one thing. The assist, and the last, I think with 4 or 5 games, he got 16 points every game.
Shooting really well. That's there's an example of not having Ziegler on the floor. Sears, tough shot in the paint.
Tell you one guy that likes seeing Ziegler sitting on the sideline. One guy loves seeing it. His name Mark Sears.
Stone, Dubar with Stevenson, who lost him in an easy layup.
Isolation basketball play call for Nate Oates off that out-of-bounds under, and a very simple play call. Isolate Stevenson, throw it to him, let him go to work off of 2 bounces.
Tell you what, he was a talented kid coming out of high school, rated very high. They think his potential is off the charts.
Offensive screen, and they get Phillips again with that call.
They're just not coming off as shooters on any penetration. That's the respect they have for Alabama at 3.
Sears gets bumped and then has a release and a foul from behind on Dubar. What a crowd wanted to walk on Omori. He didn't get it. Now Sears with 5. He goes to his left again, finds Omori again, and he gets 2. Out at the 16-23 mark with 2 fouls. He's been on the bench since. Sears. Yes, a rainbow 3.
He shot that from Nashville. He shot that from Nashville. The guy's got range. Oh, they wanted to post him inside.
Whoa, there's a turnover from Milicic as Boswell just came into the game and threw it over his head.
Ravi, how fast Alabama scores in the half court. Within 10 seconds, they drove that ball baseline, and one swing pass to the next swing pass, they find Sears wide open up top. You have to be there on the catch with a kid like Holloway. He gets it in and out as quickly as any guard in this league.
Tell you one thing he has, one favor. He's played for Auburn and Alabama. Not many can say that. Wear that uniform in both schools.
You think they'll be waiting on him next week when we go to Auburn?
Lake, North Dakota.
He played really well in their run last year to the Final Four.
He's got it again, trying to get busy in the paint. Yeah, he's now got 4.
Smart.
No doubt, because there was a mismatch.
Yep.
Ziegler was guarding Nelson initially, then they switched it out. Nelson still had the height advantage.
He took
Stevenson, too strong. Alabama, Sears is open. They find him. And he gets the friendly roll on the road.
Ravi, Alabama is getting 50% of their misses on the year, side to side, set those physical off-ball screens when they're at their best.
Lanier, a fast start, has cooled a little bit. He's got a dozen.
Tell you what, Alabama making a commitment, playing a little defense.
Meshack throws it up, in and out.
Meshack was really a big concern of Nate Oates when they spoke to him. He said he's a tough, hard-nosed guy.
10 seconds, Dickie, in this half, and Sears pulls his way in. Mark Sears now with a dozen.
I'd lock in and defend and give himself a chance to score off their defense.
Ziegler, Milicic, like Nelson, will that last 3 set him off? Meshack, 2 seconds, fires. Too strong.
Angle right there for that shot.
It was there.
You were right. It was there. I like that. It was there, Carl Ravage.
Sears, pretty pass.
And so was that.
He'll come back to school.
He'll come back to school to donate money for a new practice arena.
Ball faking. Sears steps into a 3. Mark Sears is doing it all right now.
I want to ask you, Jimmy, you've saw a lot of SEC. I want to ask you this question. We want as a prayer for me that gave me some inspiration. How many guys do that? I love the man. He's to me, a Hall of Fame humanitarian.
Right, no doubt. And to that check, it speaks to the culture of Tennessee basketball. It's not about me, and they all came together for your cause today, Coach, as Alabama, again, so good.
Yeah.
Out of the timeouts in this game, misses for Zakai Ziegler.
That basket has been very difficult for the teams to make free throws, as Nelson will draw the foul.
700 over capacity, 22,392. You can't hear yourself thinking here right now.
Sears. That's a good kick. And the 3 finds the bottom. Another assist to Stevenson. There's it over 8 times today.
Key is not live ball turnovers. That's the key, Carl.
Sears. They're going to get the whistle, and that's
in those situations.
Tell you one thing, they get shots off anybody. I don't want to hear who's he going to guard. Well, who's going to guard him out there too? Yeah. How did it come out? This is fun, Carl. This is fun, Jimmy.
Boy, Mark Sears just strong, man. He's able to keep Akpara off him. Sears.
He has taken 102s, 103 threes, and 105.
Let me add this, too. He's really elevated his game defensively, too.
Out, trying to get Lanier freed up for a jump shot.
Akpara backs in. Great defense. Omori still comes Alabama.
He tried to split the defense.
Phylon finds Omori. No call on Meshack. Stevenson in traffic. Nowhere to go. 5 on the shot clock. Sears is going to fire it. Oh, what a shot!
Talk about money. Talk about a superstar coming up big in an environment away from home. They don't says I love it. Oh man, Mr. Sears, he's a solid goal PT pair, a prime time performer. Shots when you come down the stretch here in these possessions.
Ziegler bangs into Sears, and by doing so, lost the ball. Phylon, green light special, lays it up and in.
Alabama looks to run. Both teams love to get up and down the floor. Alabama has 8 games this year where it scored more than 100.
Elijah Martin guarding Mark Sears. He's got size and he's really tough.
Sears puts it in for the game's first points.
See both teams do that throughout the course of the game. They're very good at guarding the three-point line.
Florida with 4 wins against ranked teams this year, including a victory at #1 Auburn. Alabama, Sears scores again.
When they get the ball into the lane.
Alabama's lost 3 of its last 5, including a buzzer beater at Tennessee over the weekend. Tough angle as Mark Sears connects on the baseline.
Right now, Florida's been able to beat Alabama off the dribble, make 2-play-1. They played out of it really effectively.
Sears attacking, kicks it out. Stevenson underneath, the slam by Aiden Sherrill.
Made it difficult for Clapjar to get a good look at the basket.
They're 2 for 7 from deep. Alabama 2 of 5 from behind the arc, tied by 1. Sears fouled. Sears knocks down the first free throw. Beating the Clippers.
He may be the best in the country at sealing off help defense. He just sealed off a shot blocker, and Clapjar was able to get all the way to the rim for the easy layup.
Youngblood in the lane, scores there to tie the game at 23.
At Auburn, and still the Gators were able to win that game. Just a spectacular performance against the #1 team.
But you wonder if it's an extended period of time. Can they reach their goal of a championship if he's out? Basket by Sears and a foul. Final game here at Pullman Coliseum for Mark Sears.
But he gets to the line a lot and earns his way there. He's such a tough player. He started his career at Ohio University, where he was the leading scorer in the MAC conference, and he's carried that forward into the SEC.
And the Gators on a 9-0 run in just a minute to take a 5-point lead. And he connects on the front end of the 1-and-ones, taking scoring and assists. Janai Broom going to win SEC Player of the Year, but Sears first team All-SEC again. Shot clock at 8. Good defense in the half court by Alabama. Richards stripped, got it back with 2, and it's going to be a shot clock violation. Much tougher possession for Alabama on that side of the court.
On every dribble handoff action, Alabama's done a great job of blowing those up. Florida's done a pretty darn good job on the defensive glass, but another knockaway.
Bad turnovers in transition by Florida. Pull up 3. Sears hits. Alabama by 2 with 90 seconds left in the half, and a timeout by Florida.
Discarding the defender and then flushing that in.
So his 5 points have come on his last 2 possessions with the ball. Florida by 1. Phylon, a little quiet in the first half, drives and gets that one to fall off glass. Points for Florida, back in the starting lineup after coming off the bench the last couple of games. He was hurt against Mississippi State a handful of games ago. Phylon's spot up 3 is good.
Just an excellent find by Mark Sears. Us yesterday that Phylon is playing so much harder. That's been a real difference. He leads this team in steals, but he's also talking about his leadership and what he brings to the culture. And Nate Oates said, I would hire LeBaron Phylon as an assistant. Maybe not right now. I don't think he should do it right now. He's too good of a player.
Sherrill with the basket gives Alabama a 2-point lead.
A ton of contact as you're trying to go up.
Sears splits the double, and the corner 3 not there. Sears lead on the road.
Yet another defender on Mark Sears, Denzel Aberdeen, who's an outstanding defender.
Sears leaning in, and Aberdeen fouls him. His teams like Oklahoma and Texas meeting, and Gators ball up 3. Aberdeen running the point with Clayton on the bench. Urban Clapjar got caught in the air. Tough pass. Shot clock at 8. Reaching in. Try to strip it away from Houck. And they do. Diabate got the deflection. Sears out of there with it. You mentioned that Sherrill's back on the bench. Don't see Elijah Martin yet on the bench for Florida. He went back to the locker room after that collision. I've checked that. He is
back on the bench, we're being told. Now Sears gets a clear path to the basket, and Sears with the field goal. The lead is 12, the largest of the night. 7 straight, and plus 14 fast break points.
Florida in fast break points in this game.
They really have everything. Got a deep team as well. Battle tested. They've had some big wins on the road this year and trying to get another one. Up 12. Nelson spinning and scoring.
Doesn't mean that a top team from another league isn't going to win the championship this year. It doesn't mean Houston isn't going to win it or Duke isn't going to win it. That's not what I'm saying. But just an incredible league top to bottom.
The shot clock at 7. Here's Richard. Richard double. Fight through it. Richard with 2. 3 on the way. Short. Rebound Sears looking to run. Alabama trying to get a fast break opportunity.
We'll wait.
That's coming up next.
Can they get stops?
They've called fouls on the perimeter. A minute to go. Got to have it possession here for Mark Sears in Alabama. Sears trying to lob it up, and he did to Amori, who slams it down. And Florida's defense has been very good in this game. They got to go quickly. Wide open 3 is good for Stevenson in the conference.
Right now it's no fouls, no threes.
Sears will take it to the basket. Florida will give him that. It was in crunch time. 6-point game. Got to hoist a 3 quickly. Instead, Sears drives. Surprised that Florida even challenged that.
He'll drive. He gets cut off. He takes it to his left, being hounded by Pettiford. Now feeds Sears. Deep 3, bottom. Mark Sears knocks home the bank first 3-pointer. First of the game for the Tide, and Bama leads it by 7. Tigers will push it. Here's Pettiford with it against Sears. Rises, fires again. Misses badly on the attempt. Rebound fought for. Controlled by Auburn. Back to Pettiford, who gets into the lane. Floater with the right hand. Rolls off. Rebound batted around. Picked up by Bama the other way. Here comes Auburn with Baker Mazzara top of the arc. Trying to work away from the defender. Mo staying right there with him. Goes to his right. Stops. Shoots a fall away off the back foot. No good. Long rebound. Saved by Sears. And looking to his right, flips it over to Youngblood. Poked away, nearly stolen, but Mark got it back. Sears going baseline, cut off, stops, looks, Nelson in the corner, lets it fly from 3, bottom. Another bank first 3 for the Crimson Tide. Alabama here in this first half, getting it done. 2 of 4 now from 3-point range. Both. Here's Sears the other way with Bama up by 5. Sears driving, kicking it. Nelson, right side, 3, bottom. Bama answers right back. Tigers run the other way. Pettiford ahead to Cardwell. He'll fire a pass. It's batted back out of bounds by Sears. They have it center of the court. They'll work to the right wing. Nate's right in my way. I can't see. They miss a 3. Rebound weak side by Auburn, but a foul's going to be called on the Tigers in Chris Moore. Hands it back. Pettiford back up top. They go with it to Johnson. 3-ball miss, and the rebound controlled by the Crimson Tide. Stevenson to Sears as Bama runs the other way, throwing it down low to Cliff. The lob and 2. What a feed from Mark Sears beyond the timeline, and Clifford throws it down, and Bama's back to within 3 with 14 minutes to play. Goes to his left, now backs it out, goes to his left again. Drives, gets underneath, hands it off. Cliff threw it home with the left hand over Janai Broom. What a play as Bama is back to within 1.
Grant Nelson on Dylan Cardwell in the first half. This time Cliff Amori on Janai Broom. What a finish.
Here comes Sears, weaving through traffic, stops at the baseline as they double-teamed him, takes it to the near wing. Sears trying to get free, goes to his left, nothing there, goes to his right, goes baseline, pull up from 8, got it to go.
Well, got fouled on a couple of occasions. Nate Oates didn't like the no call, but Mark able to stick with it, and this time knocks down the mid-range pull-up.
And Bama's to within 1, 56-55. Inside, Tigers work it, stolen by Stevenson after he blocked the shot. It was Diabate that got the deflection. Now here comes Holloway the other way. Holloway on the wing. Holloway driving, stopping, gets underneath the basket, kicks it into the corner to Sears. Mark driving to the rim, kicks it back to Mo, cutting in, hands it off to Cliff, and he throws it home with authority.
Well, the unselfish play, a couple of extra passes, ultimately to Cliff Amori, who throws down another one.
Biggest lead of the game for Bama. A 9-0 run has given the Tide an 8-point lead with 9:55 to go. Still with the dribble alive. Phylon to Sherrill, top of the arc.
looking to his left. Nothing there at the moment. Hands it off to Sears. Mark off of a screen. Gives it back. Inside. Big man, the flush. Aiden Sherrill throws it home with a great pass from Mark Sears, and Bama leads by 3 again.
And the 5th assist for Mark Sears, 2nd in the SEC in assists.
Here is Philon again to Nelson. Hands it back to LeBaron. Playing off the screen from Grant. Drives down the lane. Back he goes to Cliff. Hands it off to Sears. Mark going baseline. Looks, fires. Nelson for 3 in the lead. Bottom! 77-76 Bama. A huge bank first 3. Grant Nelson's first field goal of the second half gives Bama a 77-76 lead. 2:54 to go. Fouls. Pettiford with the basketball out at the timeline left side. Takes it to the top of the arc. Spins away from Mark. Double team for a moment. Drives in. High floater no. 22 to go. Auburn basketball. 15 on the shot clock. With it out high will be Pettiford. Poked away by Philon and stolen. Driving in. Pump fake. Shot left-handed. Good. Bama on top. 85-83. 2:06 remaining. LeBaron Philon had that steal. He's got 13 points. His first steal of the game. And Bama leads by a bucket. Timeout Auburn.
2 of the best freshmen in college basketball going at it. LeBaron Philon picked his pocket. Almost an and one as he went in with the left hand, finished to take the lead.
15 to shoot, 45 to play. Bama trying to add to a 1-point lead. Philon the drive and a foul away from the ball, and they're going to call it on Auburn. That is Miles Kelly, guilty of running over Mark Sears. Sears trying to make it a 2-point lead. Does. Perfect on the attempt. Sears, free throw. Yes, and Bama leads by 3. Could it possibly be an unbelievable script? Philon will bring it ahead with 12, with 11. Philon, front court at 10, 9. Philon at 7, Philon at 6, Philon at 5. Over to Sears at 3, Sears at 2, at 1 for the win. Ball game, ball game, ball game. Bama wins.
Oh my goodness, Mark Sears with the floater at the buzzer to beat Auburn.
Shot is being reviewed.
I think he got it off. They're going to review it. But Mark Sears, the hero in this game. Nate Oates calls a dribble handoff. The floater just before the shot clock buzzer. The officials are reviewing it right now.
Mark Christopher Sears hit what we believe to be the game winner. After further review, it's good. After further review, let's get out of here. Alabama a winner. 93-91 is your final in overtime. And the Tide rises and beats top-ranked Auburn in the regular season finale. Court. He steps between Clifford Amore of the Tide and Amari Williams of the Cats. Taps control to the backcourt to our right by Alabama. And we are underway from Nashville. Philon with it, dribbling to the right of the circle. He will throw a lob down low in the flush from Clifford Amore, and the Tide attacks early.
Yeah, beautiful set play.
His second board, and the Tide will come the other way. Sears touching it for the first time. Driving underneath the basket, flips it out, Philon. Now to Nelson, driving to the lane. The window, and a blocking foul is going to be called on Kentucky. Front court for the Crimson Tide, working against Perry. Plays off of a screen, drives to the elbow, lobs it for Cliff, and he throws it home. And really to the elbow, hands it off to Jaron. Now to Mark. Sears trying to shake free from a new defender in the game. He'll go underneath the basket. Reverse layup with a right hand with a move. Mark Sears able to get it to go, and Bama leads it 10-7.
A little hang time from Mark Sears. Switches to the right hand, his offhand.
It's up the bucket, but will run the other way. Sears front court on the wing, driving, splitting defenders. Left all alone, and he scores easily for 2 more. Stops between the circles. Feeds it over near side. They'll get into the hands of Oway. Lost the handle. Here comes Nelson. He will flip it over to Holloway. Right side. Steps into a 3. Too strong. Read the first half. A 7-0 run from the Cats. Answering
the 8-0 run for Alabama. Here now is Sears trying to drive. Gets into the paint, had it knocked away, got it back. Scramble on the deck, ball still a battle for. Cliff took it away to Philon. He'll weave through traffic with 8 to shoot. Over to Mark at 7, at 6. Mark at 5, at 4. Nice feed, Diabate at 2, lays it up and in. Lead down to 5 as Nelson comes front court. Nelson directing traffic, gives it off to Sherrill. Aiden handing it off to Sears. Sears will fire it back. Stevenson, right side 3. And the first 3 of the game for Bama comes from Jaron Stevenson. Perry, and now it's a 5-point game, 31-26 Bama. Sherrill with it, and a foul's going to be called on Kentucky. Called for 8. And Mark will knock down the front end. Second one is up. That one is good. 12 remaining in the first half. Bama has led by as many as 9. Sears with the basketball. Working out top of the arc. Hesitates, goes left. Now goes right, behind the back with a dribble. Kicks it in the corner. Nelson, 3, bottom. The Bama leads down to 4. Here's Sears running the other way. Fires it off to Mo. Into the paint, spinning, shooting. Oh, no, I thought he had it, but it rimmed out, and the rebound, or excuse me, the foul will be called on Kentucky. Get off to Sears between the circles. Mark playing off of a screen, gives it off to Cliff, driving to the basket, lays it up, wouldn't go, but he got fouled, and will play 7.5 minutes. Bama getting it to Nelson, who hands it off to Sears. Mark will drive and dish it back to Youngblood. 3, good. Bama still leads it, 74-57. Holloway on the drive, gives it off to Mark. He'll try from deep. Oh, yeah! That one was from Broadway. And Bama leads it 77-57. Into the front court for Alabama. Sears to the top of the arc. Sears out to Jaron for 3. Short, long rebound, tipped, saved. Stevenson took it away from Amore. Now Youngblood, deep 3, short. And Bama comes the other way. Here's Mark with it, hesitates, going down the lane, throws it up left hand, yes! What a move by Mark Sears. Way, working, stopping, looking right side. 3 is up and no good, and Bama clears it again. 1 and done for the Cats. Here's Mark weaving through traffic to the rim and in.
Mark making it look easy tonight against the Cats. The hesitation move at the 3-point line.
Over Kentucky. Florida beat Missouri in the quarters to get here. Look at the pace by Sears.
Big men in the SEC, maybe in the country, that Florida has.
And another one coming off the bench, Thomas Houck, who's a great passer as well. Nelson left alone, and he'll knock it down. The grad transfer from North Dakota State, only 27% from 3 on the season. The catch under the basket, and gets it out to Martin. Condon, just a sophomore as well, from Perth, Australia. Martin, the lob for Condon. Really caught under the basket, blocked from behind and blocked again. And it'll be Alabama ball when we come back.
Points last night against Missouri. He was 7 of 9, one of the toughest players in the country.
Boy, Klobuchar really sticking his nose in there against Steve.
Klobuchar with a little handoff, then came back to the ball and got a screen from Condon. Beautiful. As Nelson had to put some pressure on Clayton. How you going to get in front of Chinyalu?
As you mentioned, the Gators, one of the very best offensive rebounding teams in the country. The floater for Sears and the soft touch.
That's a tough task.
1 of 2 for Martin, and it's tied at 35.
Guy with the ball can get you some rebounds. Mohamed Diabate.
Got a great screen from Sears and a foul at the rim.
Almost 2 per game. That's top 10 in the Southeastern Conference. His steals come off the ball while Elijah Martin's usually come on the ball. 2 really good steals guys.
Condon switches on to Sears. Stevenson in the corner knocks down the 3.
He is defense. Elijah Martin has to try to get back out there, but a great pass by Sears.
Second 3 of the game already for Jaron Stevenson, and how about that rebound from Mark Sears?
That's what it's going to take. The guards have to get down and rebound as well.
Driving by Condon, floats it up, it will goes.
Boy, Houck has Holloway on him. Now they switch back. It's Diabate.
Klobuchar using the screen from Houck, has it taken away by Diabate, who finishes.
What a play by Diabate. Switches back out, knocks it away, stays in front of Klobuchar to not let him knock the ball away big time.
And he's all over him again. Almost got another one. It's out of assist. Hauk to the paint. And it's down to Sears, and the Tide's running again. Right into the chest of Aberdeen to draw the foul and get to the line.
Needs to get a 3 to go down. He's not shot the ball well the last 3-4 games. In Florida play going, hey, they're every bit as good as Auburn. They're every bit as good as Duke.
Yep.
And Houston, they need to be talked about as the best team in the country. They're right there.
Well, the first.
But it's almost like nobody's saying that.
Alabama gives it off to Philon on the left wing. LeBaron will throw the lob. Now tipped twice into the hands of Sears. Throws it ahead to Youngblood. Chris on the run out. Lays it up and in out to Sears on the near wing. Mark will drive. Got bumped. Played through it. Shot it up and in. And Alabama comes the other way. Here comes Sears. Driving. Dishing. Mo. Corner 3. Bottom. He will take it to the low block and then back it out to the wing. Spinning left, right, handing it off, and the flush for 2. All handing it off to Cliff, who hands it off to Mark. He'll drive left side, throws the lob. Famore early went 1 of 2. Mark left, stops, kicks. Sears now splitting defenders, throws the lob, and Sears coming the other way for Bama. The Tide leading it by 4. Inside, Stevenson 4. RMU 39. Mo in the paint, stepping around to defend. Driving right, kicking over to Sears. Corner 3, bottom. Aiden brings it to the top of the arc, reverses back to Mark. Drives the lane, no look past him. Oh, he lays it in against Amore. They'll throw it into the low post to Platt. Sears trying to hang on for dear life. Loses the handle. Smith giving it down to Dickerson. Working against Sears. Dickerson, the Cleveland native, takes it to the wing. Picks up the dribble, a backdoor feed to Woods. Philon. Mark's got the basketball out high, playing off the screen. Gives it off to Jaron. Throws a lob. And Sears with the basketball. Throwing it down low. Caught by Sherrill. Lays it up and in for D to 58. Here comes Sears. Stopping, looking down low. Sherrill. Pump fake twice. Lays it up. Count it. 2 more, and we got a 2-point game. Bama 62, RMU 60. Change that. Sears makes it a 4-point lead. Back for Mark on the right wing. Sears into the paint. Leans in. Tough shot. Got it. At the stripe. Hits.
Defensive rebounder.
By RMU and Woods, and Bama comes the other way. Sears in the paint. Yes. Off the window and in. Give him 15 points. And he 77-68 lead. As Sears can 7:10 remaining.
Foul and gets to the line for 2.
Second attempt upcoming. That was
for Grant Nelson in the game.
Able to save it for the Tide. Now the outlet pass to Mark, who drives it front court. Gets downhill. Tough leaner up and off the window. 10-9. St. Mary's with the lead once again. Here is Sears weaving through traffic. Gets to the rim and lays it in. Morauskas and Bama's got numbers. Sears into the front court. Sears down the lane. Hands it off to Mo. Pump fake. Layup. Good. Takes it out to the wing. Now will work the dribble, getting into the lane, drives, laner up, got it to go, willed it in for St. Mary's, cutting the Bama lead to 11. Here's Mark the other way, driving the lane, strong in the paint, up and in for 2 more. Now here comes Holloway front court after the outlet from Grant to Mark, who's feeling it, weaving through traffic, the lob, the reverse slam. Hello!
Oh my goodness! Cliff Amore from the beautiful pass of Mark Sears.
7:21 to play. Bama 64, St. Mary's 53 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. It is a 66-58 Bama advantage. Here's Mark driving left, stopping, going right, getting into the lane. Ball away, got it. Oh, Mark Christopher Sears starting to take over. And with 6 minutes to go, Bama leads it again by 10. Morauskas to Marshallonis. He'll drive, puts it up with the left hand and got it to go. Team swapping buckets. Mark says, my turn. Comes the other way. Goes left. Steps through. Lobs it. Cliff throws it home.
And avoided walking. A little Euro step. Almost put the pivot foot down, but at the last second, lobs it up to Cliff Amore for a huge alley-oop.
And with 4:40 to go, Bama gets the ball back.
What a play by Big Cliff. Was out of position, but the long reach and timing, able to knock it out of Saxon's hands, out of bounds off the Gales. Huge stop for Bama.
in the front court. 2:29 to go. Sears calling for a screen. Goes left, goes right, goes left, goes to the bucket. He'll go to the line now to shoot two. Shooting one plus the bonus. Got the front end. And it looks like the career has a chance at continuing. If Bama can hang on, he hit them both. Tide runs the other way. Phylon now to Sears. Mark from dead on three. He bottom. Stevenson thought about it. Gives it off to Mark. He'll step into one. Bottom. Mark Christopher Sears gives it off to Sears. Sears off the crease. Steps back. Three. Oh, he's hot. He's hot. Mark Sears to Grant. Nelson back to Mark. Mark on the right wing, left alone, shoots a three, hits another one. Being into the paint, stopping, looking, needing help. A bounce pass somehow found it Smart, but the dribble by Mag found the baseline. It is Bama basketball. Down by Diabate on the weak side. He will give it to Mark. He's left alone. Bottom. Like that 17 from Mark Sears. Bama comes the other way after Cliff's rebound. Here's Mark to the top of the arc. Down low to Cliff for the flush. Over to Youngblood. Catch and shoot. Three. No good. Long rebound. Tipped out to Mark. All alone. Bottom. Sears looking for Cliff. Can't get it to him. To Grant. To Mark. To Grant. The lob. Cliff the flush. Aiden gets it front court. Behind the back pass. Sears. Deep three. Bottom. Red, smoking, hot is Alabama. Timeout, BYU. He will pivot and land it off to Mark. Mark over to Youngblood. Catch and shoot three. Bottom. Into the hands of Bama. Now to Holloway. Near side. Heat check. Oh, it hadn't gone down at all. Split defenders. He'll kick it back to Mark. He'll let one fly. He'll do what he's been doing. Sears stopping on the wing. Now going baseline. Getting underneath. Kicking into the corner. Youngblood's turn. But still, Bama leads it 94-76. Sears on the wing. Does it again.
Is there any doubt?
For BYU.
He tried to take it down from his ankles and throw it down.
Mark
I like this one, though.
Will throw the lob to Cliff. He caught it. He kicked it back to Mark. Shoots a three. That's better. Well, 15 seconds would have been a scoring drought based on what they've been doing. Mark gets a breather before the under 4 media timeout. LeBaron Phylon comes in to replace him for the Tide. And boy, the Bama faithful giving Mark the response he deserves.
Nelson on the other end as well. Sears into the action with Amore. Kick it. Ball movement. Good this time down. Nelson leaves it up top. Ooh, nice finish.
Because Malawach is contesting the shot and not underneath.
Diabate, Holloway, Stevenson, and Sherrell. The four off the bench, and Sherrell has come in and ready to fire. Nate Oates, a fist pump.
BYU, but don't count him out. This young man has been through a lot.
Late clock here. Youngblood got it. That's a 3 number 2s and 1-3. Nelson springs free. Both of these teams can score in flurries. Alabama a 7-2 run, answering a Duke 12-3 run. After Duke had built it to a 13-point lead, Grant Nelson, a rim run, and he fires it down. And this Alabama crowd on its feet.
Kind of carving out some minutes.
It's great that he's back.
Yeah.
Dislocated that shoulder in mid-February. Tried to give a go in the ACC tournament. Had to leave that game as well. Sears pull up mid-range, and Duke is going to be just fine with Mark Sears shooting mid-range jump shots.
Well, they are. And listen.
Is off. Alabama has a chance at the last shot here. Sears turns the corner. Hot pass. Nelson. Nice catch and a finish.
I said it was too much contact over the back. Foul on Duke.
Malawach with his first foul. And that's a three-pointer down. LeBaron Phylon. And the defensive presence of Malawach. Flag gets a step. Oh! Grant Nelson meets him at the apex. What a block. Three-pointer good. Sears finally gets loose for one.
And two outstanding defensive plays, one by Malawach, but then Grant Nelson getting back, taking that dunk away, and that initiated a much-needed fast break, more importantly, a much-needed three by Mark Sears.
Huge, real one.
Indeed, but he also told us the story of Colin Knippel as well.
Tyrese Proctor went the first 2 games of this NCAA tournament, missed just 2 3-pointers, made 13